And what a ride it's been. Opening day, 44-1 shocker in the Schuylerville Whitney weekend. She took down the Adirondack. Today, a shot in Saratoga's most prestigious race for two-year-old fillies, Grade 1 Spinaway. So glad you could join us. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good crowd on hand. Enthusiastic crowd, high noon in the east, live look. Saratoga, final Saturday of the meet. Always seems to fly by. We'll try not to dwell on that. Instead, let's embrace the now and the ongoing party. And the racing, lots and lots of racing about to begin. Two-year-olds on track for the opener in just 4 minutes from the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Every season, it's a theme closing weekend. This is the most prestigious individual race meet in North America. So yeah, when it's winding down, it's disappointing. But at the same time, closing week is about the future. It's about the two-year-olds. So many of the key races, and such is the case with today's marquee event in the Grade 1 Spinaway. Two-year-old fillies, there's the field. No defections, 11 strong, 7/8 of a mile. Wide open. Number 8, the Queen's MG, 7-2 second choice. Number 11, Quiet Side, 3-1 morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a 4-time Breeders' Cup winning jockey, Rajiv Mirage, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Gentlemen, we're getting closer to post time for the opener, so just very quickly, what makes today's Spinaway like a must-see horse race?
Well, it's the first Grade 1 for the two-year-old fillies, I think, run in this country, actually. And we have seen some true greats come out of this race. Now, you never really know what's going to happen. It's early in the year. But I started out seeing the Spinaway 50 years ago when a horse named Ruffian won the race. And for me, it's been a great race ever since.
Yeah, it's a full field. I think that's key, too. You got 11 fillies in the race. And more time than not, you're going to see one of these fillies in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll see what happens today, but it's usually a talented filly, and they usually can step up from start 1 to 2. You're going to see a lot of horses coming out of maiden wins.
It's the best group of two-year-old fillies assembled at this point so far, and it's going to have some major implications on divisional leaders at this moment. And the Spinaway has always been a race that has produced top-class runners, like Andy mentioned, Ruffian, but the list goes on and on of stars that have come out of the Spinaway.
133rd running of the Spinaway, all the history, all the tradition. Race number 11, post time around 5:41 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Lots going on. That early pick 5 starts in the opener in just 2 minutes. Graded stakes races back to back to back. Races 10, 11, and 12. The Prioress, Spinaway, and Flower Bowl. Cue the tractor. John Deere track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature in the high 70s. And we get it, only 3 days left, but if you haven't joined us, always next summer, and you still have about 75 races over the next 3 days. Sign up, NyraBets.com, and when you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPA250, earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. Field for the first to 13, naturally beginning with two-year-olds. Maiden special weight with a restriction, all sold for $50,000 or less in their most recent sale. Have a heavy favorite, Printer's Alley, at 6-5, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Standing by trackside. Maggie, what are these freshmen showing you from the paddock and now throughout the warm-up and getting closer to post time?
Lafitte, we do see a heavy favorite in here for trainer Todd Pletcher as a first-time starter, and that's Printer's Alley, and he was definitely complimented by the fact that his most recent workmate in Gate to Wire won impressively, albeit on the turf, yesterday in a an open maiden special weight race where, don't forget, this is a restricted maiden special weight for horses who sold or RNA'd in their latest sale for $50,000 or less. But Printer's Alley, watching his work out at OBS, I thought actually moved a little bit more like a turf horse. But the fact that he moved so well on the dirt out of the gate, he worked really well with Gate to Wire. And granted, Gate to Wire won on the turf, I get it, but also has a bit of dirt pedigree. And Todd Pletcher in the interview afterwards saying he could have gone either way with him too. So he's so well prepared. He's more physically mature than anybody that he meets here today. I know I'm taking the worst of it and picking him here at a short price, but I just liked everything I saw from him. His number 7 is Executive Order, son of Unified, out of a dam who was a Maryland bred. He is one too. Red's Round Table, she's a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter. There is only one winner out of 4 foals to run, and it was a decent dirt sprinter. But I'll say this, you would think that a horse with this decent type of pedigree would go for a little more. I gotta say, he doesn't, and he sold in a digital sale, he doesn't walk that well. And sometimes horses that don't walk well are not gonna sell for much. But watching him warm up, he looked fantastic. Still talking about number 7, Executive Order in here. I do like his workout, albeit going back to July 17th. He was always going better than an unraced mate. Number 9 is Bernie Goes Boom. It sold for $25,000 after working 10 and 2. He's another one that looked a little bit more turf meant despite being a son of Bernardini. The she'd only run on the turf, and she has not produced anything. This horse was taking some nibbles early on since he's drifted up. Ultimately, I landed on the wait-and-see approach with him. He does look fit here, but going out for connections, you don't often win with first-time starters. Here's a bomb for you at 33-1, but Now I Am Found. He showed speed on the slop first time out. This horse looks tremendous. He's done well since that first race. He's stronger, he's fitter, and he warmed up beautifully, Lafitte. And sometimes in these spots, if you have speed and he can sustain it over a fast track today, maybe it could be dangerous. Gary Contessa had a 2-year-old winner yesterday on the card too.
As they work with him, try to get him in the gate, but Now Am Found there. Andy, America's Honor, who you have on top at 15-1.
Yeah, I'm taking a shot with a horse that had a trip in its debut. A slow race, but a race where the figures of number of the runners has improved significantly. It's a bit of a bomb in here, but a horse that I think is better than he looks on paper, so worth a few dollars at a big price.
I think experience is a big edge in these 2-year-old races. And while I believe that the first time started Printer's Alley is clearly the horse to beat, I landed on number 3, Friday Surprise. His 2 races have been very well, and he's running against New York breds for the first time.
Spin away Saturday, beginning with 2-year-olds. Filing in, start of the early pick 5, first of 13 to the voice of Saratoga, Frank Miramati, standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. We've got 2 left to load. They have opened the front of the gate for Printer's Alley, who is now 4-5. Bernie Goes Boom to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the quickest of beginnings for Printer's Alley. A fast one for Friday Surprise, though. And Friday Surprise goes straight to the front, joined by But Now Am Found. And those two duel a length and a half back to Executive Order in third. Then comes Burning Money and Printer's Alley side by side, racing 2 clear of Tap Brits Temper, who's 8 lengths off the lead, getting a little bit closer now. A gap of 5 to Monte Abbey, the 2 trailers, America's Honor, and Bernie Goes Boom. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. And they move around the far turn, chasing Friday Surprise. It's Friday Surprise, less than 3 furlongs out, leading 3/4 of a length to Executive Order, who puts the pressure on now. They have left, But Now Am Found far back, more than 10 lengths to Printer's Alley, who is trying to muster up a rally as the field turns for home. Friday Surprise and Executive Order, shoulder to shoulder with a furlong left to go. It's a block to the rest. Far outside, America's Honor, Monte Abbey, a 1/16 of a mile to go, and Executive Order and Jose Lezcano go on with it, making a solid impression too. Executive Order wins by 6 widening lengths. Friday Surprise was second, America's Honor and Printer's Alley.
A hammerlock up the backstretch. Executive Order, engage Friday Surprise, put him away, and wins by daylight in the opener at Saratoga.
A little surprising that the field didn't sort of collapse more behind them because they were really moving up front. But, Paulie, as you said, about 15 seconds this race, the 7 looks like a winner to me.
Yeah, he was skiing, was Jose Lezcano. He had a ton of horse, and the 3 dropped down to the rail, and race was over, and there was just nobody running on the 4. You could tell Irad was asking the 4 to go, and he was having nothing of it.
Professional debut, because for a first-time starter, you see most of the time the jockeys are always having to urge them to try to get them interested because they're young horses, they're learning the ropes. This horse was actually taking his jockey, Jose Lezcano. He was the only horse in the race of all the first-time starters that was willingly doing it without having to be cued by the jockey.
Are you surprised, Andy, that horses from off the pace didn't make more of an impact late as quick as they were going up front?
I am, but not as much when you look at the actual times because, and we'll see how quickly the track is playing as the day progresses. It's the first race, but that's a very respectable time, 1:17.98 for 6.5 furlongs, especially for early 2-year-olds that went that fast early. Nobody gained ground because, frankly, both the 7 and 3 actually kept on running reasonably well considering how quick the pace was.
How about this? We saw this team, those colors, in the Spinaway Winner's Circle 2 years ago, leave no trace. Jose Lezcano, Phil Serpy, Wellspring Stable.
You tell us that now, Lafitte.
The old, you won a grade 1 2 years ago and you're going to win the first race.
That angle, you'd be
never
surprised.
fails.
That angle
Never
works just
fails.
all the time.
And it's good to see Jose Lezcano get a win today because he was serving a 3-day suspension for careless riding from the week prior. And for him to come back the first race and get a win, that's usually a good way to start out.
To be fair, he only caused a chain reaction that affected about 4 runners that day.
Jose Lezcano in those colors, that Spinaway connection, 7-3-8-4. Speaking of which, when we come back, who has had a better summer than her? The Queen's MG, 2 stakes wins already. The Schuylerville opening day, the Adirondack, but today, her biggest test, grade 1 Spinaway. We'll preview.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo. In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch's domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record.
Well, welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS2. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Executive order gave them the slip today as he won quite impressively in his debut. And pleased to be joined by winning trainer Phil Serpy here in the winner's circle. And Phil, bought as a weanling, I actually spoke incorrectly in my trackside report, but Unified out of a dam. I remember her being a Maryland bred myself. That was quite a good sprinter in her day.
Yeah, and you know what? Unified, it's special for us because my brother in arms, Jimmy Jerkins, trained Unified, and hopefully he's watching a race right now from Saudi Arabia. So we're really happy. This is just another one of those lottery tickets by Dr. Vukovic that he figures out. I don't know. We got to figure out this formula because we could sell it for a lot of money at Keeneland, you know.
He told me about it one time in a post-race interview. It sounded very complicated. I couldn't quite get my head around it, but it works because he's bought in some bargain basement deals that have worked out well on the track.
I'll say, and even my friend and colleague Rodrigo Ubila, we were standing there, and he goes, "You know, this horse reminds me of Leave No Trace." And I said, "Those are big shoes to fill, buddy." I said, let's just see what happens. And the horse really ran well. We're very happy with him.
Serendipitous, though, that it is Spinaway Day.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You know, we'll take it.
Phil, congratulations. He looked very good in his debut.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, executive order. Props to the Maryland bred, and makes his first start a winning one here, guys.
Did it easily. Phil Serpy, just another day at the office, spending a moment in the Saratoga winner's circle.
This is a very impressive performance, and you know, to come to the end of Saratoga and have a 2-year-old run like this has to be incredibly exciting and satisfying.
Yeah, much the best, and never look like the loser. $12.60 to start off your day. We only got 12 more.
And, you know, considering the Pletcher horse went up at 4 to 5, this horse took a lot of money.
Yeah,
I mean, it's almost like this was the smart money horse.
When you're riding first-time starters, the thing that you're most concerned about is if when the gate opens, they don't, you know, they run green, they're not trying to take the bridle and things like that. This horse broke, and he acted like he's run 5 times already. He was always there for the jockey, pulling on the bridle, putting him right in position. You got to give a lot of credit to the connections for having him ready, polished professional debut.
And very, very comfortable when he engaged the horse in front of him, and they were stride for a while, and like a pro, put him away.
I feel like he knew what he was doing.
Finished
Yeah.
strong. So 1 down, 12 left. Race number 2, start of the early pick 4. More freshmen, no restrictions. Very promising 2-year-olds on grass. Field with updated odds. Statesman at 2 to 1. Andy, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, people should keep in mind when they look at the morning line of this race and see Statesman's 8 to 1 and was 9 to 2. The power of this race was in the also eligibles, the horses that could have been the first, second, and maybe even third choice. And so the line is going to reflect that because the line maker doesn't know if those horses are going to get in. I think if you knew this was going to be out of the race, the 6 would have been 5 to 2, a horse that was working very well for his debut, got reined off the turf, but is bred for and meant for this surface.
Yeah, and probably going to be a favorite. Listen, I chose this horse too, just because of the pedigree as well. And you know, West Point, son of Constitution, he's got a great turf pedigree. And I think the other thing about it is this horse got a mile race into him, which gives him even more fitness for this race.
Exciting 2-year-old event upcoming, post time 19 minutes, and a little bit later on, as mentioned, that is the centerpiece of activity this final Saturday of the meet, the Spinaway. There's the field, 7/8 of a mile, $300,000 purse. Let's start with the Queen's MG number 8, second choice, opening day. Andy, after flopping in the Astoria, she strikes at a big price.
And one of the reasons I selected this video, say Arandrak, is to show the second place finisher, Sherbini, who's going back, making a big run. But as opposed to flattering Sherbini, I think it flatters the Queen's MG, Paul, because this is a horse, and I talked about this with Andy Beyer, who makes the Beyer speed figures earlier today, where her Beyer figures don't really reflect the performances she's given, because the final times didn't come up that fast, because she was surviving extremely fast paces that basically did in every other forwardly placed horses.
Yeah, she was 3 wide most of the way, and then she was wide again. Now, she's gotten the outside draw in all of her starts, but I thought she actually improved even more off this effort and just blew away this field, Rajiv. Now, she does have to deal with some other horses, but I do think she's going to give a really good account of herself.
I feel like she's underrated, to be honest, because her numbers aren't that flashy. Her speed figures, but it's the way she's running.
Yep.
She is involved in the pace. She's duking it out and then pulling away from her rivals. And I'm not worried that there's pace in this race today because she's shown that she could run fast early, get challenged, and chew the competition up and spit them out.
She's a great counterexample of how a horse performance is how a figure was earned. Sometimes it's earned getting a very good trip, and it looks better than it is. She's a horse that was earned that actually performs much better than the figures.
Real quickly, what about any concern about the third race in 8 weeks?
Well, I think they're striking while the iron's hot, maybe.
I mean, look at Tricky Temper, who's running back in the
Not saying it's
prior
impossible,
race.
just saying
we've asked about it. It's horse specific, but we'll see. I guess
and
it's a question you can answer.
Quiet side, her debut win. What was so impressive about this effort to make her the slight spin-away favorite?
People are impressed by figures, and she has the best fire speed figure of everybody, and she was very professional winning. But Paul, I worry a lot about these 2-year-old fillies, and there are a lot of them in here coming off of nice maiden wins if they're able to duplicate them or build on them, because frequently they don't.
It's true. I mean, and like I always said, you know, the best handicapping tool is time, so you don't kind of know what's behind her. And you have the Queen's MG with 3 wins, and now she's coming. Now, Pondering was very good last time and a dangerous trainer. You know, Brendan Walsh, when he brings horses in here, they run, and he's having a decent meet so far. Now with Tyler Gaffleon gone, he employs Lewin Machado, who rides Next. Obviously, we know Next the best marathon horse in all North America, so he's very, very accomplished, and I think this horse is the real deal.
She was 4 to 5 first time out, so they definitely held her in high regards. I'm just a bit suspect about the field that she ran against. It was only a 7-horse field at Ellis Park. It's more of a second-tier track. She's going to be getting a true acid test today and coming in to face some horses that have been proven that they're fast. They have a lot more experience than her. I think she's going to have to prove it before I can say she can handle this level of competition.
Well, don't they all, except the favorite? Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Many layers to that story. Top class, grade 1 spin-away. You can hear the 2-year-olds behind us making all kinds of noise. And later, that spin-away will be the final leg in the cross-country Pick 5. Monmouth Park, your best bet for summertime family fun. Visit monmouthpark.com for details of racing, festivals, and promotions. Get started in the 7th at Monmouth. And we wrap it up in the grade 1 spin-away 133rd running a little bit later on this evening. And for that, trainer Chad Brown, yet another Alan Jerkins training title, another Brown out this summer at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live, 15 minutes out, 2-year-olds in race 2. We'll be right back.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winterly Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Well, we're obviously very excited to have Annapolis. He bred 149 mares in his first year at stud. He was a very fast 2-year-old juvenile.
Annapolis breaks his maiden at Saratoga, going long on the turf.
As a 3-year-old, won a few races, which culminated Grade 1 Coolmore Mile at Keeneland, set the stakes record.
It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
He bred his first book of mares this year. He was very heavily supported by his breeders, Ramon and Perry Bass. They bought a lot of nice mares for him and bred to him. They really put a really good book of mares underneath him, and we're really excited about what this foal's are going to look like come the spring.
Terrific racehorse, exciting young stallion, Annapolis, standing at Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 2-year-olds, no restriction, maiden special, mile and a 16th. And while the favorite is number 6 Statesman, you're looking at Authentic Gallop at 7-2. There's Tom Amos. Yeah, why don't we start there, Maggie, because we are biased around here and want to hear what you have to say about Tom Amos's runner.
Well, he let me down a little bit first time out. I was really excited about Authentic Gallop, and while he had good gate speed, once he was headed, he kind of caved in. So now we see the blinkers go on, and ironically, despite not having an abundance of turf pedigree, I wrote down in my notes first time out, even though he was in a scheduled dirt race, that he had a massive turf hoof. So I like where Tom's going with this, as he is putting blinkers on this horse who, and he let me down in a way. I feel like he let his family down, because I believe, I can't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it's 7 of 9 foals won first time out. So there was a lot of precocity to lean on as well. Now he's a little bit more rambunctious second time around here, but he's been accompanied by the pony, and so far he's holding it together. Get those blinkers. There we go. All good, buddy. But I want to give this horse another try, because I really think he looks turf meant. As we'll move on to another one that has some experience. Entered for the first time out is number 6 Statesman. The son of Constitution has plenty of pedigree on the bottom side. The dam, she was a 2-time turf winner, but she was a little bit better, actually a lot of bit better, going long on the dirt, but also half to Fashion Business, was a greatest stakes winner on the grass, and he looks much more turf meant. Now he's been a little rambunctious here in the paddock. I like the fact that since they got the tack on, he's at least more focused overall here, but he came out of that race actually having strengthened up quite a bit. I like that. He almost looks like a coiled spring in here, and he's one that really moved well out on the racetrack in the warm-up, so that's usually an indication that a horse is going to take to the turf quite kindly, guys, as they're going to both have to face horses making their debuts from some pretty tough outfits.
Yeah, the connections here, and it makes sense. So these highly regarded young prospects, well-bred, as you look at early adopter, 4-trainer, Chad Brown, big closing week, 4 wins on Wednesday. Brown, there he is. McCulloch going today, 4-owner Seth Klarman, Chancellor McPatrick on Monday in the Grade 1 Hopeful Paul, and a 7th Saratoga training title in his grasp.
Yeah, it's more of a lockup. It's almost one of those things where you got 5 out of 6, and I think the guys behind him are battling for second, but they don't give you a ring for second place. They do give you a ring in Major League Baseball if you finish second place in your division. I think a lot of people don't know that. That's why a lot of people do fight to the end to try to finish second in their division. They do get a little bit of money, stuff like that. But you don't get anything for finishing second, so Chad's going to finish first. And
Maggie, what are you noticing here from early adopter?
And Lafitte, he's kind of a little bit of a tough read, because he's been doing his preparations at Monmouth. Not that there's anything wrong with that, nor do I interpret that as a negative. I just can't watch the workouts on XBTV. And while he's bred for the turf, you don't get to see what he may do in the mornings over the surface. But a son of Lope de Vega, the dam was a Grade 2 winner in England, and 2 of her foals have been winners, but did it when they were older. Looking at him here in the paddock, he does look well meant for this condition, as he should. Just a little soft, though. Not your fittest looking first-time starter from the Chad Brown barn. And, you know, was a little bit green when saddling. So I respect him, but I don't know. I feel like I want to take that wait and see approach. As number 5 in here for Todd Pletcher, Battle Drum, they paid the equivalent of $387,000 for him at the Arcana Breeze Up sale in France. And you can actually watch the horses in those Breeze Up videos. This guy really attacked the ground and got over it, and he is marching around this paddock. He was the one that you heard being a bit vocal, but not, not bewildered, not nervous, just kind of saying, hey, what's up to the rest of the field. But he is ready. He is well-muscled, strong, and looks very well prepared for his debut. Another firster I want to talk about is number 10, Got a Guy. Got a Guy is enormous. He looks like a 4-year-old gelding rather than a 2-year-old colt because he's so long and stretchy and leggy. So yeah, I think he lands in the right spot. I will say this though, he was totally outworked by one of his stablemates that we'll see later on in a dirt race out of the gate. So might be one that does not get out of there cleanly. And he also might want 1.5 miles Lafitte on the turf as opposed to this 1.16 mile given the way that he's put together.
Perhaps a little sharp for him. Big colt, Got a Guy, cold on the board. 24-1 as these 2-year-olds make their way front side of Post Parade Brewing. We'll be circling back for more on Early Adopter in just a moment. For trainer Chad Brown, you hear the call to post, but let's meet these 2-year-olds as they hit front side. And there is Complex Agenda, the Vinny Viola debuting homebred.
Well, obviously Vinny's had a lot of good horses in the past, and always happy to see him do well, and we should thank Vinny for bringing the Stanley Cup here this weekend. But this one really has more of a dirt pedigree.
Authentic gallop for Tom Amis, fast.
Yeah, and puts blinkers on, probably to make him a little bit faster. He should be cutting out the fractions in this race.
Go long, Randy Hill, Mike Gatz's first-time starter.
Yeah, football just started, so maybe a little bit of a hunch play, but a big price here.
And Battle Drum, Mike Rapoli is a debuting French colt.
Yeah, this one does have a lot more turf pedigree, though. The dam herself is 0 for 5 in the grass, and she's produced a couple of horses, didn't do a lot of running.
Statesman gets to run on grass today.
Yeah, Woodford and West Point team up here for the Son of Constitution, who did not run that badly first time out.
He is an Iowa bred. There he is, Cyclone State.
Yeah, we'll see. This horse ran well enough in the dirt, but we'll see if the turf pedigree there isn't one.
Early Adopter, Seth Klarman's first-time starter.
Yeah, by Lope de Vega, who seemed like he's taken really well to the racing here. I just want to mention one thing. The horses that have been working at Monmouth Park, they come in live for Chad, and Andy even knows that too. And by the way, do you really need a Got a Guy, or do you have a guy? If you say you got a guy, that means you're in trouble. If you have a guy,
was that a compliment? I'm trying to.
Even
Andy comment. I think that was a compliment, right?
Yeah, 100%. But what I'm saying is, if you got a guy, that means you're in trouble. If you have a guy, that means you have a guy that might fix your flat on the side of the freeway.
Decoding. With Paul LaDuca. Got a Guy at 24-1. The big colt. And a heads up. Take home your share of $10,000 on Saratoga's closing weekend. Hit the late pick 5 at Saratoga and Monmouth Park today and split $10,000. Opt in to win at NyraBets.com. These 2-year-olds and another look at Early Adopter for trainer Chad Brown, and just kind of a trend, Andy. The last 6 or 7 years, American owners are finding some serious quality turf runners at Tattersalls overseas.
No question about it, and it all really started when Peter Brandt and Chad Brown went over to Tattersalls in 2017, and they went and bought some horses, and Chad Brown called Seth Klarman and said, buy some horses for me as well. And the horse that really changed it was Newspaper of Record, who was sired by Luke de Vega. And I think it really helped set off Luke de Vega's career as a stallion as well. And they've had enormous success, and you have seen since then a real sea change in buying 2-year-olds, where every 2-year-old turf race here, it seems, is loaded with horses bought overseas. And it started with Peter having the idea to fly over there because it got harder to buy ready-made horses, and you had to start buying yearlings. And it's really changed things here, and it's made Tattersall almost a household name.
An Early Adopter, Rajiv. What are you expecting from him today as he is 9-2 as he gets set for his career debut?
It's coming off of Top Connections, and I don't know what to expect. There's not much to go by on the paper, but Chad Brown, trainer, he's not going to run a horse that doesn't have a good shot. It doesn't seem like he does that, so expect a good effort. I landed on number 1, Complex Agenda, as my top pick. I like this horse. August 2nd workout, 7 furlongs. I feel like he's primed and ready to go first time up for Todd Pletcher. The way I see this race shaping up is usually in these long distance turf races, there's not a lot of speed in the race. Today, there's a lot of speed between the number 2 Authentic Gallop and the number 7 Cyclone State. They're going to break out of there and go running because they showed a quick speed going 6 furlongs on the dirt. That I expect to translate to fast speed here on the turf. And what's going to happen is Complex Agenda is going to save a lot of ground from the inside post. He's going to sit a perfect trip off the speed and potentially get first run on the closers. I think he can upset this race at a big price.
The owner brought the Stanley Cup to the racetrack play, Rajiv. I see you working. I see you working. Owned by Vinny Viola. Lord Stanley's Cup at Saratoga, Florida Panthers. How cool is that?
I would love to drink some champagne out of the Stanley Cup.
We can make that happen.
No. I'm telling you what
or maybe we can't.
Tell me.
Fruit Loops. Just give me some Fruit Loops and some cereal. I'd be home. Fruit Loops in the Stanley Cup.
Is that what you would do with the Stanley Cup?
Second race of 13, Maggie. We are already off the rails.
Yeah, I'm hearing murmurs here that we want a beer or we want some champagne in there. I'm down for that as well. As we'll take a look here at number 7, Cyclone State. I hear what Rajiv's saying about this horse showing speed, and he very well could be. I'll say this, though. There's a little bit of a difference in the way that he's acting today relative to what I saw from him last time. He was really, really revved up last time, and today, for whatever reasons, we do see the rider off, number 8 in here. I do think that early adopter must have gotten Iran off. Excuse me, Manny off, sorry. But there we go. We're all good. As number 7, Cyclone State, like I said, a lot more settled today. You see the cotton in his ears. It looks like Connections took every precaution to get this horse to be more relaxed, especially with the stretch out and distance, because physically he is built like he wants more ground despite being forward in those sprint races. And I was thinking, well, maybe they read the forecast. They saw rain was possible, and they were hoping that this would come off and be a mile on the main track because there isn't that much turf pedigree. But watching him warm up, he really has that bounce and that cadence to his stride that suggests that he might be okay over it. So I thought a horse that kind of caught my eye, just given his big physical presence for getting more ground. And now I'm thinking maybe he could handle the turf just fine, guys.
Luis Saez aboard Cyclone State as they cross over to the turf course just to his inside in those West Point colors. Paul, your top selection. Another look at Statesman, who gets to run on grass this time.
Yeah, he's just bred for the grass. And I like that he did show a little bit of lick, at least a forward lick. Like he's not like slow out of the gate. I would think he's going to love the turf here today. And I get it, that why he's 2-1. And wow, that's a good-looking kid.
You know, you can always tell when somebody's relatively new on the show, like Rajiv, when they actually think you're going to get fast paces in these 2-year-old long-distance turf races. Every single thing that Rajiv says is correct. The 2 and 7 have significant speed. I predict that neither one of them is somehow in front in here, and whoever's in front is going 50 to the half. It doesn't seem possible, and I disagree with what I just said, except neither one of these horses, I guarantee one of these horses is not in the top 3.
I would be dumbfounded if that happens.
It happens every single 2-year-old turf race.
I can't see a way how a horse that goes 45
for the half. Back for more and won't back down. I respect it.
But he's right. He's right what he's saying. You're not wrong what you're saying intellectually. It just never seems to happen.
I hope they set the track on fire.
So do I.
On. Let's see how it unfolds.
Be a first.
With Statesman the favorite at 2-1. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post-time race through Saratoga.
Got a guy, the last one to load. Early adopter's throwing his head around in there. Calms down. A little frisky. And they're off. Little stutter step for Go Long out of the gate. Nothing serious, and he's going to vie for the early lead. Joined on the inside by Complex Agenda. Authentic Gallop is in between those two. So Authentic Gallop now goes on with it, and he will duel with Go Long into the first turn. Then comes Complex Agenda in third. They appear to be going pretty rapidly in the early going. Cyclone State is fourth, and Headstrong wanting to be a little bit closer, but taken a hold of. In the meantime, Early Adopter settles down at the rail in fifth, 6 lengths off the lead, followed by Got a Guy outside Statesman. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Behind Statesman, Battle Drum gets a little bit of a nudge, and Executive is at the back. It's Authentic Gallop leading the way by a length, with Go Long in second. 2 more lengths, Complex Agenda and Cyclone State are side by side. They are followed by Early Adopter. Got a Guy is next. 2 clear of Battle Drum, Statesman, and Executive. 48 and 3 for the half mile. Around the far turn, Authentic Gallop still there. In fact, opens it up to a length and a half. Complex Agenda hard ridden on the inside, trying to get by Go Long, who's still in second. Outside of them, Cyclone State with the yellow cap makes his move, and following him is Early Adopter. He's hugged the rail throughout, swings to the center of the course for the drive. They're coming to the 8th pole. It's Authentic Gallop and Cyclone State within 2 lengths of him, trying hard to close that gap. Center of the course, Early Adopter is in third. They're coming to the 16th pole. Authentic Gallop. Now Early Adopter kicks it into overdrive, and Early Adopter gradually runs him down to score. Authentic Gallop was second. Executive finished with a flourish to get third. It's a photo for 4.
The Tattersall's acquisition in his debut, right to the winner's circle at Saratoga. Chad Brown on his way to the winner's circle. He's already wrapped up the trainer title for owner Seth Klarman, now 4 clear in the owner standings at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it was a tough beat for our friend Tom Amos, as his 2 did all the running up front. And Raj, it wasn't as fast as some thought, but this was not a slow pace. This horse was aggressively ridden. Manny Franco could not have given the winner a better trip. She bore out a little top of the stretch, but overall, Paulie, I would say Trip made the horse the winner over the 2.
Horse really lowered it, head down, and ran that horse down. Tom's horse ran giant. Rajiv, I think the one kind of like didn't want to go up in there. Your horse was getting a really good trip, but Early Adopter, Manny Franco, we talked, I said this before, I want to say like 2 or 3 summers ago, I don't know how many times Chad thanked his Monmouth crew for getting a horse ready. His horse is coming from Monmouth. Everybody goes, oh, it's his second string. It's not his second string.
Tell that the practical joke.
This is highly regarded as the best jockey colony in racing by industry experts. And I love to see a race like this when all jockeys rode a good race. I'd say a lot of horses got good trips. It was a fairly run race. Manny Franco here lost the crop when he's switching his hands, and you could see him trying to use his hand to show the horse, almost recreating what the effect of the whip. Because sometimes these young horses, you don't have that crop to kind of spur them forward. They'll get lost and stop running. Luckily for him, Early Adopter kept his momentum going. This horse was really impressive today. But go back to it, like every horse, I think, had a great trip. And even the number 9 Executive that finished third, he finished
Is that just
fast.
instant panic for a rider at that point in the race, and you can feel the crop slipping out of your grasp?
Man, he never lost the crop. He's just being humble here. He
I'd tell you
was
how
the
it felt if
perfect
it ever
rider.
happened.
That guy, he had hands with a vice grip.
Seth Klarman's Early Adopter for Chad Brown. Manny Franco, 8-2-9-1 in the second at Saratoga. When we return, he is easy to spot on track, but a flash from start to finish in the Whitney. Can he do it again? Arthur's Ride, the favorite in tomorrow's Jockey Club Gold Cup.
75, $774,000, 775. Want to be 60? That help you 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package surge. Got to be 8 and 25, $825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, $850, 75, out on $860,000 and a half, $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Gordon to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kayla, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Lonely.
My track.
Get him a friend.
This is my track.
Andy?
I have no friends. Maybe I'd be perfect for that bird. I got you, Lafitte. That's all I need.
I thought we were besties.
Man,
Okay, two
Manny
friends.
Franco.
Always my
Let's
friend.
see if he got his crop back. He wins the second early adopter. He's with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yeah, I feel that bird. But Manny, not everything going accordingly. Before you even went in the gate, what happened out there? You needed a leg up.
He was a little green, you know, looking around and everything, and he kind of do like this, like he saw something, and he dropped me. I got lucky that I stayed with him. But he's a really cool horse, you know. He's just learning first race, and I think he did it the nice way. So.
And you can't get anything by on us. We saw your stick go flying about a 16th out from the finish line, but just a hand ride, and you responded beautifully for you.
Yeah, I mean, he was running scary, you know, like he go all over the place, and as soon as I tried to, you know, I pulled my stick up, and I think the whip fly, you know.
We're watching it right now. Yeah, right on when you tried to switch it.
Yeah, that was happening.
Does that happen sometimes? Talk a little bit about the mechanics of trying to switch your stick from hand to hand, because you guys are so good, and that rarely happens.
Yeah, it's not easy, but as soon you do it every day like we do, so it just, you know, it's a rhythm, you know, like you have to have the rhythm with the horse, and I think that's the way you switch both hands. So.
Well done, you. You got him to the winner's circle day at first asking.
Thank you, Maggie.
Not the smoothest, but he got it done, and well ridden by Manny Franco. And really, guys, Manny Franco doesn't need a crop. He's one of the strongest riders we have.
Terrific ride in the end. Crop or no crop. Raj, what is awaiting Manny Franco?
Oh, he's going to get some hazing when he gets back to the jocks room. Usually when you lose the crop, there's jockeys waiting with rubber bands telling you that, oh, you need a rubber band to wrap around the crop to keep it in place. So that's usually something that we all laugh about when we get back to the jocks room. But on days like this, when there's a little bit of moisture, a little rain, sometimes it gets on the handles of the whip, and that could cause it to be a little slippery. Most times you'll see jockeys losing the crop is when there's a little bit of wetness and getting the whip wet.
Sounds good. That'll be Manny's story, and he's sticking to it. Early adopter, Andy. I'm going to ask you to speculate because we didn't hear from Chad Brown after the race. There's the third race coming up next. Does this look like a horse early adopter we could see in the Pilgrim at Aqueduct?
Yeah, I would say he's almost a cinch to be in the Pilgrim, assuming he's able to get to the race. As you're trying to get to the Breeders' Cup, and we've talked about this, the Breeders' Cup turf 2-year-old races are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races by far, and every owner wants to get there. And Chad Brown certainly has gotten there and gotten the winner's circle a lot, so we'll expect to see this one in the Pilgrim not that long from now at
Early
Aqueduct.
October at Aqueduct. The 3 grade 1s here at Saratoga, there remain 2 for 2-year-olds, Spinaway, and of course the hopeful, and then older horses tomorrow in the fabled Jockey Club Gold Cup, now at Saratoga. First run all the way back in 1919. So much history and tradition. Who was fastest? He was amazing on his best day. Skip Away, 10 furlongs in 1:58.89. Most wins by an individual horse. Kelso, 5 straight from 60 to 64. For the owners, most wins 5. Bohemia Stable, Glen Riddle Farm, owners of Manowar. Most Gold Cup wins by a trainer. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, a 6-time Gold Cup winning trainer. Bill Mott seeking a 5th tomorrow afternoon. That's not a typo. The master, Eddie Arcaro, 11-time Gold Cup winning rider. 3 horses have won the Gold Cup and gone on to capture the Breeders' Cup Classic. Cigar back in 95, 16 Jockey Club Gold Cup winners crowned champion, including the mighty Curlin in 2008. 7 Gold Cup winners named Horse of the Year, the mighty Forgo in 1974. And look at that, what it's all about. Gold Cup winners, 24 of them in the Hall of Fame, including Shu V, the only female to defeat the boys in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
So what you're saying is the Jockey Club Gold Cup is one of the many huge races we run at Saratoga.
One of them. It's a big trophy in thoroughbred racing, as is Lord Stanley's Cup. Vinny Viola, right there in his box, only at Saratoga. Right, you have a Kentucky Derby winning owner in Vinny Viola, who, oh, by the way, owns the Florida Panthers, who just captured the Stanley Cup.
No, I don't think we can thank Vinny enough for bringing the cup
It's
here.
just awesome.
It's just incredibly cool. The Stanley Cup appears in so many funny places. It's now in Saratoga, and thanks to Vinny Viola.
Yeah, it showed up a lot of different places, but the history behind it is, the names that are etched in that go way back, and it kind of like is a segue to this place, the history that's in this place. I mean, there's a lot etched on there, and I think when I first saw the Stanley Cup, I like to look at the top of it and see all the names. You see Bobby Orr, you see some of the greats of all time. Wayne Gretzky, obviously, on that multiple times with the Canadians. So it's got a lot of history, and I think bringing it here just pairs it perfect.
Do you think there's a chance that we can convince him to take it down to Caroline Street tonight? The Stanley Cup or
you're telling
Broadway?
Us you're going to be at Caroline Street tonight?
I mean, if the Stanley Cup is going down there,
I have a question. If you're going to be at Caroline Street tonight, what are the chances you're wearing your shirt the entire evening?
If I'm drinking
Apparently
champagne,
not very high.
If I'm drinking champagne out of the Stanley Cup tonight, I'm probably going to end up with my shirt
I'm
off.
not saying I've seen Rajiv more than 15 or 20 times without his shirt on Caroline Street, but I've heard he's done it even more times than that.
It just happened.
You're the life of the party, Raj. Always have been.
How I segue back to the Jockey Club Gold Cup very clumsily. It is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event when you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic 7 strong. 1.25 miles. Let's meet the field, starting with Tappet Trice. Is this the time? Are we going to see the best that Tappet Trice has to offer?
No, I think that's the question of the race. He was terrific in the Monmouth Cup, and he was one of the best 3-year-olds in the country last year, and maybe he's matured, and Irad is the tonic that he needed. I think he is a major player.
Tappet Trice. To his outside, Couchard, who no match for Tappet Trice in that Monmouth Cup.
Yeah, going to be tough to turn the tables. And in a horse that, I get it, lives in that like middle land, but going to be a big long shot.
Louis Sias to ride. The number 3, Bright Future, the defending champ, looking to go back-to-back in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
He laid an egg in the Whitney last time as my top pick. I really liked him going in there. He didn't show up. They put blinkers on, and he's the kind of horse that I think the blinkers would have the desired effect that they're looking for, to kind of keep him engaged and a little closer to the pace.
Seems like a long time ago, but Disarm, yes, 4th in last year's Kentucky Derby.
I mean, this is kind of his last chance. He's going to get a fast track, and maybe the wet track hurt him again, but he has been a massive disappointment after showing a lot of promise as a 3-year-old.
Pyrenees on the ascend. Pimlico Special winner, 2nd in the Grade 1, Stephen Foster.
Yeah, lost behind Kingsbard. Sri DeVos been very unlucky at this meet. Maybe Brian Hernandez can bring her a lot of luck with that horse.
Godolphin's Highland Falls second to Tapit Trice in the Monmouth Cup.
I mean, this guy is super consistent. He's won 4 of his 8 starts. He always shows up with a good race. I think he's going to also appreciate the 1.25 mile distance.
Arthur's Ride, yeah, that Whitney was a prep for the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
He's a terrific horse, but we talk about this beat the favorite they want us to do on the show. I will be trying to beat this favorite. I think he's good, but I also think he's coming off of 2 really, really good setups in his races. And while he looks almost unbeatable on paper, I think he's extremely vulnerable, but could be wrong.
Just a stunning racehorse. And then Paulie in the Whitney Arthur's Ride, far outside post. He took it to him right from the start. He made the lead, top of the stretch here. There is no catching him.
No, there wasn't. And listen, when you go back to this race, National Treasure was in this race, was supposed to go to the front end. But, you know, National Treasure's the horse that kind of doesn't like a wet surface. So I can understand where Andy's going, saying, okay, it might have been a little bit dressed up because he just kept on going and nobody ran. And he was very good. But you got horses like Krupe that are mile 3/8 horses that were closing into that pace. So you can go either way. When you back up 110 buyers, you start thinking to yourself, okay, this is obviously a real racehorse. If he does it again, then he's a serious race. He's already a serious racehorse. If he does it again, he's going to put himself in the picture as the Breeders' Cup favorite for the Classic.
We're going to see more of the same?
There was a lot more speed in the Whitney last time, and he ran fast to clear the entire field. He ran a half in 46 and change. This race tomorrow, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, doesn't have a lot of early speed. He has a huge, distinct pace advantage on his rivals. He's not going to have to even run nearly as fast early, and he's going to inherit the lead. He's going to be super tough to beat. I'm intrigued with the number 1 Tapit Trice, who I think is a horse that has a major upside, and I'm excited to see how he runs. But Arthur's Ride, that pace advantage he has is so distinct.
I don't disagree as base advantage, but I think the race is going to be run a little bit differently. I think that while Tapit Trice was much the best in here, and he could absolutely win this race, I do think that Highland Falls is going to be a better rival for him in this race. And I think that Highland Falls will be a lot more forward with Florent Giroux. And when he does that, I think it'll enhance his chances.
Riding.
Oh, it's Flavian's riding this horse? Oh, you're right. It is Flavian. And he's pretty good. Right?
God,
He's got a few
enjoyed
stakes. He's got a few stakes wins in the meet. I think you're going to see Highland Falls run a lot better in here being closer. I think both of these horses are very dangerous in here, and I don't disagree about the pace advantage, but I think this race is more competitive than a lot of people are going to think.
I totally disagree that Highland Falls is going to be up close to the pace, because he's the kind of horse, if you watch his races, even in moderate to slow pace races, the jockey's having to urge him all the way to keep in touch. And I think that he doesn't have that natural early speed.
He's not fast as the favorite, but he's not going to be as far out of it. I don't think he's going to lose the position that he did last time.
March towards the Breeders' Cup Classic continues, and the stakes schedule here at Saratoga with the 3 Grade 1 events remaining today. The Spinaway 2-year-old filly, tomorrow Jockey Club Gold Cup. Bill Mott looking for a 5th Arthur's Ride, and 2-year-olds on Monday. The Grade 1 traditional closing day feature, the Hopeful. Back to the Saturday program. Race number 3 at New York Bred Turf Sprinters Allowance. You're looking at Street Rod. We check in with Maggie. Street Rod, what are you seeing, Maggie? This lightly raced 4-year-old gelding.
Yeah, coming back in yet again off another layoff Lafitte, but the first time he got to the turf, in which they intended to get him there first time out, he made good on that promise that he is a turf horse, winning against a open company down at Gulfstream Park. That was in the early part of this 4-year-old campaign, but obviously a horse that battles some issues. I will say this, he is so much more athletic than what he was going back to when I first saw him, which was opening weekend here last year. He's grown, he's gotten longer. I always appreciate seeing horses do that. Now he comes in here, he looks fit. Now Chris Engelhardt, not known necessarily for winning turf races, but I do like what I'm seeing from this horse today. He is wearing front wraps, but Chris is a trainer that runs anything and everything in 4 wraps regardless. Moving on to number 3, Twisted Filigree. This guy ran so well first off the bench, and I was suspect of him because he just didn't look totally fit and defined. And while last time he really looked a lot more tucked up, It's just the wrong surface. This guy is an out-and-out turf sprinter. He is your typical prototype for what you look for in a horse that wants to run 5.5 on the turf. So I like the fact that now we're dealing with a fit horse, third off the bench, and he's getting to do it on his preferred surface. Now, number 6, your man Alex, another one of the lightly raced contingency in here. He is such a bonny little horse in that, he's very typey looking. He has this long kind of arc neck that he gets himself all revved up, and he is really on it today. Last time he wasn't quite this revved up as Mel Giddings on his head gave her all she could handle while getting the tack on him. But I just like the fact and respect this horse because he's shown up so far in all 3 of his efforts on the track, Lafitte.
And he's the favorite at 2-1. Sean Bridgmohan, Mel Giddings, 3 for 6 together at the meet. Those have been all long shots. This one, a favorite. You see what your man Alex does in this third race, post time 9 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Hey race fans, I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Jane Minar, and this is your Fox Weather Risk of Weather Impact Report for Saratoga Live. It's closing weekend, so we've got all the big races on the board. Let's go through the forecast for the races at Saratoga Racecourse. Let's start today, featuring the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes. We do have a couple thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon hours. Temperatures are going to be holding through the 70s. That thunderstorm activity begins to fizzle as we get into the day on Sunday. So pushing ahead, we'll highlight the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Through Sunday, temperatures are comfortable into the 80s, and showers and thunderstorms are out of our hair. We've got sunshine back on the board. That's going to keep us going into Monday, closing day. The feature race is the Grade 1 Hopeful Stakes. Temperatures a bit cooler as we close out the weekend. 70 degrees, falling down into the upper 40s. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Jane, thanks so much. Raj, didn't you study meteorology, you told me?
Yeah. Raj told us we're going to be off the turf when we showed up on the set today.
Yeah, look at all this rain around us. There's going to be a monsoon.
He studied it for very long. Overcast here, very comfortable late summer afternoon at Saratoga. And should the temperature drop tomorrow, windbreaker giveaway.
Absolutely. I think a key to this race is what the 8 does at the start. Haymack is Jack. When this horse is good, he has the speed to outrun just about any turf sprinter in the country. But his two race, excuse me, because it's coming up the layoff, he hasn't broken in either one of them, and he's ended up towards the back of the pack. If he breaks here, he presents a real problem early for Twisted Filigree and probably late for everybody else.
That's such
but
a
if
big
he gets
if.
left, right,
Toss of the coin.
Well, I'd say it's almost an unlikely he breaks given his break since returning. And if he doesn't break, then Twisted Filigree, who's likely to be the favorite by post time, is in a position to lead this field in a merry chase.
Oh, I picked the number 3 because Twisted Filigree, because I expect him to just go gate to wire. Eric Cancel, just let him bounce out of there and run him off their feet.
Maggie touching on how fit he looked. Twisted Filigree there. Street Rod, the third career star for this 4-year-old gelding.
And to be fair, he's had some time to improve since breaking his maiden. He'd have to, but not that much that he's impossible.
Noble Huntsman, Lane Luzzy in the saddle.
Yeah, 1 for 24 lifetime. And how about this? A deep closer. The one win was at the 5.5 furlong.
Twisted Filigree, Eric Cancel, who has ridden every start to date.
And listen, he was best. He ran much better than your man Alex when he beat him in nose 2 races back, and he's not a dirt horse. If the 8 doesn't break, this guy may very well control from start to finish.
Struggle of late for Stop the Spread.
Well, a lot of people are being yelling that on this Saturday in a couple Sundays.
Crease number 5, kind of one-geared, kind of one-paced.
Going to need a lot of pace to run into, and even if he gets it, why is he better than other horses closing?
Yep. Your man Alex, who is the favorite, tough beat at the level opening weekend.
This team's been potent, though. Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgman. I just thought the horse should have won last time out, and I get it at 5-2 because of the connection.
They're outrunning their PPs.
Yeah, they are. Nano Man, who is improving, graduated in his 6th start.
I picked this horse. I don't know where the last effort came from, but it was legitimately good. And if he runs it again, he's going to be tough. And the other thing is he has enough speed to be in position if the 8 doesn't break behind the 3.
And that's what we're watching right from the start. From Haymack, it's Jack. Will he get out of the blocks clean?
Well, Irad seems to pull rabbits out of a lot of hats, so hopefully he'll see what happens here.
Irish Tenor, daylight winner in the slop to graduate.
And to be fair, he was involved in a very fast pace that collapsed in his one turf race, so he might be better than he looks. And he's actually kind of a sleeper to maybe be a little bit forward in this race if the 8 doesn't break.
So the winner of this race, the winner's share of the $95,000 purse and the Stanley Cup, I've been told. The winner of this 3rd race at Saratoga gets the Stanley Cup.
Does Vinny know?
Added incentive.
Does he know you're giving it away? We're going to see him running out of the track with it because of you.
Vinny Viola with the Florida Panthers. It's so cool. Lord at Stanley's Cup here at Saratoga. Twisted Filigree winding up. Eric Cancel aboard. 2 starts back his last turf race. Your man Alex in there as well, Andy. Twisted Filigree cuts the corner in front.
I'll get in trouble by making speeches against Melanie Gibbings and Sean Bridgman horses because they've been the most unbeatable team I've ever seen in Saratoga, especially horses that don't always make a lot of sense. But this horse ran so much worse than the number 3 Twisted Filigree. Twisted Filigree was coming off of a year-plus layoff. He set all the pace. Your man Alex, who had races behind him, got a perfect trip and ranged up, and not only didn't win the race, Paulie, but couldn't even get by him with a absolutely perfect setup. And if the 8 doesn't break, there's a chance the 3 is in a very comfortable position here.
Yeah, the 6 went right up to Twisted Filigree and just could not close the deal. Now the 7, Nano Man, does get Lasix for the first time. I think the outside draw is very key, too, for the 7.
Aptly named Nano Man, right? For you guys that like the David and Goliath stories, Nano Man is a really small horse. So it's a fun horse to watch because usually these tiny or framed horses aren't that fast as their competition, but this guy can really run.
For Philistines like me, what does Nano Man refer to?
I have no idea. You tell me.
I thought you were just...
I'm watching Manny Franco.
I'm a little confused here.
Nano Man, Manny Franco. His best 2 races were with Manny Franco aboard. And this was an odd one because he showed speed, he dropped way back, and then he circled the field and rallied late.
And he was coming out of a maiden claiming race. Now, in a lot of New York bred races, the maiden claimers and maiden specials aren't necessarily as significantly different as open maiden claimers and maiden specials. But I don't know where it came from. But he ran last time, and I believe if he runs that race, he's going to win. And at 5-1, I'm going to find out. I'm scared of everybody else's pick the 3, no doubt about it. But I'm going to take a shot with Nano Man.
Is the sneaky money going to the 1 here? I mean, Dylan Davis.
You're right. That horse getting bet, Paul. It's a great point.
He's getting bet Street Rod, as is Hey Mac, It's Jack, Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. And I just want to circle back to Nano Man really quick. Maybe it's a good thing, but I thought after such a big performance to go on Lasix may be a little bit of a negative. So we'll see. But number 8, Hey Mac, It's Jack, a horse who has taken couple races to get fit. Now, it also seems as though he's a horse that has lost his early speed, which does sometimes bother me, and not that he's run poorly having to come from off of it, so at least he's showing a different dimension. Today, now third off that extended layoff for Jamie Begg, he looks so much more fit. This is a horse that literally, look at his barrel into his gaskin there and his flank. That wasn't there. That definition was not there the first time he ran back, and even more so, this time than it was last time. So, Hey Mac, It's Jack, look for him to put forth his best effort. Number 9, the other John Kimmel, Irish Tenor. As Andy said, the pace completely evaporated, but is he a horse that needs the lead to be effective? And I don't know if he's quite fast enough to be a true turf sprinter. I will say this, though. John Kimmel scratched him when this race came off the turf 2 weeks ago and seems intent on getting him on this surface. He does have more of a turf hoof, so he has that going for him. We'll find out, though, if he can adjust his running style today, guys.
Irish Tenor, Jose Lezcano seeking a second in the afternoon. What are we expecting from him?
Well, I mean, if the 8 doesn't break, I'd be very surprised if the 9 isn't sitting at least second in this race, unless we see Dylan come out firing with Street Rod, who didn't show enough speed in his debut to be forward in this race.
I expect that the 9.
He's a good gate horse in 9 too.
Yeah, he's going to have to send from the outside
if the 8 doesn't get left
to try to clear some of these horses, because he doesn't want to get caught up 4 wide going into the turn. So I expect that Jose is going to gun him from the outside. And the way I see the race shaping up is that the number 3 is going to be on the lead on the inside, and the 9 is going to be sitting second or third just on the outside.
If the 8 breaks, the 8's going to be in front.
That's what we're looking for.
That's the most important thing in this race.
Since he's come back, he hasn't broken well.
I know.
Frank Mirmati standing by post time for the 3rd from Saratoga.
Irish Tenor goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nano Man rockets out of the gate, and a very slow start for Noble Huntsman. So it's Nano Man who is swarmed on instantly. Street Rod, the gray, is coming through along the inside to battle, and Twisted Filigree. So those 2 match strides. Irish Tenor now 3rd. Nano Man between rivals 4th. Creasa is on the fence in 5th. Eager 3 lengths off the lead, moving into the far turn. Hey Mac, It's Jack is next. They're followed by Your Man Alex. Stop the spread. Slow starting Noble Huntsman is at the back of the field. 21-4 for the opening quarter. The battle continues up top. Street Rod, Twisted Filigree right up alongside in second. Hey Mac, It's Jack is making a wide but smart move in the center of the race course. Coming after them, Nano Man, White Blinkers is there too. They're in the center of the course. Coming from way out of it is Your Man Alex. Your Man Alex is motoring quickly, hand-ridden too in the center of the race course. Hey Mac, It's Jack. Creasa splits rivals, and now Creasa is coming for battle with Twisted Filigree. It will be Creasa and Romero Mirage to get the money. Twisted Filigree was second. It was a photo for 3rd between Hey Mac, It's Jack and Your Man Alex.
Man, those Mirages can ride.
What a difference-making ride that was. He set an amazing trip, saving ground, waiting patiently. Look at Romero here. You can see he's waiting. He's looking for a way. He doesn't get desperate and try to put himself in a spot. He sees a gap, splits. Just an absolutely flawless ride as he takes dead aim on the number 3, Twisted Filigree. I am just so happy.
The difference was that he got position early. This is a horse who's never shown much speed, and Romero had this horse very close to a contested pace to get that position. She's never been that, or he's never really been that close before, so when the race started falling apart, he was in position to get the win. He didn't run the best race. The second horse ran the best race, but because Romero got that position, he had a chance to win when the race came apart late.
I'm sorry. You got to go to the front end with the 3. You got to press the button. I don't know what it is, but Eric thinks he's riding a lot of Brad Cox horses where he can just rate. If we go back to the beginning, the 3 actually came in, and the 2 had a brutal beginning in here. Take back a look at the start here. The 3 kind of came in, 4 came in, chain reaction, the 2 almost got dropped.
From the onset, you can see Eric, his horse broke
But he's
well.
not pushing. Go forward.
At the end of the day, the 3 ran the best race today, like he did last time out, and somebody else just got a better trip and was able to beat him. But I still say Romero deserves a lot of credit for putting his horse in a position, if this was going to happen, where he could win. If this horse had been as far back as he normally is, I don't believe he would have been able to get the job done. So give a lot of credit to Romero for the position he got to be able to get a little lucky to win.
But the issue is when you let the 1 get underneath you beginning of the race, you've taken some steam out of your horse.
To be fair, Paulie, and listen, I can be critical of Eric as anybody. It's not like they were going that slowly out there. I mean, they were moving enough. I don't think
45.
Well, I'm just not sure. I mean, if Eric had really pushed the 3 and gone 21-3, do you really think the horse would have won?
Lots to unpack.
Yeah.
Lots to
That's
unpack.
all I'm saying.
23-1. Creesa, full brother, won the last race yesterday. Creesa finished today. That's been an issue. Pulls off the upset. Meantime, when we come back, the story of father and son, Mike Luzzy, Lane Luzzy. Mike, who rode in New York for decades, Lane in the beginning of his career, and now they're working together. Jockey and Jock's agent. That story's next.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Exciting third race. That's Stretch Drive. Coverage, as always, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Why we love turf racing. In the end, an upset. Creesa, Romero, Mirage with Maggie.
I said, handsome. And he looked around. He said, I know my name. our ongoing joke here, Romero. But really, nice ride on Creasa today. You had him a little bit more closer, the guys were saying, than he has been. Was that, and since you've ridden him in the 2 times prior, kind of learned that he needs to have that more forward position?
Yeah, kind of. The whole thing with Creasa is that once he breaks good, I don't want to take anything away from him and give him too much to do. So we broke, the 2 inside horses went, so I naturally just dropped right in. They kept on going, so we didn't get the shuffle. So we just got that nice pocket trip right behind of them. So I just had to kind of just bite my time until something opened up, which I'm glad that it did.
How satisfying is that when you know you're on a not the lead, don't need the lead horse, but you want to be close and you just can drop over?
Oh, it's the best feeling. My cousin always taught me that that's the best position that you want to be in when you see 2 horses or 3 horses going at it up front, just sitting on the rail right behind them and just being as patient as possible until something opens up, and 9 times out of 10 it does, and I'm glad it did today.
I want to know something. Has Raj given you ride of the week yet?
No, he snubbed me last week for the Travers, which is understandable because it's a grade 1. But after I won that race with Pat Reynolds last week, he was like, oh, that's for sure the ride of the week. And what do I know? I'm watching Fox Sports. I don't see myself pop up. It's Raj and Johnny V. I'm like, okay, it's nice.
Overtaken by a Hall of Famer. You know, what the heck?
Yeah, I'll take that. Take Johnny V any day, so it's fine. It happens.
Are you going to campaign yourself for this one?
Yeah, most definitely. Hey, he has to, or else we're supposed to drive back together. I'm taking his car, and he's going to have to stay here in Saratoga. He'll miss his own baby shower.
You heard it here, Raj. You're in trouble, man.
Glad there's somebody besides me that abuses Rajiv.
Oh, he abuses me all the time, but I can't abuse him with this. This is definitely ride of the week worthy. You know, when we talk about ride of the week, we're always looking for a ride, a difference-making ride. A horse that didn't have to win, but the moves the jockeys made is what made the difference between winning and losing. And this is the ultimate example of that. He got his horse in a position that is not even accustomed to being in, just so that he's not too far off the pace. And he was able to split at the perfect time after saving all the ground. It's just, you couldn't have mapped it up any better.
Well, you are the brains, because there is no ride of the meet coming up. But that's
You
good.
go.
Tell
This is week 8.
Oh, you're going to do it on the road?
We're doing it tomorrow morning and showing it tomorrow.
We're leaving. Thank God we're leaving, and we won't be any more rides of the week.
You already have
can't
a
do it
decision
today.
made?
There's 2 days
left. No, we were waiting. Today was the last day to pick the ride of the week, and he put this out there.
Wow.
Nepotism.
Paulie and I are putting
They're
up
8
an
weeks in
inquiry.
Saratoga.
We're putting up a steward's inquiry on this.
Nepotism gets a bad rap. I don't want to hear anything about it. Nepotism gets a bad rap. Race 4, Saratoga, upset, 23-20 in the third. $20,000 maiden claimer, 6.5 furlongs. Takeout numbers 2, 3, and 6. Confabulation at 2-1. Another contender, number 4, Conniving, at 9-2. Conniving to be ridden by Lane Luzzy. Look, this is a tough place to win, right? He's seeking his first win of the meet. But he has a chance here to get that first win at Saratoga this summer, does Lane Luzzy on Conniving, a mount secured by his father, Mike, his agent.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and you know, it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Floral Park Memorial across the street, and when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you know, you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. You know, it was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses. And when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks like kind of bummed out that the horses were gone. And that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
Lane Luzzy trying for that first win of the meet. Raj, and okay, so it's been a struggle this meet. One thing nobody's going to question is Lane Luzzy's heart and just how tough he really is.
That mental fortitude that he showed. He got kicked in the face a few weeks ago here, and he was able to bounce back remarkably and ride the same day. Lane, and you know, when you're not winning races, you can get disappointed, and people put their heads down and their chin drops. One thing I love about his mentality, he comes out, he smiles, he's sticking to it, he's trying to tough it out, and he doesn't seem discouraged. And nothing would make me feel happier to close out this weekend than Lane getting a win.
Guy walked in the paddock 30 minutes after almost getting kicked. Did get kicked in the face, and it could have been worse. He's got my respect. I'll tell you that.
He's got a big shot here with the four conniving, yeah.
Lane Luzzy on conniving. That's coming up next. 16 minutes out. We'll have riders up, a post parade. And there is the four who Lane Luzzy will be riding. Coming up shortly, the fourth race from Saratoga. Closing weekend coverage continues.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 two-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Whether you've been following the game forever or brand new to the sport, great stuff at ABR, americasbestracing.net. We're going to welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast very shortly. She's going to tell you who looks best in the paddock for this $20,000 maiden claimer. You see the field and updated odds with Confabulation at 2-1. Andy, a trustworthy class dropper here in your opinion?
No.
All right.
But I feel my theory in this race is I want to bet against anybody coming out of the first race on July 24th. So that gets rid of both the 4 and the 8 in this race. And so after that, I'm left with a 7 and 9. I'm rooting for my man, Nick Zito, to get the job done with forced errors. But Confabulation, Paulie, might just be the right one in this race.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at this field and, like, you keep drawing yourself back to the 7, and it's not because of the accomplishments of the first race. Blinkers go on. Chad saddling the horse. I mean, then that's key. I do think the 4, Conniving, is the horse at this level on the dirt, the horse to beat, along with the 8. I think they're very, very comparable.
That's how they look on paper, for how they look in person. We welcome in Acacia. Confabulation. Acacia, Ford trainer Chad Brown, leading trainer here at Saratoga. What is he showing you pre-race?
Well, it's interesting with these kinds of races, Lafitte, because when you look at horses in the paddock, you're often taking them on an individual basis and how they suit conditions. But sometimes at this level and with horses dropping in class, it's also how they look in comparison to their competition. And it's that old racing adage, finding their friends. And maybe that's just going to be the case with Confabulation. I was not in the paddock for his first start, and you had a Chad Brown first-time starter who cost $425,000, debuting for $75,000. So obviously there was a little bit of trepidation with that, and clearly the barn was accurate in their assessment of his talent level. So once again, just being logical, and he does look like a standout here in the paddock, adding blinkers on for the first time, a short cheater cup going on, which could hopefully add a little bit more speed, because he did break out at the start on debut and kind of settled mid-pack, and then when Manny Franco asked him, just no rally late. There is some good size to him, so I can understand going longer, but maybe with sprinting and again, maybe with some softer competition, he will be able to take a step forward, as he has gotten sharper now that they've put the tack on. The number 9, though, Forced Errors, I find very intriguing for Nick Zito. Did debut sprinting on the dirt at Churchill at first asking for $40,000, and I thought with an inside draw that day, kind of rushing up the inside, and one that looked a little uncomfortable in the stretch as well, kind of had his head turned out late and not the easiest to ride and keep going forward, especially for a 5-pound apprentice. And then last time out going long on the turf, which clearly he doesn't want to do. And now we see him going back to the main track and on the dirt. And I'd written last time that he was kind of small and quiet and just wasn't really sold if longer was better. Again, in comparison to his competition, he looks just much better today in this group than he did with the quality even of that field that he faced last time out. He's also much more fit, and I think just much better suited to these conditions, and really could take a big step forward in this spot. Now, the 2 horses coming out of that July 24th race, yes, it was one of the softer maiden claiming races that we've seen. And in comparison to the 2 that I just talked about, Conniving, the 4, along with the 8, Shaking the Bell, have already been exposed at this level. So often for me with these kinds of races, that can be a little bit of a negative. But as far as Conniving is concerned, was in that kind of blanket finish, all run down late by 2 tons of fun, but did re-rally with some company, and a horse that has been knocking at the door. Looks fine, very fit, great in his coat for Carlos Figueroa, whose horses are always so well turned out. We'll see if that's enough for him to get around the others dropping in class, Lafitte.
Conniving Acacia at 4-1 to be ridden by Lane Luzzy. Let's revisit his latest. Same level. He's favored. Conniving. Solid effort here. Shaking the bell as well. And they're just going to miss.
You want one of my handicapping adages. It's when virtually the entire field hits the wire together in a dirt race. It's highly likely it was an extremely weak race because the chances that they all ran well are insignificant. The winner of this race, by the way, is the Gold Cap in 6th right now. That ends over 6. I can't even count number 6. Gets it up.
Yeah, that's a blanket finish.
Nobody out of this race, which Paulie leaves us with a 7 and 9, right? Kind of.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you either play both of those horses or you just completely throw out the field. And I kind of agree with you. You're completely throwing out the field. And so does that make for 7-9? Maybe you'll get a 7-1. You can get some maybe 7-5 in here. And then the exacta turns into something nice.
Isn't the 9 getting a little ignored here at 6-1? What's wrong with this horse's one dirt race?
The dirt race was definitely good enough to make him very effective in here, and his most recent race is on a turf, so people probably looking at that dismal performance was a complete different surface. You know, I hate to say this, but I totally agree with you, Andy. I don't really like that race that those horses are coming out of, and if Conniving was to win, that was the day he was supposed to win.
Well, you're having a flashback because not only did you think it was a bad race, you had to spend that day on the set with me watching that race.
Yeah.
So you probably have a little bit.
I thought didn't we both pick the winner?
Yes, it was the last winner we both picked together.
Yeah.
That same
Beautiful
theory
memory.
doesn't apply at all or just less when it comes to a grass race?
A little less in grass because the fields are more bunched, right? Because you see finishes in the grass where they're very close together. It's
like
the
we
nature
just
of
saw.
grass racing. In dirt racing, it spreads out. A horse that loses by 5 lengths in the grass is often comparable to a horse that lost by 12 or 13 lengths on the dirt.
Which
it's
makes
just
the
a
buyer
very different
speed
animal.
figures tricky.
Yeah, I have a whole lot of
With
theories
grass.
on
Right.
that they should use it exponentially increase the differences as the gaps. It's because in turf racing, for the most part, they run the last quarter mile. And there can't be that much separation, whereas in dirt racing, they're running hard the whole way.
We'll discuss that in the 10 to 11 hour tonight here on
I'm staying here
Saratoga
all night.
Live.
I don't know
There's
if you are.
Jingle bells. That's how my old man would say it.
All right, that's it. Leduc is done. It did probably run against better horses last time in this condition.
Conniving Lane Luzzy. Go get this one, Lane. Number 5 at 8-1. There goes my miracle 32 race maiden.
Well, this trader does have a win so far. She's actually Jennifer Barrigallo putting together quite a nice meet with very few starters.
Confabulation, those connections, blinkers on class drop.
I mean, this is by nature going to be a short price in this race, and maybe should be. I picked him on top, but I'm not sure he should be that much shorter than the 9.
Shaking the bell. Productive of late in the money in 4 straight, and then 4 stairs to the outside, back to dirt.
Yeah, if Flavie Pratt couldn't get this horse home, it's going to be really tough. But Irad does get aboard.
The field for the 4th, 5 minutes out, $20,000 maiden claimer. Who graduates, we'll find out in moments. And you can play with us here at Naira Bets. Get involved even if there are only 2.5 or so days left. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. So forced errors to the outside, and you gentlemen were just discussing his lone try on dirt, his debut at Churchill Downs. Yeah, solid effort, and he showed speed and eventual 3rd place finish.
I'm rooting for my main man, Nick Zito, in this race, and I don't think this horse ran against Killers first time out, Paulie, but he ran well enough to be considered competitive in here, and I just think he's too big a price. I don't think he should be more than 7-2 in here. Is that fair?
No, that's fair. Yeah, he did run well. I mean, when you look at the rest of the field, like, it's a decent race. The thing is, he did carry 113 pounds, but Bug Boy Carlos Barbosa's aboard. Now you get Eric Cancel.
I was toggling between picking him as my top pick or the number 7 Confabulation because I did like that debut. Maiden 40 level, he ran well. He was drawn in an adverse post. He was a 1 post. He had a lot of dirt thrown in his face. Didn't seem comfortable. He gets a more favorable outside post today. So there's a lot to like here. But ultimately, I landed on the number 7, mainly because I feel like there's going to be a lot of horses that are going to be chasing the pace and slowing down in the stretch. And I feel like the number 7 Confabulation, cutting back in distance, putting blinkers on, he's going to track the pace, and he's going to be the horse closing with the best finish in the end. And ultimately, that's going to be the difference maker for me.
I pick Confabulation too, but I think we're a little bit sort of relying on Chad Brown, as is the public, at 9-5. And I picked this horse, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I just thought he ran against better horses last time, right? And this race is crying out for a horse like him. But I just think the 9's better value at 5-1, that's all.
Lots of support for Confabulation, Forced Errors, Acacia's top selection, Acacia. But what about the gelding to Forced Errors inside in the gate, a Shaking the Bell, who, again, consistent of late, 4 straight in the money finishes?
That's right, Lafitte. 4 straight in the money finishes, all at the maiden 20 level. So all at this level. That is often a bit of a negative for me because in contrast to the 2 horses that we talked about, the main players in here, the 7 Confabulation and the 9 Forced Errors, who have been facing a little bit tougher, maybe have some excuses and lightly raced, they have less excuses than Shaking the Bell. But that said, one thing that I do really respect about Shaking the Bell is that A, he's consistent, which is not always the case for horses at this level, and B, he has some natural early speed too, warming up with the pony, as sometimes he's one that can get pretty revved up with the pony in the preliminaries as well. He's very fit. He looks great, well turned out for Rudy Rodriguez. Just we'll see if he can take that next step forward and break through at this level, having been exposed already quite a bit. The number 1, Jingle Bells. I'm never going to be able to look at this horse the same way again, Lafitte. This horse that we saw finally come back and run last time out for the maiden 20,000. And Jose Gomez, who was aboard that day, did lose his crop in the stretch, and this is one that just looked pretty flat throughout after sitting kind of a stalking trip. So yes, has been exposed for this level, but that was off of a pretty significant layoff from March to August as well. And she looks like she's kind of touting herself today. She's been pretty sharp in the preliminaries. She's very fit. She's strong in her hind end, and at a nice price, I think there is an opportunity for her to potentially take a little bit of a step forward. Lafitte?
At 9-1, Acacia, Jingle Bells with Katie Davis. You give her a puncher's chance here, Andy.
Well, I think if you go by the theory that we were talking about to bet against the 4 and 8, why wouldn't the 1 be a logical include as well, and is a very big price here, guys?
The more I think about it, I'd probably play, and I'm going to play, 7/1-9. Because the only reason is the 5, there goes my miracle. It's 0 for 32. Jennifer Paragalla had a magical win, her first win ever here at Saratoga. It was an awesome moment. But this is a horse that's never tried the dirt in 32 starts. So I think 7/1-9, I think those are good exactas right there.
And wouldn't it be right for Katie Davis to win riding a filly against the boys?
Yes, a good connection. There's some girl power going on there.
If this was a stakes race, that would be like the theme of the race, right? The 3-year-old filly facing Elder. And yet it seems like something that's just kind of glossed over because we're looking at $20,000 maiden claimers.
And Gary Contessa's kind of quietly had a good meet. He hasn't had many starters. He had a 2-year-old win the other day in a turf sprint. He had another 2-year-old look really good yesterday. And, you know, his horses have been running.
And for people that consider weight an advantage, she gets a significant weight break because when you race a filly against the Colts Open Company, there's a weight break there,
and plus 10 pounds.
And plus some of the horses are older horses. She gets up to 10 pounds on some of her rivals. She's only in with 114.
As a rider, would that make a difference to you? Did you care about weight discrepancy?
I really didn't. I think that sometimes it gets overemphasized, the reality of it. However, when situations are marginal, 10 pounds can make a big difference when you think about a nose and a head and a short margin like that.
I almost wonder sometimes if it's horse specific too. Some horses have like a limit of what they can carry and maybe they get to that spot where it's too much.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, when you're putting a 120-pound jockey on a 1,000-pound horse, shifting a pound up or down isn't that much. But I would say if it's a horse that's probably closer to the 900 pounds or even 800 and something pounds, 120 pounds is a bigger percentage now of the total body weight. Like Nano Man.
And now I know why he's named Nano Man.
And you don't see the great discrepancy in like handicap races and handicap races at the grade 1 level where you used to see massive discrepancies between the favorite and the long shots.
The game has changed. There's too many options for horses to run in, and trainers are not going to run with big heavyweights. And there is a fair argument to say that the horses should be deciding on the racetrack, not having it be decided by the amount of weight they carry. And I think that's a very fair argument for owners.
Yeah, I love that perspective as well.
Trying to look this up. When Marquetry beat Farmaway in the Hollywood Gold Cup in the early 90s,
pounds?
it was like 20, 22 pounds or something. I can't find the number, but it was massive.
What
He
about
was 27 to 1.
When Forgo beat Honest Pleasure at the Wire in that famous Marlboro Cup, it was 137 to 119, I believe. Imagine Father Hogan, who was a close third, wasn't carrying a lot either.
18-pound weight swing.
My first trip to the Belmont boxes to watch a race was that Marlboro Cup with the
How old were
legendary
you
Ralph
back then,
DeRoe
50?
Sr.
Here's
30.
Frank Mirmati post time from Saratoga.
Forced errors goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very even start. Confabulation is out very quickly. On the inside, Yingle Bells is battling it out through the opening furlong end, takes the lead, and just behind them, Shaking the Bell in third. Another 2 back to Forced Errors, 5 off the pace in fourth, then Conniving. There Goes My Miracle is next. It's Yingle Bells, the leader, has it now, steps away to a 3.5 length lead as the field rounds the far turn. Yingle Bells in front. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Confabulation is chasing and trying to close that gap in second. They're followed by Conniving in third. Shaking the Bell is fourth with 6 lengths to make up. As the field reaches the quarter pole, Yingle Bells with a daunting presence of Confabulation up alongside. Confabulation very confidently handled on the outside of Yingle Bells. They turn for home together as one. 3 lengths back, Conniving. There Goes My Miracle is coming up the fence. And suddenly, here comes Conniving. And Conniving goes right by Confabulation, who's trying to battle back in doing so. These two putting it on with a 16th to go. Conniving, Confabulation, Confabulation or Conniving. Here is the line, Conniving, and Lane Luzzy getting up to deny Confabulation a long way back to Yingle Bells and Shaking the Bell.
And there it is, his first win of the summer at Saratoga. The reaction, his dad is in there, I believe, somewhere. The winner trainer, of course, Carlos Figueroa, Lane Luzzy, administering the ride, able to wear down the favorite late in this fourth race at Saratoga. Wow.
Man, that was such an amazing ride, and it's a feel-good story to see Lane get his first win. And I'd love to know if it's the trainer's first win in Saratoga as well, because I'm not familiar with trainer Figueroa. But
Carlos has had, Carlos had a lot of horses for a long time. I do want to see the head-on to see if there was any bumping, because there certainly was. I'm not saying that the horse that finished first was the offending party, but I'd like to see it. Listen, congrats to Lane. This has to feel good.
And the difference in trip is what made him win, because the number 7, Confabulation, he got caught up chasing a pretty honest pace, and Lane was the only one sitting back there saving ground. He took his time. He didn't ride desperate like a jockey that was over the meet. He went out there and executed the way he's supposed to and timed it to perfection to get up in the shadow of the wire.
And was trying to keep Conniving off of Confabulation as he was starting to lean in. 4, 7, 1, 8, Conniving. Let's take another look. Top of the stretch, Raj, the head-on. What do you see?
I felt like actually Confabulation was well off the rail himself. He's about in the 10 path, and there's nothing going on. Lane is just making sure his horse doesn't make contact, but Confabulation was coming out more than Conniving was coming in.
Oh, if there's an offending party here, it's Manny on the
Franco.
7. Yeah. No question about it. And I'm not saying he did anything really wrong per se, but I agree with you completely. Lane did nothing wrong. Good for him.
Carlos Figueroa.
Yeah.
What a story,
cool.
Paul. Father and son.
Pretty cool stuff. Listen, Lane gets his first win. And, I was running out yesterday, and I saw Tanya, obviously Lane's mother, and when he got kicked in the face, she's like, oh, my God, I got another person driving me nuts. And then I saw Lane come out of the racetrack yesterday. He had a good second. He's been knocking on the door, and he finally got his W.
4, 7, 1, 8, Lane Luzzy to the winner's circle here at Saratoga. Reaction results when we come back, and the graded stakes racing still on the horizon. Just look at her. What a classy mare. War-like goddess in the Flower Bowl, denied last year by a head. Can she avenge that defeat and strike in the Flower Bowl this evening? Find out.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
You're watching Saratoga Live as race 4 in the books, and these celebrations, that's what it's all about as Conniving gets up to break his maiden here. And I'm happy to be joined by winning rider Lane Leslie and winning trainer Carlos Figueroa. Lane, let's start with you. It's been a summer of some close calls, some ups and downs with getting kicked in the paddock that one day, but you have been so tough and resilient through it all. Has to be rewarding getting this win today.
You know, it's like you said, it's been tough, but honestly, I'm just having a blast. I mean, it may not look like it, but I grew up here. This is the only place I want to be, and getting a ride for a guy like this who should have 100 horses is special for me. You know, he puts faith in me, and it's a blast riding for him, so I'm very blessed.
And as you said, enjoying it. Those horses feed off the positive energy as well. And you know, we just played that feature on you and your dad where you said this is kind of the only thing you ever wanted to do.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it comes full circle being here. You know, if anything, this meet's been a learning experience for me, and I'm going to build forward from it in the fall and winter. And like I said, just having fun and doing my job, living my dream. So it's great.
We love that attitude. Massive congratulations. And Carlos, if anybody saw you rooting here in the winner's circle, I was joking. I said you might have ridden just as hard as Lane down to the wire.
We were riding hard. I mean, it was every one of these wins, because we just don't have that many opportunities, are so special. We cherish every single one of them. This horse just tries real hard, and Lane comes out, works him for us every time he breezes, sticks with him, loves this horse. He's the barn pet. To see him win meant more than I can ever even express in words. I've lost my voice riding this horse so hard.
It's so wonderful to see, and it's amazing how you talk about him as well. And it's been a journey for you too, back to training.
It has been, and it's been a difficult one, and it's not over yet. But I think that the future's bright. I think little by little we're chipping away at it, and you know, a few successes, a few setbacks. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to be okay.
We are thrilled to see you get this win here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And seeing opportunities like this come to fruition, Lafitte, that's what reminds you what we love so much about this game.
Keisha, great stuff. What it means to win in thoroughbred racing, what it means to win at Saratoga. This isn't a Grade 1 race. This isn't a Grade 1 stakes race. This is a $20,000 maiden claimer, and what that win means to them.
No, it's a great moment, and it's just, as you say, there's the things that happen positively in this game go so far beyond just big races and great horses.
Yeah, and I like Lane's confidence. I like the way he's talking. Didn't act like, oh my God, I just won my first race. He's like, no, Katie by the door, got my job done, got to move on.
Let's be real, it's been a tough meet for him, and everybody wants to come up here and have success. But what I love about him is his mental fortitude to keep it all together, show up every day. Like his trainer just said, he shows up to the barn, works this horse out. I mean, he earned this victory. Perseverance, never giving up. Some people probably would have packed their bags halfway through the meet and go back home and put their head in the sand. And Lane is smiling every day after getting kicked in the face by a horse.
And Figueroa, you could tell, sure, enjoying the win, but even he said it means more. It meant more to him because Lane, it was Lane in the saddle.
No, it's a great moment. It's just one of those great racing moments that's not going to be thought about as, it's not going to be one of the most memorable moments in the meet necessarily going forward, but I think for a lot of people it actually is.
Pretty cool, though. Very cool story. As we march forward, the 5th race coming up in about 20 minutes. Some sprinters here, allowance optional claimer, 3-year-olds and older. Take out numbers 2 and 3. Andy, Federal Judge 7-5. Who did you come up with here?
If Federal Judge runs his last race, and Paulie, I'm going to say almost any race he's ever run, I just don't know how he gets beaten here. He's fast early, and I respect Accretive, but isn't Federal Judge loose and just way the horse to beat?
Well, the public is kind of leaning towards that way with the 5 and 6 in here. Accretive is a really tough horse to figure out. I just think on the drop, what I read, the horse probably will. Ooh, they're going to be close in favoritism here, and they're both the lowest weight will pays in the payout.
3-time graded stakes placed, Accretive and solid allowance sprint coming up next year at Saratoga. Race number 5 of 13 on Spinaway Saturday. Plus, it has been great meeting many of the important team members, key figures on the backstretch. They do the heavy lifting and spend most time with the horses. Another edition of Backstretch Heroes when Saratoga Live returns.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flower's putting in a late burst here. Poppy Flower with the momentum.
I'm here with Brittany Traxtel over at Belmont's barn, and you might have seen her aboard some of the big horses from the barns in the mornings. Tell us a little bit about how you came to be here and how you've progressed personally.
I worked for Gene Riccio in Ocala. I worked breaking babies and that kind of thing, and that teaches you a lot as well. But I wanted to grow. I wanted to go to the racetrack and do something bigger, and Ocala gets kind of quiet during the summertime, so it was a really good time for me to change to come here. And I'm so lucky I got that connection to come to Belmont, because like I said, I've been working here. This is my 3rd season here. So I started, I didn't get on the best horses in the barn, but even the not so nice one is something incredible compared to some other barns.
You're right, I always think about like seeing you on Warlike Goddess, because she's not the easiest to train either.
Yes, ma'am. I remember when I first started working for Bill, I was ponying in the afternoons as well. And I would watch all the horses train, but especially Warlike. She's just eye-catching. Everybody knows her. And I remember I got her to pony in the afternoon for one of the races, and I called my mom, I tell her stuff like that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna pony. What if she like runs off of me with the pony? Like, she's not easy. Like, what if I mess this up? And flash forward to now, I've been riding her for a little over a year now, and I ride her every day. I get to work her, and like I said, that horse has taught me so much as well. And Bill's taught me so much with her. I think like I do fit her very well. We're definitely a team, and I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to ride that horse.
Brittany Troxel, a key part of that Mott team and the success of Warlike Goddess. Acacia, Warlike Goddess in the Flower Bowl this evening. How is she coming into the Flower Bowl this year?
She's coming in strong now at the age of 7, Lafitte. It's fun getting to watch her train because she goes out in the last set in draw reins with Brittany aboard, because she is, as you even heard Brittany touching on, not the easiest horse to be around and to get to settle. She's even one that can be very spicy in the afternoons as well, sometimes just kind of getting really revved up prior to her races, and that's just how she is. And having a rider that's able to keep her calm as possible, to make her happy, and that's been the biggest thing with Warlike Goddess. We saw her win the Robert Dick last time out and coming in, training strongly for this Flower Bowl. She has a ton of class, and it's cool to see mares like her stick around in training, especially when you see a team that really accommodates one who obviously has plenty of opinions, Lafitte.
Such a classy mare, Acacia, Warlike Goddess, the Flower Bowl Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. 7-5, the favorite. McCulloch, 3-1. Warlike Goddess, who ran so well in that Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf at Del Mar a few years back. As for McCulloch, in the Glens Falls, Andy, successfully defending her title and doing so in one of the best performances of her career.
No, I agree. She's shown that she's as good as she ever was, and while she saved ground in the early turn, she made a big swoop to run around the field. It was an excellent effort. But I think it should be noted, when she beat Warlike Goddess in the Glens Falls last year, Warlike Goddess got incredibly rank under Joel Rosario and was expending so much energy early in that race. I mean, it's almost amazing, Raj, that she was able to finish second. And as much as I like McCulloch, she beat her that day, but Warlike Goddess ran the better race, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, the Glens Fall this day, I thought McCulloch was up against it from the outside post, a 7 of 7, and she was going to get stuck wide, and that was going to do her in. She actually did get stuck wide on the turn and still was able to win. I'm very impressed with her. She's in top form. At the end of the day, though, Warlike Goddess, this is her race to win. Perfect inside post. She's, I feel, the best horse in the race. But it's going to be a good race, and McCulloch is going to give her a good challenge.
It's pretty cool that these horses have been running against each other for years, and they're still around and running so well. And she is a horse we should mention. It means an enormous amount to Chad Brown, named for Mary McCulloch, who was the first person that Chad hired to work with him when he started training, and somebody he was very close to. And I remember when she made her debut, he said to me, I think I found the right horse to name for Mary. I hope I found the right horse to name for her. And it turned out he certainly did. And that makes her such an easy horse to root for.
And by Frankel, naturally. Paul, is this a two-mare race?
Yeah, and I think McCulloch, has closed the gap on Warlike Goddess. Hey, listen, we talk about Father Time, whatever, but Warlike Goddess, I get it. She's very, very good. But I think McCulloch, since she's gone out to this distance of going longer distances, I think she's turning into a different animal, and she's maturing a little bit more. I think McCulloch's going to actually turn the tables today.
Any others?
Well, I think you have to at least give a look to Eternal Hope for Godolphin. I never felt she was fast enough of her last form last year, and she ran just okay last time. But the race did come apart at the end, and she was forward. Now, a lot of people may look at the race and think she has a pace advantage. The problem is that Idea Generation is in there, well, for Chad Brown and Clarvett Stables, and you have to believe that she's going to be used as a pace setter in here, so an advantage Eternal Hope has may not come to fruition.
A little bit of everything this evening with the Flower Bowl and the Fillies and Mares running long, and of course the marquee event, the Spin Away with 2-year-old fillies, the Prioress and female sprinters, all still coming your way, part of closing weekend here at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock for the 5th. We check in with Acacia.
And we'll start off with the number 5 Federal Judge, who did run very well last time out. Now had the lead and was able to control things on the front end, only to be run down late, but was run down late by Full Screen, who tried the Grade 1 Forgo in his subsequent start, and that was off of an 11-month layoff as well. So that natural speed, I think, is a huge key for Federal Judge. I didn't see him last time, but a horse that just physically I always was a fan of, because he's incredibly athletic in the way that he's put together, and he is chiseled today. So if there was any sort of questions last time out about fitness and sustaining that speed, from a physical perspective, I'm not seeing it today. And he does turn back a half a furlong as well. And again, that early speed is so dangerous, and one that has some early credentials to make him a player moving forward in his 4-year-old season as well. Now the number 6, Accretive, he is a big leggy individual. I know, I understand why they tried going longer with him, because he's built like it. He's built like a miler, if not more. But it just seems that kind of elongated sprints are better for him. And he comes in here looking much as he always does. One that's incredibly fit. He's a leaner, muscled frame, tall and leggy, a tall drink of water for sure, as this is a horse who comes in off of a 2nd place finish behind Scotland, who was one that kind of sat the best trip and was just best that day, and Accretive was just chasing. So he has backlash. He absolutely can move forward. A couple of times over at Aqueduct, I did see him looking a little bit dull in the preliminaries. That's not the case today. He's on his toes, and he's touting himself nicely. Now the number 1, Market Street, if you saw me glancing to the side during that Backside Heroes, report was because Market Street being saddled is always a little bit of an adventure. He's one that's always very tough to get the tack on, and when they finally did so, he's settled now. He definitely has matured through the latter part of his 3-year-old season here. Clear the Air has been in great form recently. He's definitely a dirt sprinter. He's very, very fit and really on the muscle here today, not over the top. Again, getting the tack on is always a bit of an adventure, but now I like what I'm seeing from him, as he is kind of the other. We'll have to get around those 2 main players here, Lafitte.
Market Street, Acacia, for the coach. There he is with wife Lori, Wayne Lucas, won another Preakness this year, and in the Spin Away over the years in some of those fillies. A Family Style, who was a champion, a Flanders, a champion. Her last effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in that storied stretch drive, Golden Attraction back in '95, and overall in '87, the last filly to accomplish what the Queen's MG is trying to pull off today, a sweep of the Schuylerville, the Adirondack, and the Spin Away.
It's really remarkable, Paul. It's been 37 years since a horse has done it, and if the Queen's MG does it, it's not going to be with 3 rivals behind her.
No, it's not. And I think it's almost like almost like a mini little Triple Crown. When you do it, it's 3 races in 8 weeks. It's tough to do, and I think you can almost say sprinting's even harder, right, Rajiv?
Well, Andy, let me ask you a question. Wasn't the meet much shorter back then? Yeah. Wasn't it like a
24-day meet?
Oh, 24-day, and she did it.
Do you know that in, I think, 81 or 82, one of those years, I think it was 82 or 83, they had a lot of cancellations during the winter, and they came up with the brilliant idea to run 27 straight days at Saratoga. Now, I was a kid, and I had a little more energy back then than I have now, and I loved racing and everything, and even for me, it's like there's not even any time to do your laundry. 27 straight days of racing in Saratoga.
I can't figure how they did 6 days. A week.
No, I had lost my head. I was bald at 15.
Post parade for the 5th. There's Market Street 4. T. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Paulie made a good point to me. This horse has the credentials to at least get a piece, but 6-1's a little short, right?
Yeah, real short, yeah.
The light man who was 3rd in the John Morrissey August 8th.
Yeah, gets Lasix back on. I thought that last race was pretty good. Gets back into a reasonable spot, but it's going to have to improve.
Favored Federal Judge.
He's just the horse to catch and beat and a deserving favorite.
Accretive, who's 3-time greatest stakes place.
Does like Saratoga, too. 2 wins here, 2 seconds from 6 starts.
Ocean's Reserve and make the ride at Ricardo Santana.
This is my bomb to get a piece of it, maybe in the try or something. A horse that has run some fast races in the past and was in a race with no pace at all last time that everything just held together.
Pro-Occident on the outside of Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, this one claimed for 80, dropped in for 62 for Flying P Stables. We'll see.
Is this their last gasp to try to win or tie for the title?
They got another one in a little bit later. You know, this horse here, you would think if they're going to go for the title, they'd drop even more. So I would think the 8's going to make a good account of himself. I just don't know if he's good enough to beat the 5 or the 6.
4 wins separating Seth Klarman and the Flying P Stable as you look at Federal Judge and the Windstar White for Brad Cox in his most recent right here at Saratoga, where he was able to set the tempo, 7/8 of a mile. Today, 6.5 furlongs would have made a difference perhaps on this afternoon.
I mean, this horse just did everything but win the race, Paulie. This was an excellent effort for a horse coming off a long, long layup. And it's not like he's unreliable. He's never run a bad race.
Now, Costa Terra was behind him, who runs 3rd, honest horse. He just got tired late. He was the only one that stuck around. The other horse that was behind him, I want to think, ran 6th or 7th in that race.
He was an undeserving loser because he did all the heavy lifting the entire step of the way. He was hounded and chased. He had to put away some horses, got softened up. And what I love about it is he still found some fight in to try to hold off Full Screen. I am nowhere near trying to beat this horse. In fact, I think this is going to be a runaway win.
Training well?
Training well. The August 17 workout by the DRF Clocker report says sharp 1, holding slight edge over grade 3 winner Highland Falls, who we will see in the Jockey Club.
Could be a grade 1 winner tomorrow.
Could be a grade 1 winner tomorrow. I mean, everything is aligned for him. And he's a controlling speed.
The one thing I'd say about Accretive is if he's able to get back to his fastest races, he has run faster figures. He's a little unreliable. It's just interesting his last race. This was one of the oddest days the entire meeting. The first 5 dirt races run were an absolute gold rail. There's no question you needed to be on the rail in those races to have any chance. There was an hour and a half or more, I think 3 races between dirt races coming into this race. And this race was run completely differently. And if anything, you thought the outside was the place to be in here. And I think there's a very strong argument the track changed. Now, the winner of this race, Scotland, looked like he was winning a prep, Paulie, where we'd see him in the forego. He did not work. I don't know if he's worked the last week or so after that race, so he didn't make the race. But he sure looked good. And Accretive ran well, but he's at a tactical disadvantage, the 5. And unlike the 5, he's just not reliable.
I will tell you this. This is the reason why I picked the 6. If you look at the 6's PPs, pay close attention. Since this horse, when this horse runs on Lasix, 3 seconds, 2 wins. The other races off Lasix, a lot of clunkers. But a second by 3, a second by a neck, a second by 2.5. Go back down when he was at Saratoga. Win on Lasix. All the races when he went into grade 2s, he was off Lasix. He is a distinctively better horse when Lasix is on the 6.
Some talented sprinters in this one. Federal Judge, even money. Accretive, 2-1. Acacia to the outside. What about Pro-Occident and what you're observing from him here pre-race?
Well, as you mentioned, Lafitte, I think it's more than anything the connections that make him dangerous in this spot, claimed for Flying P and Mike Maker, who have had a tremendous meet, both of them. Coming in, though, just as Andy was touching on maybe some of the contenders, namely Accretive, being up against it tactically, I would think this horse is really up against it tactically. I know that early in his career he showed a little bit more early foot, and he is getting a big warm-up out there on track from Ramon Vasquez, which I appreciate. I think wanting to kind of get him into the race maybe as much as possible, but watching his last replay, Tyler Gaffleone, who was aboard that day, really asked him hard out of the gate, and he had no speed whatsoever and just looked like he was kind of a grinding type late coming through horses gamely, but just one that leaves himself with quite a bit to do. Now, he does have a pretty significant sway back, that kind of dip in their back. Certainly not something that affects horses of being able to run, but you do like to check and make sure that there's enough strength on their top line and in their hind end, and he's very powerful behind. So I appreciate that about him. Just his running style concerns me. The number 4 Lightman was chasing Looms Boldly, who wired last time in the John Morrissey. Do have to appreciate that he won 2 starts back against Open Company. Obviously, he's facing some tall-tier competition today, but he's a horse that just looks like he's really doing well for Bruce Levine, who has had himself a pretty strong meet as well. This horse has carried his weight well. He had that strong, typical Kendrick Carmouche warm-up, and he's one that's not going to be too far back early, Lafitte.
A third in that John Morrissey Acacia Lightman. How much would he have to improve off his best race to beat the likes of Federal Judge, Accretive, assuming they bring something resembling their best?
It's not quite as big a gap, but it's close to the gap between my baseball skills and Paul's.
I don't know. I saw Jason Wirth's baseball skills trying to throw.
He doesn't know the dunk tank like you do, Paulie.
I didn't know. I thought my shoulder was shot. My goodness.
He doesn't know the Paul LaDuca method for dunking, though. It's the slow.
It's a soft toss, right?
Yeah,
Everybody tries to throw it so hard, and all you got to do is, like, it's just a nice little bingo.
All about
technique. Paulie dunked me a few years ago when I did it. I'm going to get even. I don't know when. Paulie won't know when, but I'll get even.
I assumed, forget the dunk, that Jason Wirth was rearing back and trying to throw that thing through the cage, like right at you.
He would have been the first person to try that. Paulie, I think you make a reasonable case with the 6 as an alternative 5. Just a better price than a horse, as you said to me, that needs Lasix.
Yeah, I just think better price. And, I get it. The horse is in for the 62.5. Is that alarming? No. It's not alarming to me at all that the horse is in for the claim, the lone horse. I just think this horse is better on Lasix. And I think Chad's probably thinking, okay, when I get into stakes competition, I can't use Lasix. So this is what I got right now, and do I have to run to beat the 5? Yeah, but I have numbers to go back to, and let's go to this too. The 6 is a 3-time winner, where the 5, could regress. There's things where horse coming off a year layoff, people think will move forward. Horse could digress
no,
too.
That's fair, and the 6 Accretive in his second career start ran a 101 buyer, losing by a neck to Gunite in the Amsterdam. Do we think he's going to get claimed here for 62.5? I know I do.
I think so.
What I think is going to happen, I hope to see Manny Franco just take it to them right from the onset. Have Federal Judge break, go to the lead, clear over and get to the rail. And don't try to invite Dylan Davis to Market Street up the inside to try to press him. I think that's going to be a very important factor in being able to control the pace.
21.9 or slower, and he's a lead pipe cinch, in my opinion.
Odds on at post time, Federal Judge 4-5. Here's Frank Raimondi.
Pro Occident will be the last one to load. They're in the gate, and they're off. Federal Judge, very quick, gets to the front easily. Lightman comes away in second. Accretive is next, and Market Street coming through along the inside. Down the back stretch, and it is Federal Judge, Lightman, Accretive, 1, 2, 3. Market Street now fourth, 4 lengths off the pacemaker. Ocean's Reserve, Pro Occident is at the back. Very easy lead for Federal Judge, who went 22 seconds flat while in hand for Manny Franco. Accretive inches up on the outside of Lightman. They're a joint second, with Market Street in fourth with 3 furlongs to run. Another 3 lengths back. On the outside, Pro Occident trying to make a little bit of headway with Ocean's Reserve. They just went by Market Street. Quarter of a mile to go. Federal Judge and Accretive. Federal Judge, effortless thus far, turns for home, turns it on, 3-length lead. Accretive doing his best, but now 4 lengths behind with a furlong left to go. The verdict is in. Federal Judge, far too strong for the competition, opening up authoritatively, and he's going all the way. No slowing down for Federal Judge, who wins convincingly. Accretive holds second over Lightman.
It's a great call. That is a great call. The verdict is in. Federal judge rolls in the 5th at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, he's just too good for these, and he got away with what, for him, 22.12 for the first quarter is really about 22.3 when you consider how fast the first fractions are, 6.5 furlongs. And I'm going to tell you something. This race is only a little over a second faster than that first-time starter in the first race, which says those horses in the first race ran, because this is a good horse.
Yeah, it goes to show that that 2-year-old race was a live race, and that was a New York bred as well. That was a solid effort. But Federal Judge, man, as expected, he was going to be the controlling speed. He's the best horse in the race. This is a really good horse, and it's interesting to see where he goes on from here. This only second start off a long layoff.
Could he be a Vosburg horse?
I was just going to say, he should be running in the Vosburg, right? I mean, you got to point to a race like that, because why shouldn't you be thinking Breeders' Cup with him? Who are the dirt sprinters out there that you're so afraid of?
Not many. And I will say Accretive didn't run that bad. And Irad was trying to get forward to get towards Federal Judge to put him in the race, but he just couldn't get close enough.
He was claimed. I think Accretive ran well in here. He just could not keep up with this horse. I don't think there's anything wrong with his performance.
He was claimed.
He's got to be claimed.
Accretive and Pro-Oxidant numbers 6 and 8 claimed.
I'm going to say the owner's title's over.
This isn't, look, last year, and a fired up Manny Franco, second win in the afternoon. Last year around this time, we had a defending champion who was getting ready to go back-to-back in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, Elite Power, and Gunite. They ran 1-2 in the Forego here. They ran 1-2 in the Vanderbilt. They ran 1-2 in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. They're not walking through that door anytime soon. It is wide open at the top of the Sprint division for older horses. I mean, older horses.
Nakatami ran a very fast 105 buyer, I think, winning the Vanderbilt, but he runs by appointment only. It's not as though he's that reliable. I think the 3-year-olds we saw ran very well in last week in the Alan Jerkins, but are they going to be mile types or 6 furlong types? I don't see why this horse doesn't have a chance.
Funny enough, the 4-girl winner is from the same ownership group, the Windstar Farms. He looks like the top of the division right now.
And now in California, you know, listen, everybody was talking about Joseph Braun. He got beat, but Raging Torrent is an up-and-coming horse for Doug O'Neill.
He's very, that's the horse that people don't know that won the race after the Kentucky Derby. He ran the biggest buyer speed figure of the entire day on Derby Day. He might be the horse to beat, Paulie.
Onward and upward, Federal Judge, the Windstar White, Sienna Farm, for trainer Brad Cox, Manny Franco. Quiet Passenger, sort of. Federal Judge rolls at the spot.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. And here in the 5th race, no doubt about it, Federal Judge with the win. And Brad Cox joining me here. Brad, just watching the replay just now, always in control. Had to be really rewarding to see him back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, for sure. He's been a horse that obviously had some time off, and from 3 to 4, and he's come back as a decent 4-year-old, and went to the front today and showed the way. Man, he did a good job of taking control of the race, and he stayed on well.
Given what we saw from him today and how impressive that performance was, do you think about dipping into some stakes in his next start?
It's possible. We'll ship him back to Kentucky Monday or Tuesday. Just back to Churchill, just kind of regroup. And it's possible. I mean, obviously he's eligible for a 3 other than allowance race. But, if there's a stake, it makes sense. We may attack it. We'll see.
Speaking of stakes competition, a little bit later in the spin-away for the 2-year-old fillies, you'll send out Immersive, who was pretty impressive winning first time out. What have you seen from her since that debut?
Nothing but good things. She's a good filly. She really is. I think I was a little shocked she was 10-1 when she ran first time out. She's, we normally don't send them up unless we like them. It just tells me there's a lot of people in there that like their horses. But she's a good filly. Obviously, she's going to have to overcome the post. Hopefully, she can break, get a good stalk and trip, and kick on. I do think she'll handle the distance, and I think she'll eventually stretch out. I think she's a quality filly.
Really looking forward to seeing her, but congratulations on the nice win here.
Thank you.
Turn to Brad Cox with a nice 2-year-old filly waiting in the wings, but perhaps a big future for this guy, too, Lafitte.
Absolutely. You guys catch that? He kind of lit up in the smile when asked about Immersive a little bit later on in the spin away, and he's like, I don't know why she's 8-1 on the morning line, and just seemed very, very quietly confident about Immersive later on in the spin away.
2 of the best handicappers I know like that horse today, so I respect her. And the reason she paid a big price in her debut was that she was getting badly outworked by another Cox horse. Well, then she won, and then the horse that was badly outworking her blew a field away in her subsequent start. I think it was a New York bred, actually, that made that horse look a lot better. Why can't she win?
That cat that ate the canary look, Paul, I don't know, just kind of reading trainers, and that I think he thinks
he's a tough guy to read,
is going to run well.
Brad's a tough guy to read. He's, getting to know him a little bit. He's actually a funny guy, actually. And he's got a great pulse on his horses. If you talk to him and ask him, he'll tell you.
Yeah.
But he keeps things close to the vest. So for him to say, I don't know why she's 8-1, I think she's going to run a big race.
He's also about as easy to get along with as any
that
trainer.
is true,
When we got the draws in different events, a lot of times it's pulling hair or pulling teeth, I should say, to get people to show up. Brad will say to me, do you need me to come earlier? That's the kind of guy he is, and I respect that.
So appreciative again on this side of the camera, right? And we'll see what Immersive does for Brad Cox in the spin away later on this evening. We have more 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs on grass, 10 deep. Andy Larice, 5-2 early on. What do you think?
Well, I picked Larice. I think the 6 Brindy will likely be favored by post time, and she should be. She ran well, I thought, in her debut on the turf. But Larice had a workout at the 2-year-old sales back in April of 9 4/5 that I was extremely impressed by. And this horse has the pedigree, at least to run on the turf, and I think that Larice could be very, very dangerous here.
Yeah, this is owned by the Bregman Family Trust. Alex Bregman, the third baseman of the Astros. He had a winner the other day, the Justify.
Yep.
Horse that's actually got, I think, a bright future.
The P.G. Johnson.
Yeah, the P.G. Johnson.
Totally justified. Yeah. You called it. You're like, he's at bat right now.
Yeah,
and he was. Right when she wins the P.G.
Right
Johnson.
when he wins. And like, he had hit me up and texted me. He was like, man, I watched it on replay. he was trying to stay off social media because, when you play the game, you try to stay off social media. So you're like, back in my day, you didn't have it. But, you would go back and then you would watch. To be honest with you, I would go play. And then I'd watch the replays with Mr. Harvey back.
I have a question. I want you to be honest here. If you were on social media while you were playing, how much trouble do you think you would have gotten in a scale from 1 to 10?
I don't know. That would have been a good question. I probably would have had somebody else run it.
Yeah. Lock up,
you would have been a legend. Have you ever
been up to the plate and wanted to pull out your phone to watch one of your races?
Well, I ran into the dugout to watch Giacomo win. Yeah, so.
While you were up at bat?
No, but there's been a couple times I was like, man, it's Tuesday against the Pirates. Can I go watch the third at Del Mar?
Spin away this evening. 3 Grade 1 events remain for the meet, winding things down. One of them featuring that guy. What a debut. One of those 2-year-old performances that just lights up Saratoga. Ferocious, didn't break. didn't matter, and now the 8-5 morning line favorite in the hopeful Labor Day.
$1 million in a hair, $1 million, $1 million on a pay, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Final Saturday of the season. 2-year-olds coming up in the 6th. We'll check in with Maggie shortly. But first, speaking of 2-year-olds, cue that animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, featuring stars of tomorrow in the Grade 1 hopeful traditional closing day feature. 7/8 of a mile, $300,000 purse. 9 deep, and number 2, Ferocious. 8-5 on the morning line as a result of his debut. Andy, Ferocious didn't break, didn't matter in the end, and the acceleration in the stretch just hammering his competition.
I mean, the only thing that you're sort of concerned about at all, if concerned about anything, is that it was on a wet sealed track. And fortunately, we're going to have a dry track, so will he be as good? But Paulie, I know you were wildly impressed with this race, and no reason you shouldn't be.
It just doesn't happen. You don't break dead last and then have this much energy at the end of the race. I mean, the buyer figure came back giant. His stride, they paid over $1.3 million for him. I just think there's a lot there, but he can't make another mistake like he did at the beginning.
This horse, Ferocious, he is destined for greatness. One of my best favorite 2-year-olds I've ever seen. He has all the tools to be a superstar. He has the looks, he has the demeanor, the composure, and he is fast.
That's this morning. If there are caution lights for any reason, Andy, it would be how often we have seen 2-year-olds in one really fast debut effort that they're not able to replicate.
Right. Now, to be fair, you know, as Paulie pointed out, it's not like he was just on the front end, sort of setting the pace and dictating. He ran extremely well, but he is running against a horse in Chancellor McPatrick that showed a different dimension. Obviously, he wasn't nearly as fast, but he, I don't know, it was the kickback, I don't know what it was early, but he clearly was not handling things in the early going of this race, and yet he still managed to make a huge run to run down the speed near. Now, I know people, and rightfully so, will say the horses that ran behind him did not come back and run well at a mile here the other day. But wasn't Chancellor McPatrick kind of in a different race? I mean, look at him. He doesn't break that value. Now he's throwing his head up. Suggestion the kickback was an issue. Drops completely out of the race, and yet he still managed to win.
He dropped all the way back to last. I think that time, you know, I was worried that he was going to get dropped back to last and then take the outside route. But you got to give the jockey credit for staying in there, Rajiv. But when you make up this much ground as a 2-year-old on dirt, people will say, listen, you get this, that on turf. Yeah, you can pass on turf. on dirt, it's impressive to me.
I have mixed feelings about this race for him. He did overcome a lot of adversity early on, but he got shuffled back. However, he got shuffled back in a race that the pace ended up melting down.
It didn't melt down. That's the how did it melt down? It didn't melt down at all.
They went from 21 to 45.
But the speed horses hung around for second. I mean, this race didn't. I'm going to disagree with that, Rajiv.
Okay, I'll say this about the 2 Chad Brown horses. I like Incentive Pay a lot better than I do Chance of Patrick based on the debut of Trouble Trip.
But he had trouble in that race, ran well, but he comes out of a race that melted down.
He did, but he had a lot of trouble in that race. He had more trouble than Chance of McPatrick did. And 5 of the 9 horses that came out of Chance of McPatrick race came back and run in a race 2 days ago in a 9-horse field, 5 of them, and neither one could finish in the first or second. So I don't really. I'm a little bit suspect about the horses that Chance of McPatrick beat, and I think Incentive Pay is the one of the Chad Brown horses that I like better coming into this race.
So you must really like the Dallas Stewart maiden coming out of that race that ran second later today.
I
race
do.
7?
I do.
Race
Dapper
8 or
Moon.
9.
2-year-olds in the hopeful.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Closing day for Roche's 8 to 5 on the morning line. What is this the start of for this potential star? After that one start, 8 to 5 for the hopeful. 2-year-olds here, turf sprint, 2-year-old fillies. Brindy at 3 to 1. Tepid choice. We welcome Maggie Wolfendale back to the broadcast, and she's been observing these 2-year-olds. Maggie, let's start with a filly drawn inside. What are you seeing from Scarlet Sands?
Scarlet Sands makes an excellent impression, Lafitte. And it's funny, with these Omaha Beaches, they seem to be a lot more physically mature than many of their juvenile counterparts when they come over to the races. And it feels like, look, we're only dealing with his second crop. They just haven't been as potent as 3-year-olds, but good thing for her, she's 2. But Scarlet Sands she immediately drew my eye to her because I love the way she's put together. She has an incredibly athletic frame. She's nicely on the bridle. She's very focused to her handlers. And we have a very bad actor here in the paddock in close proximity to her in number 3, Moonlight Promises, who is giving Mark Cassey and his team quite a fuss to get the tack on, and hoping Valet Simon Harris is okay after she went up and came down on his foot. But Scarlet Sands, watching her workout 2 back, she was on the inside of Off Script, who is a New York bred, who has 2 second-place finishes to her credit, but at least, she shows she has experience, and Off Script is more of a dirt horse. So I like that Scarlet Sands was holding her own on that surface in which she is much more of a turf horse, and I think she's well spotted here, going the 5.5. Now, number 5, Lorice. They paid quite a lot for this filly, a daughter of Bolt d'Oro, unraced dam, half sibling, 1 on synthetic, the second dam, double major. She was pretty good, actually, on all 3 surfaces, but I think they paid that much because of this workout. 9 and 4, not really asked that much, has excellent push from behind and a really powerful stride that's produced then up front. So just really impressed me with this move here, and she's been keeping pretty decent company in the mornings for George Weaver. She's been working with already stakes winner and 3-year-old at Missed Waves, and she was going much better throughout. Larice, she's so professional. She's acting like she's been here, done this before. Excellent hind end to her. Evident of that push that we saw in those workouts. So she's going to be formidable here, as we'll check in with a horse who has experience but not on the turf, and that is number 10, Black Dog. She actually looks as though she should like this surface switch for Tom Amos, whom we saw him do this with a horse earlier on the card, Authentic Gallop, and that horse ran pretty well, though going longer. I do like the fact that he keeps Black Dog here at a sprint distance. She has been working with Lady Orient, who I know didn't run particularly well going back to the PG Johnson, but did win her debut. And by my eye, watching that workout, Black Dog going better than her. She looks as though she should really appreciate this. Looking at her physically, has that proverbial turf hoof, the dam won on the turf. She was greatest stakes placed. Going back a generation, the second dam, multiple stakes winner on the turf. This is the right surface for her, Lafitte.
The Bay filly, Black Dog. Good luck, Tom Amos. She's 6 to 1. See what she does in her turf debut. 2-year-old fillies take center stage. Up next, the 6th from Saratoga, post time 9 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
If you were a fan coming to Saratoga tomorrow, Andy, like what time would you suggest showing up? Because the line for this is going to be.
I'm guessing the gates open at 10:30, I believe, tomorrow. I'm assuming that. Same post as today. There's going to be quite the crowd. You know what? I just stay over.
Early.
I just stay over.
Well,
You're staying over.
We'll be on air anyways.
Yeah, we're running.
The show that never stops.
For 54 consecutive hours, actually, to close out the meet. So we'll be on, and we'll be there. We'll have some.
I just realized
alongside the Grim Reaper.
How nice
Paul,
is
Andy,
this?
I'm Lafitte and Guy.
I just realized Rajiv's way better looking with his hairdo.
I got to tell you, Raj, I'm just going to be honest. Paulie wears it better than you do. Just telling you.
That looks
I'm
good.
ready for the rain. Ready for the rain.
Oh, yeah, you predicted a monsoon when I got it off the turf.
How nice
Rajiv
is
when I
this
showed up to the set.
windbreaker?
Where's your sickle?
Do I get extra pay for modeling?
Well, I tell you what, that's how. See, now you look like the better-looking cousin.
You're getting paid?
Now you look like the handsome cousin.
I got to talk to somebody
Rajiv's an
here.
intern.
Yeah, I got to talk. If you're getting paid, I got to talk to somebody here.
The hazing continues.
It's like after 3 years, I promise he stops.
All right,
About 3 years.
5.
Post parade. Moonlight Promises and Dylan Davis.
Nobody runs better than he was acting in the, or she does in the paddock.
Yeah, that was an issue moments ago. Found Grace, Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, first-time starter for Horacio Deposito. Having a really good meet, 23-1.
Maggie liked what she saw from Larice for Alex Bregman.
I picked this one on top. I like the 2-year-old sales work and the pedigree. George Weaver. He's had some tough beats to meet. Maybe he'll get a win here.
Brindy, the edge and experience.
Yeah, and it's had 3 works since. So, yeah, I can understand why this is the horse that the public has landed on as your favorite.
Bourbon Milk Punch hit 8-1 with Florent Giroux.
Plenty of turf pedigree on this one. I think this one's very dangerous.
Followed by a long shot, cold on the board. Take Me to Paris. Here she is.
Yeah, she's 33-1, the biggest long shot on the board. Daughter of City of Light, Florida bred here for Louis Rivera, who's had a nice little meet.
Take Me to Paris. Then number 9, Tam I Am, the debuting filly by Authentic in these Spendthrift colors.
Todd Bletcher's numbers with 2-year-old firsters going short on the turf are not very strong, but obviously with Irad's going to take attention.
Turf debut, Black Dog.
Yeah, for our colleague Tom Amos. Bad beginning last time. Might have cost the horse a placing, but on the turf, Ramon Vasquez employed.
Pedigree, he could do it, right?
While at commercial, Paul LaDuca yelled at Ramon Vasquez, "Don't listen to the trainer's instructions."
You know, really, nobody listens. No jockeys listen to Tom, right?
Tell you, this is my top. He's my top pick. I mean, she's my top pick, Black Dog. I love this filly in here, getting on the turf. Had some pedigree for the grass. Stumbled badly at the start on the dirt last time and got bounced around against Immersive, who we're going to see later on in the spinaway.
Yeah.
I think with the experience, good outside post, trying the turf, I think she's clearly the horse to beat.
The horse to beat.
The horse to beat, clearly the horse to beat.
She's not the horse to beat. She may win.
She is clearly the horse to beat, and she's going to win.
Horse to beat
in
is the
Raj's
6.
opinion, she's the horse to beat.
Right, but the horse to beat's the 6. I mean, the 6 ran
It's
and
an
ran
opinion.
a credible race.
It's not it's a fact. It's his opinion. She's a horse to beat.
She's not the favorite, but she's the horse to beat.
She's not. But
So
keep
let's
sticking to that.
revisit Brindy as we're looking at Black Dog. Brindy, who is the tepid choice, 3-1. What did you make of her debut, where she was favored, wound up finishing third, showing some tactical speed?
Well, this was a race that did collapse, in fact, the pace. And while she wasn't right in the lead, she was fairly close to it. I thought she ran a very creditable third in the race. The winner, Abiento, came back in an off-the-turf race and didn't run well, but she's a second-time starter for Mark Cassie that ran well. I don't have an issue with Brindy. I'm not saying she's a world beater, but I think she ran well enough to suggest that a first-time starter or a first-time turfer will have to put in at least a reasonable effort to beat her. I don't have a knock on her.
She set an absolutely perfect trip and had nothing in the stretch to offer. She faded back to third.
Yeah, but she broke slow. The 10 still the horse to beat?
There is no way the 6 finishes in front of the 10 in this race.
More kerosene.
I might have to
Thanks,
buy
Paul.
drinks. I'm buying drinks again.
Thanks a lot. More kerosene, Paul. Thanks. Much
I'm
appreciated.
doing my best Greg Wolf impersonation.
She's acting well, is Brindy. Maggie, what about Moonlight Promises, who was really giving her handlers a difficult time in the paddock?
Go back. We got to get Raj wagering drinks again because I need to get in on this because I am highly suspect. I like the 10. I don't know if she finishes in front of Brindy. It looks great. But yes, like you were saying, Lafitte, number 3 in here, Moonlight Promises. She was bad to saddle, but she's been that way both of the 2 times I saw her, in which she has encountered beats by stablemates. But I remember when she was beaten last time by And One More Time, Mark Cassie's other horse, I said, oh, I picked the Moonlight Promises because she was just a better price. He's like, I know. I just can't wait to get her on the turf. So she gets to do that here. And, you know, she's by Promises Fulfilled, who we haven't seen many of his progeny, but the dam of Promises Fulfilled was pretty good on the synthetic and the turf. So there's plenty of turf here, as the dam was a stakes winner on the turf. This is where she belongs. But she does present concerns about how much energy she expends pre-race, though, like I said, didn't necessarily affect her last time out when finishing third. Moving on to number 7, Bourbon Milk Punch. As you heard Andy say, there's pedigree. There is. She's by Uncle Mo out of a multiple stakes winning turf mare, but that mare has not produced anything to win yet. She's had 2 foals with multiple starts, and they haven't really done much running at all. She also gives the impression that longer might ultimately prove to be best, as she's kind of tall and leggy here with Florent Giroux. I just feel like she might need to start to get it all going and maybe a little bit more ground than the 5.5 furlongs. Same thing with number 9, Tam I Am. I will say this, though, she broke slower than a colt named Makes Sense. She sat a length back most of the way in that workout from the gate on August 24th, but then with actually weirdly John Velasquez aboard, asked a little bit and quickly closed that gap and finished better than him. That was on the dirt. There's actually more dirt pedigree. and she hinted at wanting Long, and she looks like Long. I am very confused by Todd Pletcher putting her in a 5.5 turf sprint, Lafitte.
Todd Pletcher, and there he is, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, a third Travers last weekend with the champ fierceness, and here with Tam I Am and Arado Ortiz.
Sometimes you just have to get them started into the race that comes up. So I don't know. What I would say about the 7, I agree with Maggie that the pedigree suggests that the horse will probably, if she's good at her, be better going longer. I don't disagree with that at all. But what I would say is that one of her foals, while not winning on the turf, did run second with a 79 Beyer. So it's not as though she couldn't run okay on the turf. And sometimes you have to make sure when you're talking about horses that didn't win, you at least look and see how well they ran. And she ran well enough to suggest there's some pedigree. I think Maggie's probably right. If she's going to do well, she's going to do well going longer. But also, just remember, sometimes the 2-year-olds that want to go longer are still good enough to win going shorter first time out.
The last time when we had this conversation about the drinks, I volunteered to give you a free drink, Andy. I'm not volunteering that anymore. It has to be a bet. And I'll give you guys odds between you and Maggie. 2 drinks to 1. You got a favorite, I got Black Dog.
All I know is I need a drink right now.
2 drinks to 1, that Black Dog.
Like I said, make it 2.
6.
Make it a double, bartender.
2-year-old fillies filing into the gate. Frank Viramonti standing by. Post time 6 of 13 on the last Saturday of the meet. That's Saratoga.
That was a good one. Laurice going in. Black Dog to the outside. All set. And they're off. Moonlight Promises is the quickest. Laurice has plenty of early gas and is right up alongside. Bourbon Milk Punch and Tam I Am, 4th on the outside of them, just 2.5 or 3 off the lead. Then comes Brindy inside Black Dog, a gap of 6 back to Found Grace. Take Me to Paris is next as the field strings out. Scarlet Sands, Cat Chat, 21 and 2. Moonlight Promises, no breather whatsoever with Laurice up alongside. Just a neck away second. Tam I Am starting to move in from 3rd. With a 1/4 mile to go, cruising up to the top pair, and Brindy coming alive in the lime green on the outside. The stage is set as they come to the furlong pole. Moonlight Promises, short lead. Laurice now set down. Tam I Am is coming with every stride. And then Brindy in 4th. Good run from Bourbon Milk Punch, who's coming with a nice rally along the inside. It's Laurice clinging to a narrow lead, and it will be Laurice to score by a 1/2 length over Bourbon Milk Punch, Tam I Am, and Brindy.
Driving finish. Some issue at the start of the race. In the end, Laurice able to overcome all of it, and for trainer George Reaver had her cranked up and ready to roll in her debut as she holds off Bourbon Milk Punch in the 6th at Saratoga.
It was an exceptional effort by this first-time starter. 21:53 the first quarter. And you see the toll that it took on Moonlight Promises late in the race. And this horse ran extremely well to hold up the 9, who looked poised to run, and then 7, who may want longer, but she ran well enough to be second today, guys.
Very well-polished debut and broke sharp right from the onset. Kind of broke outwards a little bit and caused some bump into Brindy. Not sure if they're going to take a look at it. Usually from the gate, the stewards don't really consider that too much of an effect.
They don't
but
adjudicate it at all.
This filly ran fast, took the pressure, put away a couple of rivals, and held on with a game victory.
You see George Weaver on the phone, probably to one of his clients. We'll get back to the start for you and see. Would you see anything here, Ajay?
Yeah, the number 5 broke outwards, causing a bump to the 6 and a little chain reaction.
It already hit the gate and caused his own problems, right?
Yeah, so a little bit of combination.
Not as much an issue for her. See those colors. Alex Bregman's first-time starter, Laurice, here engages Moonlight Promises, puts up a fight. Late charge, Bourbon Milk Punch, but Paulie in the end just too much. Laurice.
Yeah, it seems like the Astros haven't lost in August to September, and Alex Bregman hasn't lost in August. Back-to-back winners in the last 2 weeks.
Probably watching this one live. They don't play until tonight. First pitch against the Royals at 7:10.
What I love about that effort is, if she would have got beat, we would have said she ran a great race, a winning race, because she took a lot of pace pressure, and it was her debut, and she just gets caught, and it would have been a great effort. The fact that she was able to do that run the race hard from the onset and still manage to hold off the closers shows that this filly has a lot of determination, a lot of guts, and she's really, the sky's the limit for her.
From the pan watching it live, I thought the start for her was worse than it actually was. Watching the head-on, it wasn't too bad for Larice.
Yeah, no. She, you know, listen, braking can always be tough. She got right in position. But this was a quick pace that was falling apart in the late stages. This is a very promising horse. She's got a lot of speed. She had a lot of guts, and, you know, we'll see where they go with her. Obviously, they're going to be looking towards races like the Matron at six furlongs at Aqueduct, or I think there's an equivalent at Keeneland, because you want to get her, even though she's a filly, you want to get to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And now, an owner complained to me last year, why don't they have one for fillies, too? I said, you're lucky they have one at all. And if you've got a good filly, I wouldn't be afraid of taking the boys in that race.
That is a good filly. Alex Bregman's Larice, impressive in debut. George Weaver, Junior Alvarado. Alvarado and the favorite in the Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow. First things first, he'll visit the winner's circle with Larice. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2. Impressive maiden victory. First time out for trainer George Weaver. Larice guided to victory by Junior Alvarado, but please be joined by George here in the winner's circle. And George, they paid a lot, Alex Bregman and his family, for this filly. She was so impressive at the OBS sales.
She was. I thought she worked great, and you know, she's a nice physical specimen, and she's worked, you know, she's trained well and been classy ever since we had her. A little better on the grass. That's why we sprinted her on the grass. But, you know, we had high hopes for her. We thought she was going to run well.
And you had been working her with one of your nicer horses in Amidst Waves.
I know. I kind of feel bad for Amidst Waves. She had to chase her around there. And she's a really good filly in her own right. So, anyway, she was giving us good signs, and it was nice to see she could do well against that class of a horse. So, you know, 7-2, generous price.
Very generous price, considering she was attending the pace. It was a quick pace, too. You know, is this a true turf sprinter?
You know, I don't know. She does. She's not a aggressive horse, so I think she's going to get more ground. To be honest with you, you know, when she was working with the Mist Waves, you know, she was just sitting there in hand waiting for her cue. So I think she's going to stretch out.
How smart is she? She looks like a really smart filly.
She is. She is. So nice to have one like that.
Well, enjoy her. Congratulations. Congratulations to Alex, who I know is really pumped up.
Alex is the greatest, man. We're so happy for him. He won the stake the other day, and great guy. Very happy.
Congratulations, Alex. guys.
Could have 2 runners in the Breeders' Cup. Totally justified. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf, Alex Bregman.
I know what
Larice
table you
here.
should be sitting at.
Turf Sprint.
It's going to be me,
You,
Walker
Alex, and
Bueller,
Worth.
Alex Bregman, and Jason Worth. Come
thing,
on over.
It's a good thing you and Alex weren't on a baseball team together because it would have been a massive problem.
Alex, I'll tell you what, Jake Ballas came up to me and he even said, I got to calm Alex down. He wants to buy everything. So he's like, he's in the game
A
too.
lot
You
of
think
success
Jason Worth's
early
in
on.
it? He's in
Yeah.
it too, yeah. And he's in it with his family too. And I talk about Alex all the time. He's heavily involved in autism. He has an autistic son. He does a lot of stuff off the field too. He's a tremendous, tremendous guy. And I get it. Get over it. The Astros aren't bad people. Stop. They were banging cans. You should have caught them.
They can't. They've been on a tear, right?
Well, my problem is they were banging cans and everybody wants to be upset about them, but at the end of the day, they keep on showing up in October, even without Dusty Baker.
Dodger fan here thinks it's probably a good idea to change the subject.
Well, I don't have a problem. There's a $1 billion
revisit,
payroll.
The wager pre-race. Doesn't somebody owe somebody drinks?
Oh, Tom Amos.
It was so embarrassing. He's now trying to blame Amos. Really?
Tom, you got to come half-seas on me on these drinks because you trained the horse and you didn't show up for me, my man, so you got to pitch in.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say a word.
The best
He's a
news
trainer.
for you,
He's
Raj,
our colleague.
this conversation can't continue because we have a brand new audience that will have no idea
Great.
what we're talking about.
don't
Not that
wanna
this
know what
audience
we're
knows
talking about.
what we're talking about. Pausing for a brand new audience joining us here on Saratoga Live. Hello to our viewers. Bally SoCal, live look, Saratoga Racecourse. This is Saratoga Live alongside a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Guys, the final Saturday of the meet. It all goes by so fast, but still some big races on the horizon. The Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow, the hopeful closing day, and today, Andy, the Spinaway, the marquee event at Saratoga for 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, to me, it's always going to be one of my favorite races because when I first started coming to the track, it was the summer of '74, and I knew about one horse, and that was Ruffian. And she ran the Spinaway, and I remember standing at the finish line to see her win, and those are the kind of things that create lifetime fans, and I know it created a lifetime fan in me.
50 years ago, Paulie, and for these fillies, today with the Queen's MG, who is the second choice, 7-2, and what she's trying to accomplish, becoming the first filly since 1987 to sweep the Schuylerville, Adirondack, and Spinaway.
Yeah, she's 3 for 4 a lifetime, and she threw in her one American Pharoah clunker. I think everybody always says American Pharoah Triple Crown winner. A lot of people forget he ran dead last in his first start. So it happens every once in time, but Queen's MG has turned it around, and she just dominated this field, and she deserves to be the favorite. Now, this is going to be a tougher group this time around. In 3 races in 8 weeks, I think Saffie Joseph, the trainer, is trying to strike while the iron's hot, but there's some other horses in here, other fillies in here with talent.
As dominant as she's been this meet against this level of competition, she is seemingly underrated. She's not even the favorite here today. And I feel like you can get a good price on her. She's clearly the horse to beat. Her numbers, her speed figures, they haven't been as flashy as a couple of the other horses in here, but it's the way she's running. She's running fast early, tackling horses, facing challenges, and then putting those horses away and pulling away from her competition.
So maybe you get a better price on her this afternoon. Queen's MG towards the outside. Strong State. Andy, how impressed were you with her maiden victory here, her second career start for trainer Al Stahl?
I was very impressed by her. I thought she ran well in her debut with Trouble, and she came back and held off a horse for Brad Cox, took a lot of money, and came back, and while she lost, she ran the same by her speed figure. Now, I do think it's fair to point out that she got away with a very tepid pace that day, and there's a lot more speed in today's race, but she did show in her first start that with Trouble, she can still finish behind horses, so I don't think there's any chance we're going to see her anywhere near the lead today, Paulie.
No, I actually like her a little bit. If you're gonna put her up against Sherbina, my assessment of their first race, Strong Slate was better than Sherbina. Then Sherbina came back to run okay behind the Queen's MG. I think the purchase price of Strong State at $18,000, a lot of people are looking, Both of these horses won in restricted races. What I mean by restricted races were horses that were purchased for $50,000 and under. But the 2-horse Sherbina came back and ran out of those restricted races. Why can't Strong State run the same kind of race?
Don't tell the 2-year-old champion from a few years ago, British Idiom, that horses that break their maidens in restricted races can't become Grade 1 winners, because she certainly did.
Alcibiades and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. All that being said, we still haven't touched on the favorite, Raj, and Quiet Side, drawn towards the extreme outside, 3-1 on the morning line. Just one race, but a very fast, impressive race.
Yeah, that race was very impressive because she was very professional in that race. One pulling away by 6 lengths. She's done nothing wrong. So I don't know if she's the deserving favorite, but she definitely holds a big hand in here, especially the fact that she's got that coveted outside post position today. It's going to give her jockey Luis Saez all the options in the world to control the pace, dictate where he wants to be. If they're going slower, he's going to be able to push on the pace a little bit. If they're going a bit faster, he can sit back out there. He doesn't have to overcommit to anything. I think that's one of the best assets she has.
The key here, though, is, forgetting about all of that, is maiden breaking 2-year-old fillies. 2-year-old fillies that break their maidens debut have a long history of not coming back and duplicating those efforts. More often than not, they regress. Even the good ones, a Separation of Powers who ran a 90 buyer and kind of stunk the joint up in the spin away before winning a Grade 1 the Frazette in her next start. So you've got a whole lot of horses in here that look very good, including Quiet Side when they broke their maidens first time out. But which one or ones will come back and run back to those races or improve on them, and which are the ones they'll come back and throw in clunkers despite being talented? That's an unanswerable question, but it is the question of this race.
It's all cyclical. It's the same conversation we had opening day before the Schuylerville with complexion, right? And that big debut effort of hers. She didn't back it up. Much expected in that Schuylerville, and just it wasn't the same effort that we saw in her debut. She regressed. Today's stakes schedule, still all the major headline events in front of you with the 3-year-old filly sprinters and the Prioress, the Grade 1 Spinaway, and the Flower Bowl all coming your way on Saratoga Live. 7th race, horses in the paddock, 16 minutes out. Solid allowance, extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile. And you're looking at the favorite. A heavy favorite, Zadorsky, 3-2. Luis Saez to ride. Riders up, post parade, and the 7th of 13 on the Saturday from the Spa.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
One, two, three, four, five. I do not hear myself.
The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame welcomed 20 racing stables to this partnership and syndicate night. Every stable mentioned protecting horses through aftercare when they leave the racetrack. Saratoga stable showed off trophies and saddlecloths won by its famous winners of Triple Crown races, Funny Side, who won the Kentucky Derby and Preakness in 2003, and 'Tis the Law, who won the Belmont in 2020.
Because we have a great training team and advisors, Barclay Tagg, Robin Smullen. We feel, any time that we're buying a horse, they know what to do with a good horse.
Bond Racing Stable showed off its homebred yearlings on video and explained they offer horses to partners in 10% increments. They make the decisions for the horses, which will all be trained by James Bond.
I think if you really want to get into horse ownership, this is the best way to do it, so you learn what it's all about. It's fractional costs, a very risky business, but at least you're not in it alone.
West Point Thoroughbred showcases its champion racehorse Flightline as an example of the heights to which a partnership can take partners. At Dreammaker Stable, Tom Gallo promotes buying into New York breds, which can race and win an open company, but have the protection of running in races restricted to New York breds. Jeff Michalowski liked what he was hearing.
We hope to one day see some winners if we get involved.
And before you get involved, it's recommended you perform due diligence on any partnership offerings.
At the highest level, it's become common. The strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Could see a New York bred winner in the upcoming 7th race at Saratoga. The lone New York bred in the field, the gray filly. There she is, by Not This Time. Kara's Time, currently 6-1 overlay from a morning line of 7-2. Acacia's with us in the paddock. Kara's Time, Acacia, what is she showing you?
Well, she is a cool New York bred representing the program and showing yet again how those New York breds can be competitive and effective against open company. And one of the beautiful things about being a New York bred as well is that you can go through your first and second level restricted New York bred allowance races, just like Kara's Time did. And then you can go back to an open first level allowance. You have kind of double the amount of conditions as a winner when you're a New York bred, which is a great opportunity for horsemen to enter their horses in spots like these. So Kara's Time last time out showed that she could hang with open company, finishing third behind Princess Madison, who would come back to run third in the Grade 2 Charlestown Oaks most recently. And I think that was a good one that she faced that day, and one who was a favorite. And Kara's Time, yes, she kind of ran in place a little bit, but she held in there. She was forwardly placed and I think did not disgrace herself. She's one that sometimes doesn't carry the best of weight. She's doing very well today. The number 4, Zadorsky, though, currently your favorite, as we saw her win at 7 furlongs at Churchill 2 starts back, and last time out finishing second against this level of competition with a stalking trip and just second best, but I thought finishing pretty well in that spot, which is more than I can say for several others in that race who were not really kind of kicking it in late. She's been very professional throughout here. I think 7 furlongs is kind of that race that just hits her right between the eyes, a little bit of length to her frame, but not the biggest. She's pretty laid back too. She kind of has her ears pricked alert, taking everything in, but the consummate professional for Whit Beckman, who with a limited number of starters, a lot of them have been very well placed, and it was great to see him get his first win here at Saratoga with a 2-year-old earlier this meet. The number 7 Catching Heat is one of 2 for Chad Brown, and this is certainly the one of the 2 that I prefer. Did break open the gate last time out at Monmouth, and that can really just take a lot out of a horse, physically and mentally, popping open the front of the gate and then going 1 1/16, which I know she's by Union Rags, but I really don't think she wants that far. I love the turn back for her. She's built more downhill. She's kind of a compact, stockier type of physical, looks terrific in her coat as well. And I just think that this is going to be a much better spot for her. And finally, the 2 Reliable Lady. I know that she's a huge price and she is stepping up off the back of a maiden win, but I think that she is just a horse that has found the spot, the surface and the distance of what she really wants to do. She looks tremendous yet again for Fernando Abreu, and though she's a big price, and I do question the quality really of that race that she comes out of, and it has not been the most productive so far, but she won nicely that day and seems like she's continuing to progress. She'll have to take a big step forward here, Lafitte, but she's doing well right now.
Yeah.
Ricardo Santana there, Acacia aboard. Reliable lady, subbing for Javier Castellano, involved in a fall yesterday. Rajiv, you had a chance to speak with Javier earlier today. How is he doing? What did he tell you?
Well, he's in good spirits. He was very grateful because he felt like it could have been worse. Luckily, the x-rays came back negative. He got checked out at Albany Med, so that was positive signs. However, he's still pretty banged up, so he just wants to make a double check on his wrist. So he has to see a specialist. I guess he's sometime today. So
he texted me Tuesday. Now I know we're going to see him. I don't know that for sure. All I can say about Javi is, if you know Javi, you love Javi. So we all are wishing.
He was so thankful, and he felt grateful that it wasn't worse.
Good man.
Get well soon, Javi. What a career. Some of his biggest and best moments right here at Saratoga, the 7, Travers, the 4, Alabamas, that 4th Alabama a couple of weeks ago on the mend. Hope he's back in the saddle before long.
6 grade 1s, one meet in Saratoga.
Awesome.
That is no mean feat.
Awesome.
The number 4, Zadarski here is the number 4 on the inside in the blue and white, and you can see Jockey Louis says he was having a great trip. He tried to go outside. The 2-horse vacated the rail. He had to readjust and duck to the inside, and I felt like that wasn't any fault of his, but the filly would have probably ran better if she was able to get to the clear. She did sit a great trip. She got through on the inside. She ran a very good race, but I feel like if she would have got to the clear, she would have given a little more.
She's got one number that makes her the winner on a wet track, a sealed track, and she's 8-5, now 9-5, and a heavy favorite in multis, and what I think is a highly competitive race. I think she's an underlay.
Yeah, it is. There's a silver line, and there she is, 6-1 with Ramon Vasquez.
She was wide against a very good rail last time out. I think she is a major threat here, and maybe a last gasp chance for these connections to try to tie Klarovich for the ownership title.
Flying P, Jay Provenzano. You saw Ricardo Santana aboard Reliable Lady, then Best Impression, number 3 here. We saw these connections in the winner's circle in the first race. Wellspring, Phil Serpy, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I think this is a long shot that has a little bit of chance to get a piece. Could easily improve enough to get somewhat competitive.
Zadorsky, the favorite.
Yeah, probably the horse to beat. And I'm in agreement with Rajiv with the ride last time. Maybe a little bit unlucky.
New York bred Kara's Time.
I like Kara's Time in here. I'm a little worried she was scratched of a race a few weeks ago, but she's been tremendous so far this year.
Franco looking for a 3rd win this afternoon. That was Nikitas.
This horse should not be this price. Did not like the mud last time out. 3rd off the layoff. I could see this horse running a big race.
Catching Heat, the Chad Brown trainees will break side by side, then Crushed Ice and Rod Ortiz.
You know, Crushed Ice won an off-the-turf event. I don't think he's much. I think he's one of the outsiders.
You said she's not impossible, Miss Enchanted.
Yeah, not surprising when a West Point horse is a lower price than she probably should be at 5-1, but I think she's sneakier. Maybe she didn't love the wet track last time, and her maiden win 2 back was pretty good. She didn't run badly last time either, and I think she has a chance to get that elusive first win this meet for our man Dale Romans. I know I'm personally hoping for it.
Dale wins.
Love Dale.
Everybody wins. Miss Enchanted, 5 minutes out. So you still have a couple days. Right, if you want to play the spin away later, all the stakes races, Jockey Cup, Gold Cup, the Hopeful. Sign up now. NYRaBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250 or an up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. But any track, anywhere, anytime, join now. NYRaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Dylan Davis aboard Catching Heat. He'll ride the Queen's MG, seeking a 2nd Grade 1 win at the meet. Took down the Saratoga Derby a couple of weeks ago. Later, the Spinaway and a career-altering, career-changing summer at Saratoga for Dylan Davis.
No question about it. I mean, he's a terrific rider, but he has really come into his own the last 6 months or so and establishing himself as one of the elite riders.
Breakout rider of the meet. And barring none, overall, I thought that he is the jockey of the meet. He made so many races that he won that he was the difference maker. The decisions that he made was the reason why he won on horses that probably should have finished 2nd or 3rd. He got them to win because of these little meticulous decisions he made, especially saving ground.
I want to say he's got to be up there, one of the biggest ROIs that
is
at this meet
it
ever.
has to be not
ever,
even close.
Right?
I mean,
he
amazing. He's been terrific.
I'm really jealous now of Acacia. There's a lot of reasons to be jealous of Acacia, but now I'm really jealous because she is right next to Lord Stanley's Cup. Acacia.
That's right. I'm going to work on my best Vanna White moment here and have to give a huge thank you and shout out to Vinny and Teresa Viola for bringing the cup here to Saratoga today. The line, guys, for people to come and have their picture taken with the Stanley Cup is crazy. It is such a cool piece of history here at historic Saratoga, and just amazing to get a chance to see it up close, be able to read some of the names on here. Absolutely incredible. What a season the Florida Panthers had, and this is really awesome. I don't get starstruck very often, Lafitte, but I'm kind of starstruck by the Stanley Cup.
Completely understandable. The history, what it represents, and to have it here at Saratoga. Not a first time. Remember, Eddie Olczyk was here with the Stanley Cup back in '94, and Kentucky Derby winner Gopher Gin was eating out of it in Nick Zito's barn.
I was playing full-time back then in '94 and taking the train out to Belmont every day from Manhattan. And, you know, we were the hardcore. We were on the train every day, and there were a few people. It was before the race run TV. Still had decent crowds every day at Belmont. But suddenly on like a Wednesday or Thursday, the train was jam-packed. And, of course, I never have any clue what's going on around me. And I said, what the heck's going on? Why is the train packed? And they said, well, the Cup, man, we're coming out. And our cameraman, John Kakami, said there were 14,000 people lined up for the Cup that day at Belmont. It was incredible.
Unbelievable, but it's not.
Yeah, and the crazy part is a lot of people that don't know Ed Olczyk wore number 16. He always calls me Tiny 16, my favorite Tiny 16. He's having a monster meet, and he watches this show every day, and I've been hearing about it. So, Eddie, stop telling me that you're winning a ton of money because I've been getting buried, all right?
That's all right. If you don't know Eddie Olczyk, then you're missing out.
He's the best. And, by the way,
great man.
He is cancer-free right now.
Yeah. Doing
that is
very
which
well.
Is huge, yes.
Nobody better than Edzo. It was 94.
94,
yeah.
With they won, and the Knicks got beaten in the finals.
Can't win them all. Look at the baby.
One of the biggest perks.
And it is great. It was so nice of Vinny and Teresa to bring the Cup here to Saratoga. And, you know, I remember watching the final game when they won, and they're not people that are looking for attention. You had to look hard on TV to find Vinny and Teresa. They were letting the players and everybody else get the attention. Those are the kind of people that they are.
The line is into the grandstand. We were told, like, into the grandstand.
One of the biggest perks of working with Fox Sports, and Acacia can attest to this, she got to cut the line. So maybe they'll let me cut the line.
They have guards there to keep you away.
Yeah. But like I said, the history of the Stanley Cup, that is the cool picture to go get. If you got time, you still got 6 races left to go get it.
Stanley Cup today, windbreaker tomorrow. Winding down the summer here at Saratoga. And there is the favorite, in Zadorsky. What is the key to her success this afternoon? What needs to happen here?
I mean, it's hard to say because she doesn't have that much speed. And I think it'll be interesting to see what the pace is, right, Paulie? The 1 and 5 feel like they're the main 2 speeds, perhaps Misenchanted stalking towards the outside. Yeah. But she's not that fast, the 4 Zadorsky. And I think the question with her is whether or not she's just improving as a racehorse or she really improved on a muddy seal track. Now, some can say she didn't run that well earlier. She ran okay on a muddy seal track earlier, not that well, but she's improved as a racehorse. But I'm wondering if the muddy seal track moved her forward. I think she is well over bet in this race. While being contender.
When you say she doesn't have no speed, how far do you think she's going to be sitting off the pace? Because I don't see her sitting more than 2 lengths off the pace.
I do, but I look at pace figures, but that's fine. I don't know, Raj, because she was a little closer last time. She could be closer, but I don't see her as a main speed in this race. I don't know how far. I think more than 2 lengths, but
I see her sitting a perfect trip, a couple lengths off the lead, and I think this is her race to win. And talk about champions, she's also part owned by Jason Wirth.
Zadorsky,
I was surprised.
Belmont winning owner, Haskell.
David Aaron Garner, our morning's line maker, is tremendous. And, you know, when I looked at this, I thought the 5 actually would be favored over the 4, to be honest with you.
So did I.
And in the way the 4 is getting bet, I get it. But the 5 at 7-2 is ridiculous.
I'm shocked that the 4 is an overwhelming favorite in this race, to be honest, Paulie.
I
would
just
have
sent
gotten
it
this
in on the
way
5,
wrong.
I put it that way.
I'm rooting for you.
Whit Beckman.
At that price.
Looking for a second win here at Saratoga. Zadorsky, 7-5. As we turn things over to Frank Miramati with the load and call post time for the 7th of 13 on a Saturday at Saratoga.
All right, Lafitte, here's catching heat going in. Crushed ice. Zadorsky maintaining the odds of 6-5. Misenchanted to the outside stall. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kara's Time in the center of the course is out for the lead. Misenchanted up close to, and here comes, there's a Silver Lining rushing on through to take the lead. Reliable Lady now moves into second, followed by Kara's Time in third. Then Misenchanted, catching heat, is on the extreme outside as Best Impression comes through in the blue willingly to take third. And Zadorsky is following her up the inside, heading toward the half-mile pole. A break of 3 back to Nikitas and Crushed Ice. 22-3. There's a Silver Lining and Ramon Vasquez take them past the half-mile pole, leading by 2 lengths. Reliable Lady is still in second, trying to close that gap. Then it's Misenchanted on the outside third, joined deeper out by Catching Heat, making a 4-wide bid. Best Impression, Zadorsky coming to the quarter pole, has a lot of work to do, at least 7 lengths to make up. Aggressively ridden at this stage. The half went in 45-4. There's a Silver Lining, maintains the lead. Misenchanted wandered very wide while rallying. In between those two, Reliable Lady is fighting on. They're inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and Misenchanted has gobbled up the front runners, and now Zadorsky is coming alive, but it might be too late. Misenchanted, 4-length lead. Misenchanted, another for Junior Alvarado. Zadorsky finished full of energy second, Reliable Lady third, then Catching Heat.
With that big white blaze, a big first win this summer at Saratoga for Dale Romans, West Point Thoroughbreds, Misenchanted, and Junior Alvarado strike in the 7th.
Despite bearing out badly top of the stretch, she proved much the best in this race. This pace really fell apart. The 1 came up on empty in mid-stretch. The 2 went by, but the 4 made a big run from well back in the pack in here, tiring at the end, but this horse, Paulie, was best.
I just was listening to Miramati. Sorry, I thought Frank was saying something. Yeah, the 9 was best. It was wide most of the way, about 4 or 5 wide on the turn, but Junior had a ton of horse. Man, it is so fun looking at horses, especially a filly like this with that big white face. It's such a beautiful thing. I love it. Rajiv, I'll tell you what, the 4 just kind of got pinned behind and then had to come on the outside, Rajiv.
Yeah, it kind of, not what I expected. I expected her to be a bit closer to the pace, but she was struggling early to keep up. Louis would try to get her in the outside in the clear where she did her better running, but by that time the race was pretty much over as Misenchanted had gotten the jump on her. Running a really strong race from start to finish, it was Misenchanted, chasing from the outside.
Start to finish, did you notice anything right from the start?
I didn't notice anything, but I will say this. You know, normal, looked like a break. There's a little bit crowded towards the outside. I will say this. Fernando Abreu's horse ran third at 29-1. Leave out any Abreu at your own peril right now because they are all running.
Fernando's a very good trainer.
Yes.
He's had a very good meeting. He is a dangerous, dangerous trainer, extremely under the radar.
Yeah. That Irving Cowan homebred finishing third, Reliable Lady. The year before, the Rangers won the Stanley Cup. It was those colors you saw in the winner's circle after the Breeders' Cup distaff. Hollywood Wildcat over Passiana in one of the greatest Breeders' Cup races all time.
Who rode her?
Eddie D.
You're
and
a
he
little,
lost his
little California homer here, don't you think?
No, I mean, they tend to conceal this sort of information in racing publications and that kind of thing. Andy, you know, you just have to do a really deep dive to find this stuff.
I know I was at that Breeders' Cup and got absolutely buried.
Good. Good. It was all chalk. It was all chalk, though, until our Kong. It was all chalk until our Kong at 133 to 1 of the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, when Jerry Billy.
A lot of money on our Kong.
Well, it was all was it?
It wasn't me.
No, it wasn't our Kong. Was Cat Thief in that?
No,
that was
the
Gulfstream.
following year.
That was at Gulfstream. Okay.
Tabasco Cat the following year.
No, yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Gulfstream.
Dale Romans gets that first win.
Happy for
here
Dale.
at Saratoga.
Congrats.
He's had a couple horses that have run well, too.
You know what I'm happy about? We're done.
We are?
Yeah,
I wanted to stay on for another
This
segment.
felt like a sprint. I mean, just a breeze.
You can spend the rest of the time looking at Timeform US and looking at pace
I'm having
figures.
fun with you guys. Come on.
Yeah, he's handing out drinks.
He's trying to get out of that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And the best racing still ahead. So the Prioress, 3-year-old fillies, coming up the Flower Bowl and the Spinaway, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga as we wind things down this summer at Saratoga. Congrats, Dale. Congrats everyone at West Point. Junior Alvarado in a zone. Nice victory here with Miss Enchanted, Greg Wolf, and the crew standing by.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive a $150 sign-up bonus. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us as here in race number 7, Miss Enchanted appreciated getting back on the fast track as she returned $12.20 to win with Junior Alvarado in the saddle, upsetting the 6-5 favorite Zadorsky and Reliable Lady, who checked in third at 29-1. But it's always a fun winner's circle with West Point Thoroughbreds involved, and I'm pleased to be joined by Tom Bellhouse from West Point. And Tom, as I said, this filly looks like she really appreciated getting back on a fast track.
You know, she did, Maggie.
Maggie,
Acacia. It's, you know.
How many years have we known each other?
A long time. I'm a little excited. We, like you said, fast track. Dale really thought she was ready last time, and Junior was nice and aggressive, and we went forward, and it was just really what the cherry on a phenomenal meet for everybody at West Point. And you know, Dale Romans, Tammy Fox, their team have just, you know, it's been a long meet for them, and to have this win the way this filly ran, you know, onward and upward, and it's a big day all over the country. So we're very excited, and I'm excited because I get to be next to the guy who with the hose, and that always means you're in the winner's circle.
That's right, cleaning up behind us as West Point's been cleaning up this summer, as you mentioned, with some big wins and a big day. Carson's run over Kentucky Downs today, but also Parnack in the Flower Bowl trying to defend her title. She ran gallantly last time out.
Yeah, she really did, and the Clement team has really kind of spaced her races out a little more this year. Obviously, last year was phenomenal to win the Flower Bowl. We're up against the best in the division with Warlike Goddess and McCulloch, but she's training great, and she's coming into the race in a great shape. And I think, you know, she's a fresher horse than she was a year ago. So we're hoping for big things today.
And with these partnerships, seeing so many people be able to experience the joy of winning a race at Saratoga, like we just saw today in this race, and with some of the big wins that you mentioned this summer, you just can't put a price on that.
No, it's a long meet for those of us who are here every day, but to come out at the end of this with a couple races left, to have 5 wins, to win a Grade 1, to win a Grade 3, and to have hundreds of partners come through town at various times, it's very special, and it's why we do what we do. We love it, and we're very blessed. Our partners, they let us participate at the highest level, which we've grown to where we are now, and we can't wait to see what comes next as we head to Keeneland and hopefully buy the next superstar.
Oh, we can't wait to see what the future holds. So congratulations on this win here, Tommy.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
West Point Thoroughbreds, not done yet. As we'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll welcome in the new set on the desk. Greg Wolf and team coming up, and we'll take a look at the Queen's MG going for 3 straight stakes at Saratoga. Should she pick up another one in today's Spinaway?
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day. Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th. First post at 4 p.m.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the final Saturday of the meet at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Grade 1 spinaway for 2-year-old fillies to come. 3 graded stakes still ahead on this final Saturday of the meet here. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Terrific crowd on hand, weather cooperating for now as we're 18 minutes away from the start of a pick 6 on the final Saturday of the meet. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports coverage. The Queen's MG trying to pull off something that has not happened since 1987, trying to sweep this 3-race series of stakes races for 2-year-old fillies. Can she do that? We will find out in the Spinaway. And of course, last year's Spinaway winner returning for the first time as a 3-year-old, Brightwork in the Prioress. And Warlike Goddess as a 7-year-old, trying to prove she's still queen of her division, the 10-time graded stakes winner. The favorite from that inside post. Spinaway, though, big one. Grade 1, 2-year-old fillies in the Queen's MG. 44-1 shocker on opening day in the Schuylerville. Secret was out when she won the Adirondack. Surprisingly, though, not the favorite in today's race as I bring in one of the winningest trainers in the history of the sport, Tom Amoss, champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, former champion rider Richie Migliori. How difficult is this to pull off and win 3 major stakes for these 2-year-old fillies at a meet?
Well, we know how difficult it is, but if there's one that can do it, the Queen's MG, who has been very, very impressive. Yes, big long shot when she won the first of the 3-leg series of those stakes here, but when she came back 2.5 to 1, did from off the pace, dominated, looks like the right horse.
She does look like the right horse. One thing that I find interesting, in her 4 starts in her career, she's been drawn the outside post in all 4. Now, today she's a little more towards the inside, and she does have speed outside of her, so I'm just going to be curious to see how does she react to the kickback, because I do think she will get outrun a little bit from the outside.
All right, JK, we'll get your thoughts in a moment, but we got to actually sign off on FS2. You can catch us on the Fox Sports app or YouTube. All right, so let's get back to this conversation for the spin-away, JK. Obviously, a lot of attention on the Queen's MG, but some very talented youngsters that she's going to have to face as well. But she took a big move forward in that second stakes win here.
And her 2 wins, none of it came easy, right? I mean, she was close, she was outside, but the pace was extremely fast in both of those races. So she's the real deal. But the problem is, there's a couple of them in here that are seeming to be the real deal, that all have the same style as her. She might win, but she's going to run harder today than she ever has in her first 2 starts.
Dylan Davis, tremendous Saratoga for him. 44-1 upset on that filly on opening day, part of a 2-win day for him on the first day of the meet. He has not stopped since. Can the Queen's MG pull it off? It's been more than 35 years since a 2-year-old filly has won all these 3 major stakes at the meets, and that is correct. She paid $91 in that Schuylerville. Everyone forgot about her. Much shorter price. And again, though, not the favorite in this spin away today. As for Quiet Side, what a meet it's been for John Ortiz and this filly, JK, impressive first time out.
Oh, she was sensational. And look, she won the early battle of the spin away by drawing the far outside Richie. She's in the perfect spot for the situation she's going to have. There's a lot of speed in here. She's not going to get dictated to. She'll be able to see what's happening to her inside.
Yeah, she's not under any kind of pressure from the outside. She's going to be fast enough to put herself in a good position, but it's so useful with that long run down the backstretch to let them get in a good rhythm.
Yeah, look, she very handridden to the wire. You can see it right there, not having to use the crop in any way, shape, or form, just kind of using the hands to tell the rider, the horse to go on. That's where the action is going to be, right? Quiet Side and the Queen's MG. Those are going to be the 2 players. But I am pondering taking a different angle in this race.
Let's see what you did there.
Oh, there you go. Somebody's paying attention.
She was impressive at Ellis. I mean, she won quite handily, too.
Well, there was a filly chasing her in that Schuylerville, I should say, who had a terrible beginning for a barn, too, that's had youngster after youngster produce at this meet. Mark Cassidy, that's Sherbini, who was second in that Schuylerville after a very bad start. We'll see if she can turn the tables this afternoon. She's 8-1 morning line. We'll get Tom's selection in a little bit. Most of you caught that, I would assume. You can play all the action at NyraBets.com. Get signed up, started. Play all weekend long with us here on closing weekend and beyond here at Saratoga. And get that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus. Pick 6 starts in this race. 7 furlongs, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds. Trying to get that first win on the resume. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we have a cacophony of screams from these young juveniles here in the paddock, but not necessarily from the horse I'll get to first, and that is number 2, Guns Loaded, son of Gun Runner, who, I mean, with his 2-year-olds, he just hits at a very high percentage that we've seen with them. Though, on the bottom side, this is actually a little bit more of a turf pedigree. The dam, I remember her, Sky My Sky, for trainer Mark Cassey. Greatest stakes place on the turf and synthetic. The one sibling, not much, but both didn't handle the dirt. So we'll see if this surface is okay for him. Obviously, the Gun Runner influence helps, has a little bit of that turf look, very angular pasterns, but beyond that, this is a very good-looking horse. He's got a lot of size and physical maturity. We see Jose D'Angelo sending him out in blinkers first time out, but he has been working in them as he was outside in his latest workout on the Oklahoma track of a horse that has already won as a 2-year-old named Curran. And he was late in the work getting to him, and then galloping out better than him. So he definitely wants every bit of this 7 furlongs. Like what I'm seeing from him. As we'll move on to the horse who is your favorite. That's number 3, Tap Into This. This horse, I think, might just start get going at 7 furlongs, as he definitely is this long, stretchy son of Tap It with the hard spun influence on the bottom. Just a really long, scopy type of neck to him. Has been so professional in his second start, where first time out he got away slowly from the inside, and we saw Tyler Gaffalione just really stick to the rail. He started to commence a run around the turn, and he made up good ground late, but the winner just the best. Sandman actually came out of that race and won impressively here earlier on in the meet, but this guy has one of those strides that suggests that he wants every bit of 7/8, if not 2 turns in the near future, guys.
Maggie, thank you. So start number 2, Tap Into This. 5-2 current favorite with that debut at Churchill for Steve Asmussen. And had some issues in this race.
I'll say. Slow start early, last early, as a matter of fact, saves all the ground. Big finish on the end. Take a good look at that horse's silks as well as overall body. She got a big education from this one.
And here's the thing about this performance from Tap Into This. Normandy Coast came back and ran 11 points faster and won. Sandman came back, ran 30 points faster and won. This was a trip in a fast race. This is 100% the horse to beat.
Expensive son of Tap It making start number 2. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, let's pick up with the Chad Brown firster, a homebred for Klarovich Stable and Capricious Outcome. This one by Practical Joke, as obviously very much a homebred, as he also campaigned the dam, reversed the decision, but she was all turf. So intriguing to see Chad opt to start this guy on the main track first time out, but I can see why. There's a lot of Practical Joke influence in here. Looks a lot like his sire. He's actually quite big, kind of that rangy frame. He's a little bit raw looking still. There's a bit of development for him to complete, but in the same breath, he also looks incredibly fit, and I think he's really well spotted at this 7/8 first time out. He has been very, very professional here in the paddock. As number 9, Our Favorite Son for Phil Bauer, son of Taprit. Yeah, they want every bit of distance, but they're also not the most precocious types, as he's been one that is a little bit rambunctious here in the paddock. Wearing blinkers does look as though he should be quick, because he is sharp and he's very, very alert here, but he's got these really rounded out hindquarters. Phil always brings a horse looking over so ready. There's no stone left unturned to a horse's fitness when it comes to Phil Bauer in any type of race. So there's no doubt about it, Greg. Our Favorite Son's ready to roll.
7-2 on this first time starter. Thank you, Maggie, for a barn that is having another amazing Saratoga summer, just as they did a couple of years ago, and we sort of first learned about Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing when they went 6 for 13. Welcome back to those rejoining us now on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliori, and of course Maggie Wolfendale, you just heard from. We're 9 minutes away from a race that kicks off this pick 6. 2-year-olds trying to get that first win on the resume, and it is, Tom, a horse with experience at Churchill for trainer Steve Asmussen, who's had, certainly by his standards, a very slow meet. The 2-1 favorite.
I think Jonathan's right on here with Tap Into This being the proper favorite and the horse to beat. If you're going to look for a negative there, something to maybe make it not go right, maybe it's the fact that that horse hasn't run since June the 27th.
Back to the 9, JK. So here's the Phil Bauer runner working with a pretty good one who's going to attract a lot of attention in a graded stake later today.
Yeah, well, I'm going to throw this back to our resident trainer here, Tom Amos. It doesn't make any sense to me why you wouldn't work a nice horse with a very talented horse. Like, why would you want to discourage a horse like the 9 here, Our Favorite Son, with a horse who's going to be the favorite in a couple of minutes here in a stake race? It makes no sense to me.
A couple of things. Number one, you're looking to get fitness, so you're looking to give him a challenge that will set him up for a race against maybe lesser. That would be one reason. Number two, it could be anything from what the instructions are in the work. Hey, I know this horse is better, but we're going to use him as a target, only do enough to keep up with that horse to let the nine horse, in this case, Our Favorite Son, challenge at the end. So it can work to fitness more than anything else.
7 minutes away from the start of this 8th coming up. Cross-country pick 5. Opportunity to play today begins at Monmouth Park. Coming up at 4:04 Eastern. Includes races 7 and 8 at Monmouth, races 9, 10, 11, including 2 graded stakes here at Saratoga on a final Saturday of the meet. We do have a loose horse, we've been told. Lucas's Mischief, the 1. So hopefully Outriders can do their thing. And there's a look at Jose Lezcano, who is mountless right now. We'll see what happens with that second-time starter. We'll kick things off with guns loaded. First-time starter, Jose D'Angelo.
Yeah, this is a horse that shows a lot of speed in the morning. Jose D'Angelo, 13% with first-time starters.
Here's the favorite. Tap into this, Steve Asmussen.
We watched the backtrack on this horse. Great education for a horse like this. The proper favorite.
Dallas Stewart, this was a big debut. Did not break well, ran huge late.
Look, I love the 3 in here, but the 4, Dapper Moon, exits a nice race with trouble as well. Filioso came back and ran 15 points faster.
Capricious Outcome, 8-1. It's a Chad Brown first-time starter.
You better pay attention to anything Chad Brown puts out there as a first-time starter. He gets them ready.
Bill Mott, Hall of Famer. Godolphin, well-suited.
Yeah, well-suited. Not taking a lot of money in here, but always dangerous.
Laurent Giroux will get the pickup mount for Rigney Racing. Phil Bauer on Our Favorite Son.
Yeah, we talked about that horse in the paddock. Big, good-looking horse to me.
4-1 right now for the debut, and then big price on the 10, Capo Luca for Will Walden.
I've seen a lot worse 33-1 shots. Will Walden, 4 for 10 at the meet. This horse is 33-1. He's been sneaky with some runners here.
And there's a look at the 5. That's run of the house, who we did not get a look at. Ray Handel, the gun runner, first-time starter with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, there's 7 of these 10 horses are first-time starters debuting, of which run of the house is the 5 horse, and the board says not this time.
Meanwhile, the loose horse still out running on his own. Hopefully the Outriders MIG can get to him sooner than later.
And it's a tricky thing, too, because this horse obviously reacted badly being handoff to the pony, because that's the area where they do hand off to the pony. That's where Jose Lezcano was unseated. And now they're trying to catch him off of ponies. So this horse has already shown an aversion to the ponies.
He just wanted to get to the gate. He's like, come on, let's do this thing.
That's good news.
I like a horse like that.
5 minutes away from this 8th to start our pick 6 on Spinaway Saturday. We're going to take a timeout. Still ahead, Flower Bowl, and McCulloch will try and add another win for Chad Brown and Klorovich in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Saratoga Live. The real star of the festivities this afternoon, the Stanley Cup trophy here. And that line, Meg and I walked by it coming to the set. I've not seen a line that long all summer long here.
It's so cool, and everybody's so excited about being able to be next to it, get a picture with it. Obviously, we get some Florida Panther fans there. And me and Greg thought we were going to get some VIP treatment and be able to sneak in there.
And we got
had no
shut down.
shot.
I had heard through the grapevine that there's one gentleman who was assigned to the Stanley Cup after a team wins it. It's because, all the players want to take it to wherever, and it's the team's expense to fly the Stanley Cup and that gentleman wherever they go, wherever in the world the Stanley Cup needs to go, he goes with it. That's a cool job.
That's good work if you can get it.
Been a lot of drinking out of that cup. A lot to celebrate, whoever wins that. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup is definitely the most famous thing here today, as we will take a look at Dapper Moon, a horse that I will admit I was not the biggest fan of first time out, going the 6 furlongs, but he was a late closing second that day. Really impressive with that late kick. I didn't necessarily like him that day because he just looked a bit smaller and underdeveloped, and he's very fine boned, but he's come out of that race really gaining a lot of strength, a lot of muscle mass, so I do appreciate that. I think he may tap out at this 7 furlongs, but the fact that he has the race under his belt, I think makes him incredibly formidable. But I will admit, Greg, this is a race that, as you typically see with these 7/8 races, full of horses that want to probably even go longer, whereas I think this might be his perfect distance.
4-1, second time out, Dapper Moon. Yes, 7/8, Tom. This race, a little bit more important to have a race under your belt?
I think so. I mean, it's always important, as you know, to have a race under your belt. Experience pays in these maiden races. There's so much to be learned in that first start, and the trainer can work on different things, and horses tend to show their most improvement for their first to second starts. But as Greg said, the 7/8 distance is a challenging distance for a first-time starter.
Yeah, you have a race under your belt, as Tom said, you're gonna have more foundation, fitness level's gonna rise. And just talking about working on things, Dapper Moon, who I wound up landing on for Dallas Stewart, he was very rough at the gate first time out, very fractious. And watching him in the post parade, it's obvious they've schooled this horse a great deal. He seems much calmer heading to the gate today. Now, I hope he holds it together when he actually goes into the gate.
Well, Ricardo Santana Jr. was on board for that debut that did not start well. Back aboard today. He certainly finished with a lot of enthusiasm, JK.
Absolutely, and he's got Incentive Pay, who won that race, we'll see on Monday in the Hopeful. And then, like I mentioned in the post parade, Filoso, the Chad Summers runner, who came back and won here and ran 15 buyer points faster. So it was a good race, and it was a bad trip in a good race. I still think the 3 tap into this is the one you want, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if the 4 won.
I thought the 4's last race, Dapper Moon, was flattered by the pace totally collapsing. You had a number of horses finish on the end there. I thought it looked better than it actually was.
3-2 favorite. Steve Asmussen. Tap into this. Second time starter. 7-5 here as we get started for this pick 6. Who do you think is going to be the most singled horse in the pick 6?
I would say
Warlike
Goddess, I think, but McCulloch is tough.
Do you trust Warlike Goddess today?
I do. She's 4 for 4 on turf not listed as firm. A couple of sprinkles today, I think, goes right into her hands.
Here we go. Pick 6 sequence begins right here. Includes 3 graded stakes, including Warlike Goddess, the 10-time graded stakes winner in that Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Okay, Greg, here's our favorite son. Dapper Moon in the colors of Valine Farms. Run of the house. Capo Luca to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tap into this was standing still and is a distant trailer. Very rough beginning for him. Dapper Moon is vying for the early lead. Along the inside, Lucas's Mischief is coming through now, and Lucas's Mischief up to take the lead. Guns Loaded had a very sharp start and is in second. followed by Dapper Moon in third. Then Run of the House in fourth, 6 lengths off the pace. Capricious Outcome moving up inside Our Favorite Son. Then Capo Luca, Tap Into This, would have to be King Kong to win from there. And another 3 back to Well Suited, who trails 22 and just under 4/5 for the opening quarter mile. It's Lucas's Mischief going into the far turn, leading the way. Prompted and pressed by Guns Loaded, who's right up alongside. And Dapper Moon 3 deep in third as they come to the quarter pole. Another 3 lengths back to Capricious Outcome. Tap Into This is getting involved. He's now fourth with a quarter of a mile to go. Dapper Moon on the outside of Guns Loaded. These two are head and head. Tap Into This is chasing in third. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's Dapper Moon and Guns Loaded. Dapper Moon has the upper hand. Guns Loaded trying his best, but cannot match strides with Dapper Moon. Dapper Moon and Ricardo Santana Jr. open up at the end to win by 4.5 lengths. Guns Loaded second, Tap Into This third, Capricious Outcome fourth.
Dapper Moon graduates start number 2, and we'll go back to it, but a terrible beginning for the favorite out of the gate.
Look, Dapper Moon was outstanding. I don't want to take anything away from this horse. Congratulations, outstanding. But if someone knows how I can get down on Tap Into This for the 2025 Kentucky Derby, please let me know. That horse ran huge. He's gonna run. He's gonna appreciate more ground, and he's probably 100 to 1, 200 to 1 at this point. Just someone let me know if they can get me down here.
Tom, I'll book it for you.
No.
Let's go back to the beginning, see what happened with the 3. Tap Into This, who was your 3-2 favorite. Does he just stand there? He does.
He was standing with his head pointed down the racetrack, and he just did not react when those doors opened.
And how about how much sharper the 4 leaves the gate than the winner, Dapper Moon, than last time? Super sharp from the gate, always part of the pace on the outside. Dapper Moon, LA bred. LA bred. We'll be seeing that horse all winter, unfortunately.
Louisiana bred was poised every step of the way in the perfect spot, broke alertly under Ricardo Santana, stalked the pace, and you could see, Tom, he was traveling. He was in the bridle. He wasn't having to ask him to do anything. It was a Herculean effort by the 3. Tap Into This to get even back into the race, but it's disturbing when a young horse just doesn't react to the movement of the doors like that. I mean, that was a true dwelt at the start.
Got an Arkansas bred win at this meet, now a Louisiana bred. Let's go to Maggie.
Greg, as you guys know, Louisiana breds are near and dear to my heart, but when it comes to Tap Into This, let us not forget that he is a gray son of Tappet, and there is so much mental work that these trainers have to do with them oftentimes. I don't know what it is. It's that gene that makes them just very quirky, and it takes a lot of work. But good old Louisiana bred himself, Dallas Stewart, with big smiles here in the winner's circle.
Good to see for Dallas Stewart. You see right there, he's produced some huge long shots who have just missed in the Kentucky Derby. I know, Tom, you know him well, compete against him a lot, and he's had a lot of 2-year-olds that have produced at this meet.
He can pull a rabbit out of his hat better than any trainer I think's been around.
Dapper Moon, 4-1, upset here, 4, 2, 3, 7. It's time to fire up the cart. JK with 2 of the winningest, maybe the winningest column in the history of the sport, 1,860 plus wins for Todd Pletcher and Johnny V together. They hop on the cart right after this.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. Here you're watching Saratoga Live. 3 graded stakes to come. Our program brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Pick 6 underway on this final Saturday of the meet. Dapper Moon didn't get out of the gate great first time out. Was a runner-up to a horse we're going to see in a hopeful on closing day. Today he graduates in start number 2. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Dallas Stewart pays $10.80 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined by winning connections of Dapper Moon, owner Murray Valine, and Dallas Stewart here. Guys, as you said, Lawbred heading possibly to the Breeders' Cup. Dallas, you seem very confident in this horse stretching out in distance.
I do. I really like the horse. You know, to win at Saratoga 7 furlongs, that's a big move. You know, he's a colt that ran second first time. He's got a lot going for him. He did it very professional, so maybe we'll just go right to the Breeders' Cup. I don't know if we'll get another race. We'll just see. We're always concerned about his weight.
Gotcha. A little bit of a smaller horse.
He's just kind of a mid-range. We're always looking for calories to get in his body, so we got to think about a lot of things. Of course, we got next year as a 3-year-old, too.
And plus, Murray, he's a Louisiana bred. I mean, I know you got to dream big, but
they can't think. They don't know where they're born.
That's very true.
They really don't.
But you're a Louisiana native yourself.
I primarily just race Louisiana bred horses.
Well, now you're here in Saratoga. How about that?
We've won up here before. Grade 1, grade 2. So
Well, speaking of those great estates, you've got another Louisiana bred, of course, in the hopeful with your Smokin' Wicked. A little bit of a rough go going back to that Saratoga Special.
And absolutely, look, and in the Bashford Manor, he had some trouble and still finished second. And he ran great here to be third. It was a great race. And I can see a big development in the horse. I'm very happy with him. He's put on weight. He's trained hard. He's a very honest horse. He's going to have a good showing tomorrow.
Of course, you'll have tough catch as well. Dallas,
Monday.
listen to your owner when it comes to that. No? But
ready to go.
you've had such a meet with your juveniles at Dallas. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. There are a lot of nice horses. Got a lot of great owners. We spent some money. I'm trying to give them a little return. So here we go.
I think you're doing just fine, guys.
Always good to see Dallas Stewart in the winner's circle. And Tom, he talked about a horse he's trying to get calories on.
Right.
With a horse who's struggling to put weight on. How do you approach that?
Well, you got to remember, this horse is not full grown. We're talking about a young horse, basically a teenager, and a lot of teenagers don't eat their vittles every night. You know that goes. I mean, I was like that. Now I spend one meet up here, I can't button my jacket anymore. But anyhow, I mean, you do a lot of different things, and it's a fine line because you're training on a daily basis.
Sure.
And the training is intense, and it takes a lot out of the horse. And if they're not eating, that training and eating won't match up well. But we have different things we use. A lot of ulcer medicines that we use for horses. They're all natural ingredients. Feed additives we use. Richie, you've been there. You know how it works.
Yeah. Louisiana bred who may be headed next to the Breeders' Cup for Dallas Stewart. So we'll keep our eyes on Dapper Moon. Meanwhile, the cart's ready to go?
It's fired up.
Okay. Travers, how special was this? He is officially back. It looked like he was back in the Jim Dandy. He proved it for real and answered a lot of questions going back-to-back with this follow-up in the Travers, and what a show he put on along with the Super Filly Torpedo Anna just outlasting her in that incredible performance. The duo, they're back together again. Todd Pletcher, Johnny V, they're this week's guests in Cart Talk.
Guys, people love Saratoga, I think, because of all of the exciting 2-year-olds, the future, the special ones, but there haven't been too many more impressive debuts than what the two of you guys threw together back in 2010 with Uncle Mo.
I can't think of too many debuts that were that impressive.
Johnny, have you sat on one in a debut better than Uncle Mo?
I don't think I worked any horses like him in the morning and become what Uncle Mo was, though. Definitely not, yeah.
The interesting thing about Uncle Mo is he kind of played in y'all's story of the Kentucky Derby, where when Uncle Mo got sick, Johnny, that freed you up to ride Animal Kingdom. Todd, did you have anything to do with communicating to Graham at any point of, hey, Johnny might come open?
Yeah, I knew we were in trouble, but he had this weird liver disease, and he wasn't himself. When Robbie Alvarado had, got injured, it looked like Animal Kingdom was going to need a rider, and I said to Graham, I said, just between you and I think there's a really big chance that Johnny's going to be open.
It's one of my favorite shots after that race is you congratulating Johnny. And I'm sure you guys probably thought for a majority of your careers that if you guys won a Derby, you'd win it together. And Todd with Super Saver with Calvin and Johnny with Animal Kingdom for Graham. But then in 2017, the world all made sense again. You guys won it with Always Dreaming.
That was, I think, the one time that we both came into the Derby thinking we might have the right horse this time. And I remember after Johnny had worked him and Johnny said, I think we're good, I think we're good. And
well, you always had the plan A, plan B, plan C. Well, plan A worked, so we didn't have to go to plan B.
You guys both know a little bit about running a filly against the boys. Todd, I feel like that's one of the most animated I've ever seen you when you had a camera on you post-race when Rags to Riches won the Belmont.
To me, it's still the most exciting race that I've ever been a part of. And, it's just literally in that less than 2.5 minutes encapsulates everything about horse racing. And when she stumbled the first jump, I'm just like, my first thought was, you screwed up, you shouldn't have run in here. Johnny did an amazing job just to stay on, much less recover and win the race.
Johnny, how about that quarter pole to the wire?
Oh my God. I mean, I put the head in front, and the filly was all fight from there. That quarter pole home, I mean, she was running. I was asking everything she had. She gave me everything she had, and obviously Robbie would call and will keep coming back and will not give up.
And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont! Rags to Riches!
Which one of you two was more scared on Saturday from the 8th pole home when Torpedo Anna started to make a run at Fierceness?
Probably him watching.
Yeah, maybe me watching. I stayed pretty calm until about the 16th pole, and then I probably exceeded the whip violation the last part. I was way over 6 times from the 16th pole to the wire. Just, come on, Johnny, get there,
I went left-handed, passing the 16th pole, and the first time I hit him, he responded. And when she got really close to him, I couldn't move close to him, and the second time I hit him, I know he was going to fight back. It's like he just put the ears back and gave me that last effort. So.
Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion. The champ is back. Fierceness holds off a gallant Torpedo Anna.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, I feel like the only person who's going to be mad about this car talk is probably Mike Rapoli.
Yeah, I told him we were doing it. He goes, it would have been better if I was there too.
Yeah.
Except we wouldn't have gotten to speak.
By Gainesway for it's been nearly a quarter of a century. JK, that duo have been winning races, and they're going to be just under probably 2,000 wins together, but not far off.
No, we talk about how special this racetrack is behind us here, and to think that Johnny's won more races here than any other rider, and Todd to win more races than any other trainer, it's pretty impressive duo.
To me, it's like the modern-day version of Ben Jones and Eddie Arcaro when they won all those derbies and all those races together in the 40s and 50s. Just have that kind of trust and communication between a rider and a trainer. You're going to get the best out of the horses.
And it's great to see them back together again with Fierceness and what he's been able to accomplish. Race 9 started the late pick 5. We're on the turf, mile and a 16th. First allowance condition race, and right now it's the 6th Barrage for Ray Handel. This horse has tactical speed, 4-time winner on the grass, taking a lot of money. Look at this sensational crowd we have on hand for this final Saturday of the meet. 3 graded stakes still to come, including the Grade 1 Spinaway. Stay with us.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts Breeding Program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Ferocious hugging the rail and trying to chase him down. Angles out now with good strides in second. And these two will come to the 8th pole together. And Ferocious is gathering serious momentum as Preeter has surfaced from well out of it. Ferocious takes off through the stretch. What an effort. It was expected, and he sure delivered. Ferocious jogs.
That is what you would call living up to a $1.3 million purchase price. Ferocious, the debut. It came here August 3rd, Saratoga. Race did not start great, but wow, was he powerful to the finish. Now we're going to see him in start number 2. Tom and the Grade 1 hopeful on closing day.
Yeah, we will indeed. Look, as you said, didn't start well, but really came on strong at the end. Favored lightly that day. Ran like a horse that belongs in this kind of race.
A lot of times you have horses that do it visually impressive but do it slow on the clock, or vice versa. They do it fast, but they did it easy, no adversity. He checked both boxes. He's a $1.3 million horse, and he's going to get better as the distance get longer.
I love that. It seems like he's got a great mind on him. After that slow start, got up in the pocket, settled, took kickback, came out, and then the mechanics of his stride are impeccable. He gets that little extra reach that only good horses possess.
I don't care what speed figures you're using, it was a monster race.
That's the man who trains Ferocious. Trained Mage, Kentucky Derby winner. We'll see if he can pull off a big one on closing day. And what he could do in this race coming up with Captain, who I thought was interesting here, 21-1. What'd you think, JK?
The all but one, if I was playing this race, I don't need Captain at all, yeah. I'm not going to tweet about it or anything.
Don't get me started. Actually, I got a lot of love.
Good,
surprisingly.
good, Wolf, you deserve it.
8 minutes away from this 9th race. Let's go to Maggie.
That's the second time that's happened today. This is Acacia taking over now here in the paddock as we'll take a look at the number 6 Barrage, who is currently the favorite. And this one back in the right handle barn. Now, a horse that does have some natural speed and coming out of a race where you see the short comment impeded foe did kind of back up into the face of another competitor in that race when trying to chase Battle of Normandy, who did wire the field and then come back to win again with a 91 Beyer speed figure. But I know that he's been effective going the 9 furlongs. I think that a little bit less distance is good for him. And he's best when he is able to just relax. And he was never really relaxed in the running of that race. He was kind of worked on throughout. He is a big, solid horse. He often gets pretty hot prior to his races. Obviously, it's much cooler in Saratoga today, but for his standards, he is nice and relaxed. I really like what I see from Barrage. He is on the muscle this afternoon. Mike Maker sends out a duo, both with some tactical speed. Imagine Laurel Valley will be on the engine, and the number number 9, Samburu, will be kind of pressing up close. And he's one of those horses that Mike Maker claimed, and you'd think would be a perfect candidate for one to stretch out to those marathon turf distances. And though they tried, just not in his wheelhouse. He's one that just doesn't want to go much further than this, and kind of looks that way. He's a little bit on the smaller side. He carries a lot of condition as well. He is a big, solid son of Kingman. Not surprising given that, but once they put the tack on him, he really perked up a lot, and comes off of a 4th place finish last time out where he took over the lead and got caught late. I obviously don't love to see that, but with the running style of the 2 Mike Maker trainees, they can both hopefully get in a flow from those outside posts, Greg, and get into stride, hopefully saving something left for the end.
All right, Keisha, thank you. Sorry about that. 6-1 on Samburu. Luis Saez for Mike Maker. Tom, you're going to play a very difficult pick 5 here.
A very difficult pick 5, but Greg, look at that 7 horse in race 9.
Indeed.
Captain is part of my ticket. How about that?
I like it.
There you go. I'm going to narrow it down a couple spots. Look, in the spin-away, I like a horse named Pondering. Only 1 start, a very impressive win at Ellis Park, comes up here. And then also in the Flower Bowl, Warlike Goddess, the 1, and Eternal Hope, the 4. That's where I narrow my ticket. But, Greg, I got your back.
This horse is way too big a price.
He is way too big a price.
Get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Jose Lezcano back. He's on Victor's Valiant, the 8 in this spot. 5-2 favoritism on Barrage. That is a lot of money on this horse for Ray Handel, who had, according to the DRF Clocker report, a big work as well leading into this spot. As we take a look at that long shot there again, taunting JK.
Nah, I'm not scared.
And by the way, you know, looking at these odds too, Jonathan, I know we have our post parade coming up. The horse we're going to see here to start, McCullough. It's Chad Brown. You got to pay attention, but 10-1 morning line, 4-1 right now.
A little too short for me.
Undefeated on the grass, 1 start, 1 win. McCullough comes back in this spot off a light layoff since the end of June.
Fly right, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, this horse broke his maiden for $75,000 in his 12th career start. This is considerably deeper water here.
Here's Ramblin' Wreck, major player with Kinder Carmouche.
No doubt. I like Ramblin' Wreck. No pace in his last start. Didn't help him any. He gets some pace today. Ramblin' Wreck could be there, just like they were against Florida State this past weekend.
St. Joe Louis at 28-1.
Stepping up in company horse that has 1 win, 9 seconds. Seems a bit herd-bound.
Unleash the power, Al Stahl.
Yeah, 9 starts, 4 wins, and Al Stahl's having a great meet. Do not ignore him.
Here is Barrage. He wants to be forward. Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, should set up a good trip for Barrage, coming off of a freshening for Ray Handel, who's had a tremendous meeting.
There's the big long shot Tom's using on his ticket at 25-1 as they slowly make their way out. Here is O-Captain. Jose Gomez will be aboard for Gustavo Delgado.
Yeah, look, on the plus side, O-Captain runs some very fast races. On the negative side, 3 starts of the turf, no first, no seconds, no thirds.
Victor's Valiant. It's Jorge Abreu barn with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, has a couple of decent turf races, but would have to step up, I believe. Well, the last race maybe muddies his form up a little bit.
It's a big price on Samburu for Mike Maker.
That's a horse that might be attending the lead out of the gate. You know, Mike likes to read that form and look where his horses are best suited in the style of the race.
And this horse definitely wants to be quick early, outside post to deal with.
Yeah, acting a bit cantankerous today, Laurel Valley, with the pony. And with that post, I think it simplifies things for Irad Ortiz. Allow him to use his stride and go forward, trying not to be hung wide into that first turn.
Get signed up, started, play along. As fans enjoy things. One of the great views in racing, that 1863 Club porch. $250 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. SPA 250. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NYRABets.com. So 3 minutes away from this late pick 5. We have 3 graded stakes in the mix in here, including Warlike Goddess. I asked JK how he thought about her. You guys feel confident with her today?
I mean, I narrowed it down to a 2-horse race. Richie, I don't know what you did in there, but I think Warlike Goddess certainly is a player in that spot, and maybe, just maybe, Eternal Hope would be the other one. Just, you got to respect anything Charlie Appleby puts on.
Let's go back to Barrage, though, and we'll get Mick's thoughts on that in a minute here for Ray Handel. And Manny Franco, 7-2 right now.
This is a good finish on the outside by Barrage. Makes him a player in this race. And again, I think it's, look, are we going to get some speed in this race to set up for some of these horses that want to close, like Barrage, the 6 horse?
And he really had to angle out severely. That wasn't a smooth transition from the inside to the outside. I thought he lost a lot of momentum there and did well to rally on to be second. I thought the 5 horse was very interesting, Unleash the Power. Al Stall's had a tremendous meeting, and he's been very selective about where he spots his horses, and I thought this horse's last race was very strong.
Just Unleash the Power, a 44% from limited starters for Al Stall at Saratoga at the most competitive meet in the sport.
It seems like every year Al has a select group that he brings up here, and he always seems to have a powerful meet.
It's shocking that he does as well as he does, considering who his college roommate was.
Yeah, who is that guy? He's taking
What
him out,
happened to
taking him out every night drinking. Wrecked his grade point average.
Pick 5 pool approaching $800,000. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, we talk about key races. I guess it's a key dormitory. But talking about Al's runner in Unleash the Power, he walked by me in the paddock and he said, I know, he's a big boy. And I had just written down that he was just a bigger bodied type of horse. He's a very good looking individual. One thing I do worry about a touch though is that if we are going to see a little bit of cut in the ground with some of the light rain that's coming down, not necessarily striking me as the type of horse that would love that, but for such a big solid horse, he's very light on his feet and very athletic in the way that he moves. The number 3 Ramblin' Wreck, third off the layoff, should be the stronger time for him, as he was a horse that was gelded last year, one that just had been always a little bit cantankerous in the preliminaries, and since being gelded, he really has settled and matured quite a bit. He was off very slow last time though, and last early, just leaving himself with a lot to do. He's one that sometimes does get a bit light. I just really wish I was seeing a bit more muscle mass in his flank and across his top line today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Coming onto this turf course, about to load up here momentarily for the start of this pick 5. And 7-2, that's your favorite. Tells you how difficult this race is. Barrage for, another guy, we haven't talked about him a ton, but Ray Handel had a winner yesterday with an impressive first-time starter. He's had a great meet.
Yeah, outstanding. That horse that looks like a serious racehorse as well that he had yesterday that won at 10-1. Wolfie, how about we do a little head-to-head here for fun? You take the 7, I'll take the 2 at 24-1, similar prices. Okay.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay.
What are we playing for?
Loser says the other person is amazing on Twitter. So you tweet UT Big Hair is amazing if I win, and I'll tweet the real Greg Wolf is amazing if you win.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, let's do it.
I mean, I think that of you already.
I know, but let's just make it public.
All right.
I love the 10 in here, by the way.
If you need that.
No, I do. I need some love. I love the 10 in here.
Hey, Tom, we don't even have to bet, and I'll tweet that about you, all right?
Richie, you're my buddy.
You love the 10. Rain is starting to come down here
Here
fairly heavily. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, start of the late pick 5.
2 more left to load. Laurel Valley goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Samburu is out very alertly. So is Fly Right. St. Joe Louis is now taken back after breaking alertly. So it's Laurel Valley sprinting clear to take command. Samburu is in second as the field moves into the first turn. Victor's Valiant with the red sleeves is widest of all. And Fly Right saves ground and now is third along the inside. Then comes St. Joe Louis, who's racing in the 5th spot, just in front of McCullough, inside of Barrage, who's 3 deep. A break of 3, back to the next flight. Oak Captain is racing on the outside of Ramblin' Wreck and Unleash the Power at the back. 23-4 for Laurel Valley, leading it by 2 lengths over Samburu, heading toward the half-mile pole. Then comes Fly Right, inching a little bit closer in third in front of Victor's Valiant, 4th to the half-mile pole. St. Joe Louis in between those two, followed by McCullough inside of Barrage. Then at the back of the field, Ramble and Wreck racing on the inside of Unleash the Power and Oak Captain, 47 and 4 for Laurel Valley. Samburu moves to engage as they come toward the quarter pole. These two have pulled 3 lengths clear of Fly Right, a joint third on the inside of Victor's Valiant. On the outside of them, Barrage in the green is trying to launch a bid. They're at the top of the lane, and Samburu has put his head in front with an 8th to run. On the inside, Laurel Valley back to second. Fly Right is in third. On the inside, Ramble and Wreck is getting involved, needs room, and McCullough on the outside is coming too. A wild finish, McCullough, Rambling Wreck. McCullough on the outside, Rambling Wreck, and Fly Right. McCullough ran them all down. Fly Right was very big in that race, as was Ramble and Wreck. It's a close photo in race 9.
Maybe McCullough here for Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, and JK, your 2 didn't only outfinish the 7, almost won this race.
Well, I didn't quite expect that. I just thought the 2 was going to run better. I was looking for a price that was equal, but McCullough, it's funny, this Chad Brown dilemma I constantly find myself in is that it feels like he's overbet so much, but he wins so much. It's hard to try to figure out at all times.
This was some horse race. When you got 5 horses within a length of each other coming to the finish like that, and McCullough got that good inside-out trip that Dylan Davis has been delivering consistently, particularly on the grass. And Ramblin' Wreck might have been just a touch unlucky, Tom. He was trying to find a way between horses. It was pretty tight.
Yeah, look, this race had what you wanted in terms of those horses wanting to close. It was a pretty good, solid pace up there, set by the 2 outside horses, and big finish on the end. McCullough, very, very nice way to go. Now 2 for 2 on the grass, still undefeated.
Back to JK's point, I mean, you just can't leave any of this barn's horses out, even when they don't seem to fit on how fast they are.
Yeah, I mean, you know, is that another one for Dylan?
It is.
Unbelievable. I tell you what, you know, it's funny. We talked about Ferocious, right? And what success can breed, right? Gustavo Delgado, after winning the Kentucky Derby with Mage, gets a $1.3 million horse in his barn. Dylan Davis, the success he's had, right? I think this is maybe the 8th horse he's ever rode for Chad at Saratoga, and like 3 of them have been this year. But when you have that success, it's an easier sell for your agent to tell Chad, hey, Dylan's open here, and for Chad to tell his owners, I'm going to ride Dylan, because Dylan's winning a lot of races. Success breeds more success in this game.
Absolutely, and he's been riding for a lot of different trainers. He won for Todd Pletcher, he's winning for Chad Brown, and I listened to an interview with Dylan. He was talking about he'd like to get more chances in Breeders' Cups and Triple Crown races. The way he's been riding, that's the next frontier for him.
Wolfie, if you bet every Dylan Davis horse for this meet, same amount of money, you would have made, and this was before he won yesterday at 10 to 1, before he won here at 5 to 1, 40%. He's probably up to 50% return on investment. Flat bet, just bet the same amount of money on every Dylan runner, you would be up 50% for this entire meet.
It's crazy. And Mig, to get opportunities for this barn, one of the premier barns of the game, and deliver, it's huge.
Well, it's huge on so many levels. It gets other people's attention that you're riding for outfits like that and winning for them. It's going to get you more mounts for that outfit. And you also have confidence in yourself that you can deliver for those kind of trainers, that you're comfortable in those situations. He has been so consistent, and I really appreciate it, because I've always said that was the thing that bothered me. He'd be brilliant for a week, and then I don't know what happened. And then he'd be brilliant. He was always brilliant. Now he's consistent.
He's making a bid for 3rd here in the standings. Closing in on Tyler Gaffleone, who, of course, is spending a lot of this last week away, but trainer who he wins for here is just running up the score on everybody. 37 wins for trainer Chad Brown, Meet's leading trainer, but what a summer it's been for that young man. Still to come, Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and his super mare, Warlike Goddess. 10 graded stakes wins and counting, and back at the distance where she is probably best. That's to come in today's Grade 2 Flower Bowl, where she'll be the favorite.
75, $774,000, 775, want to be 60, that help you, 60, 75, 760, 60, 75, and now 85, 785, 85, 85, 800, $800,000 package, sir, gonna be 8, 25, $825,000, 50, $850,000, 50, $850, 75, $860,000 and a half. $850,000 in the back of Woodrow. Thank you.
And my friend, it will be Dornick to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As Dylan Davis gets another one, this time on McCullough. And Dylan, you rode this horse last time, who has really taken to the turf.
Yeah, he ran really well today. We got back-to-back winners with him. Chad Brown team did a great job with him, getting him here today. I was lucky to have that inside post. I think that was really an advantage for me to get there, and I was able to get some position early, save that ground. Follow the 2 all the way through again through the second turn, and I found a gap to the outside. I thought that was a key moment here because I think the inside's a little chewed up, and he likes to get that momentum run. So once I switched over to the outside, I switched him to his right lead and got to work, and I knew he was going to come with a big run. He had a lot to make up with the ground, but he's a good horse, and he was able to persevere.
Put him in the perfect spot. And we see you riding a lot for Chad throughout the winter, throughout the year in New York, but winning races for this barn and the various barns you've been winning for in Saratoga, how important is that for your business and continuing to grow?
Yes, so, I mean, not only Chad, but many outfits out there, they've been giving me a lot of trust with their horses, the owners, and I just want to let them know that I always do the best for them out there and 100% effort and do the best placing I can for them and always give them an honest ride. So just continue to do so, and hopefully a snowball effect out there and continue to get better horses.
Speaking of riding for different barns, you've been riding for Saffie Joseph with the Queen's MG coming up in the Spinaway. You've won some nice wins on her. What are your thoughts on her coming in to this race, trying to make it 3 in a row?
No, I am very excited. I breezed her her last workout. She breezed very, very nice for me, and I'm happy to see what's to come, but I know I'm the horse to beat out there.
Certainly are. Well, congratulations on another win here, Dylan.
Thank you.
Dylan Davis, as he's got a fan club here in the winner's circle, people cheering him on, and fun to see a guy that's at the top of his game this summer, Greg.
Meg, you see that extension there, trying to get this horse's head across that wire first, and he delivers.
He looks a lot like his father, Robbie, on a horse. Robbie was a tremendous finisher on a horse, and Dylan finishes extremely well. And he's just been riding consistently good races, and McCullough gets it done at 12:20.
McCullough for Chad Brown. He's got McCulloch a little bit later.
Yeah, not to be confused. One has done a bit more on the resume. McCulloch certainly with a big chance in that Grade 2 Flower Bowl. That was a healthy pick 3, by the way. $490. We had set for the Grade 3 Prioress. And apparently Too Sharp. There's a lot of love off what this 3-year-old filly did in that maiden win for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing back on August 2nd here, Tom.
No, ran a very, very good race that day, and this barn is red hot right now. So when you're talking about a stable that's red hot, you have a horse coming in the race off a big, big effort like that, it's one of those races where you've got to respect them.
She looks tough in here, but I will say, I think Bright Work might make her earn it. You know, a talented young horse who gets back. She was a gate scratch when Ways and Means won not too long ago in the test.
Prioress will be next. Spin away, and then the Flower Bowl as we look at what's still to remain this meeting. Closing day, of course, grade 1 hopeful for the boys in the Flower Bowl. Warlike Goddess, she just keeps on doing her thing. 7-5 favorite, now a 7-year-old for Bill Mott. And one that knows her well, McCulloch will get another shot at her for Chad Brown.
Yeah, McCulloch's been in very good form here. She won the Glens Falls earlier in the meeting, going 1.5 miles. Today she cuts back 1/8 of a mile. I think one thing we got to start to take into account with this steady rainfall that we're having, that the ground is going to have given it. I think that aids Warlike Goddess because she is shown to be very proficient with soft ground.
McCulloch's had 4 runs on turf courses not listed as firm. She's 2 first places, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt her, but Warlike Goddess, on the other hand, she's run on turf courses not listed as firm 4 times. She's won all 4 of them, and arguably her lifetime best performance took place on a turf course not listed as firm. McCulloch is licking her, Warlike Goddess is licking her chops hearing this rain hit her stall before she starts walking over here.
Will that change this turf course? I mean, if this rain keeps coming down enough?
A steady soft rain like this will definitely change it. You know, a hard rain will tend to drain off, but a steady rain like this will definitely change the turf course.
It gets an opportunity to soak in, right? It doesn't hit and roll up.
It is a win and you're in race for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Flower Bowl to come later today. Win and you're in for the Classic tomorrow with Arthur's Ride and that Jockey Club Gold Cup. And up next, though, grade 3 Prioress. And what a maiden score that was for Too Sharp. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, and this daughter of Twirling Candy, 98 Buyer speed figure. She won by more than 11 lengths in her second career start. Her first try against winners coming up in Graded Stakes Company. Next.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The undefeated Bright Work confronted by Ways and Means at the top of the stretch. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work and Arad Ortiz Jr. a length and a half to Ways and Means, who's all out trying to get her in the final stages, but Bright Work is a superstar.
That was last year. Bright Work for trainer John Ortiz, WSS Racing. Took 2/3 of the graded stakes for 2-year-old fillies at this meet, including the Grade 1 Spinaway. She had a sensational 2-year-old campaign until they tried to stretch her out. Then things went a little different. She's been off since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Tried to bring her back earlier this year. And with more on what happened with that, let's go to Acacia.
Yes, last time out, Greg, Bright Work, when in the paddock, it did end up flipping when putting the tack on. They brought her out to saddle outside of the saddling shed row, trying to keep her calm, and even still, as a result, rearing up, landing on her hind end, and resulting in a couple of abrasions. As a result, that's an automatic scratch here at NYRA. I did get a chance to catch up the next day with her trainer, Johnny Ortiz, and said that luckily she came back to the barn fine, and it is great to see her back here today. Of course, we'll keep an eye on her and see how she's acting this afternoon, and hopefully things go smoother today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Just good to see her back. Obviously, tremendously talented, and as a sprinter, she's never lost. Meanwhile, this filly turning all kinds of heads with that maiden performance here at Saratoga JK last time out.
Yeah, she was sensational last time. I mean, she just, at this point, right, you see there's a couple horses connected from him, and before I finish this sentence, she's like 7 lengths in front and just doing it on her own power, Richie.
Man, she's straight as a string, too, huh? She doesn't deviate from her line. She's just totally focused, head out and down. Junior Alvarado looks like he's out for a morning gallop, doesn't he?
I mean, that's as easy as you can win right there. Not asked, no nothing, sitting like a statue in the saddle. She's obviously very good.
She's the 4-5 favorite. That was beating, obviously maidens to get that first career win. Now comes graded stakes company, so huge step up. But she showed a world of talent in that performance. Let's go back to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, Greg, I feel like Acacia should be talking about Too Sharp. She was in the paddock for that maiden breaking performance, but this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her up close and personal. Obviously, I watched that race live here on the track and was just blown away by what I saw. And looking at her here, she is built like the proverbial brick beep house. She is solid. She has the hindquarters, that are just so strong. They look like cinder block, and she's just marching around this paddock, cool as a cucumber, classy as they come. She's going to be formidable in this spot from what I can make out here in the paddock, as we'll check in with a Florida invader. That is Muccia for Gustavo Delgado. I thought had a kind of a little bit of a tough trip. Now, do we trust the fact that she can produce the race that she ran 2 back? And furthermore, she faces the toughest field I think that she's ever encountered. But she does make a pretty nice impression here. She is forward, she's moving well, she does draw inside again, which I think was her downfall in the Azaleas. She kind of broke out, didn't get away that cleanly, and never looked comfortable having to chase down inside, where the winner got a clear run of it and the jump on her. So we'll see how she negotiates that inside post position yet again. Now, Tricky Tempers, we'll see the Queen's MG coming up in just a bit. The next race to, in fact, try to sweep the two-year-old races for fillies. Tricky Temper is making her 4th start of this meet and looking for her 3rd win in a row as she jumps back in with some open company here. And I know that Jeremiah Engelhardt, after winning a race yesterday, told Acacia, look, we did the same thing that we did heading into the Union Avenue. Paddock schooled her, didn't churn a hair. She's not churning a hair here today either. And maintaining her weight really, really well. That's the main thing you look for in these horses that have done a lot of running recently and frequently. And she looks, to my eye, just the same as she always does, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. That is a New York bred filly right there, Tricky Temper, and she's coming off a career best performance last time out. Right now it's 7-1, Tom.
Yeah, and I think Maggie touched on it. 4th race in 43 days, that'll, as of today, and that's going to be a lot to ask the filly to do. She settled well behind horses, angled out here, big strong finish, impressive finish right here.
Jeremiah said yesterday in a post-race interview that, the racing office called him. And the racing office sometimes will call and say, hey, we might have a smaller field, well, how about this? And he said he got his brain moving. So I don't really like plan Bs. I prefer it when it's the plan A.
It worked for White Abario in the Whitney last year.
Yeah, it sure did. And you mentioned that, Jonathan. And so when it is a stakes race, you have to pay a supplemental fee if you weren't originally nominated. And that's what they did with Tricky Temper. They paid $1,000 to get in this race because they weren't originally nominated.
I liked her last time. I had seen her at the barn. I thought she was carrying good weight. But I think sometimes you get to a point where it's just maybe one too many. I'm not as high on her today because it is the 4th start in such close proximity.
Yeah, I picked her last time too. I just, and it's also the competition she's facing now. I think that there's 2 potential monsters to her outside, and 2 Sharp and the 9 Bright Work.
That is a lot of work to get in at a meet. Simply starting 4 times in this 40 days here at Saratoga, 40 race days, obviously. So 7-1 right now. Dylan Davis will have an opportunity to get another one. Here is last year's spin-away winner. So Bright Work, first start back now as a 3-year-old, the delayed return, JK.
Yeah, look, I'm not getting carried away about the fact that she beat Ways and Means. That wasn't the real Ways and Means. She was injured during that race and didn't race for quite some time after that race where Bright Work beat her. It's Bright Work's Adirondack, her 3rd career start. She ran an 89 by her speed figure. 2 Sharp ran a 98 last time, but Bright Work earned that 89 when she was 2. Now she's not all grown up, but she's more grown up as a 3-year-old, and you can expect sometimes 10 to 12 points improvement just from that time of being able to grow up. I think she could be faster than the last time we saw her.
And she's undefeated sprinting. Her only 2 defeats was when they tried to stretch her out around 2 turns, which you understand why, the Breeders' Cup. But, the fact that she's so proficient sprinting, and I think that outside post helps her.
Isn't there a world where Bright Work, the 9, and 2 Sharp, the 7, the 2 big horses that are betting on this race, get very caught up with each other in the course of the race and maybe do a little bit too much battling each other into the stretch and set up for something to close?
Absolutely. Absolutely, it's a possibility. The thing about 2 Sharp is we don't, she was better than those horses she faced last time, so she made the lead. She was leading by 10, or at one point of the race. She ended up winning by 11. We don't know exactly what her exact style has to be when she's facing other horses that are closer to her from a talent standpoint.
And Greg said it. When you look at a horse like 2 Sharp, those are maidens. These horses she's facing today, they all have good resumes. This is a big step up in class.
Big step. Who is the most likely closer? I'm a little interested in the one, Miuccia. Is that how you pronounce that? Being Italian, I'll say Miuccia. For 2 reasons. One, I think she works out a good trip from the inside, and she will be sitting just off the pace. And when you get a filly that runs consistently well in the heat of South Florida into spring, into summer, and they come up here, little cooler evenings, little cooler mornings, they can blossom and really take their game to another level.
And she's been up here for at least a month when you look at the work pattern.
12-1, 11-1 as we say that on the board right now. As we look at Bright Work, last year's Grade 1 spin-away winner, 3-1 for the return coming back. Obviously, she's shown an affinity for this racetrack, and we should talk about what her trainer has done too, Tom. John Ortiz has been sensational spotting his horses at this meet.
I think this year there have been more trainers that have had serious win percentages than any time I can remember. And when you've got a group of trainers that are winning that many races, they're taking wins from other trainers. So the disparity between this group that's winning at a 30 to 40% and guys that were normally winning now going to 7 or 8%, it's eye-opening.
It's crazy to win 5 of 8 starts up here at Saratoga. It's hard to win one race. I mean, Tom, I feel like you could take, you look back at all the horses you've had over the last 3 or 4 years and pick, cherry pick 8 of them, and it'd still be hard to come up here and win 5 races. It's tough.
Kind of interesting how it's changed, though, right? In the 80s, the leading trainer would have 8 to 10 wins. It was a 24-day meet, and they only ran 9 races a day. There weren't these mega cards, right? If you won 10, you were probably leading trainer. It's a long gone era.
You're right.
5-2 on Brightwork. John Ortiz, 56% at this meet. Get a look there at Jeremiah Engelhardt. He'll have the New York-bred filly. Tricky Temper coming off that big performance. And we were told John Ortiz will be walking Brightwork out down Champions Way. Here's Muccia from the inside post, Gustavo Delgado.
We just talked about this one. I think Richie makes a very valid point about coming up in this cool weather. Horses can tend to blossom when they do that.
Meets leading rider on board. Autumn Evening moving to the Todd Pletcher barn.
Yeah, maybe she's going to appreciate going a little bit slower. Her pace figures, a little bit shorter. Her pace figures suggest that.
Tricky Temper trying to get her 3rd win at this summer meeting.
Yeah, for Tricky Temper, we talked about it. 4 races in a short period of time, and maybe difficult here.
Bell's Blue Bell, 43-1, biggest price on the board.
Shout out to all my people from Texas that know about Blue Bell ice cream.
Oh, it's good stuff. Carmelina, Butch Reed always got to pay attention to his horses here.
You know, we're looking at who the speed is in this race. Carmelina is fast.
Too Sharp, odds-on favorite despite just a maiden win to her credit.
Short on experience, but long on talent.
Lady Moscato for Dwayne Lucas, and she has a race that fits with the best of this group.
She does, but she's got a lot of races that don't. She has run 14 times, the most out of any of these horses.
And here's last year's Grade 1 spin-away winner, 3-year-old return for Brightwork.
She's talented, and she's got that dangerous weapon, tactical speed. That 9-post allows the rider, Luis Saez, to look over and see what's happening in the race and doing what he wants with her in terms of placement.
So 5-2 from that outside post for the return from one of last summer's 2-year-old stars. As we go back to Muccia. Matoli filly here for Gustavo Delgado. Meets leading rider, will be aboard. Megan touched on this one a little bit, and exclusively has been down in South Florida to this point.
I think she's interesting. I think she's going to sit a really good trip. I really was going to pick the 9, to be honest with you, Brightwork. I'm going to switch. I'm going to go with Muccia. I just think she's going to sit the right trip, and I agree with Tom. I think you've got 2 horses that are quality horses. Too Sharp, who went gate to wire last time, and Brightwork is tactical, but she's got to take it to her at some point. And I could see this race really heating up in the middle.
How difficult, Tom, too, to come off the bench and run in a graded stake. You're going to have to run your heart out against this kind of a group. For
you know, she was going to come back in the test.
Right.
And no trainer points their horses to come back in that a race that big. So she's obviously had some sort of setback, and they went into it, you know. I mean, look, it's difficult and to come back no matter where you want to prep, but this was not the original plan either.
But you also look at that, I mean, the test is one of the great races of the year. They had to be feeling pretty good about her to even think about coming back in that spot, didn't they?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go into it. Couldn't it possibly be that, you know, they were looking for a prep before then, never got it, and said, to heck with it, we're still going to do it because we know we got a good filly.
Minute to post in this Grade 3 Prioress. Let's go trackside to Maggie and Acacia.
Forgot my jacket, Acacia. I
Well,
am not doing well.
I have to thank Sarah Elbadwi who brought me out one. This is the giveaway for tomorrow. It's very nice, by the way. So make sure you get yours.
Sarah, can we get, sorry, Sarah's right beside me. I think I'll take one of those too.
But you have rain boots on and I do not. So we balance
Feet
out.
are good, hair not.
Right.
Let's talk about horses. As we'll check back in with Brightwork. You had mentioned that she was behaving so much better today. They saddled her actually inside the stalls, which I thought was the right move because she flipped when outside last time. And I had noted prior to doing that and being a late scratch that she has really grown and filled out.
She really has. She's changed so much from 2 to 3. Obviously, this is not the first choice of coming back, but even still, initially she was entered to come back in Grade 1 company, which is not the easiest task. While she's been sharp and on her toes, so much more put together mentally. Johnny Ortiz stayed with her going out, but I think it was just him maybe being even a little bit more nervous than she was. And she's been minding her P's and Q's out on the track.
Johnny has made fun of himself several times when I've asked, why all the equipment? Why the titanium hood? Why the earplugs? He's like, well, actually, I think it's more for me to calm my nerves looking at my horses, having all that equipment on. Is number 7, Too Sharp. She's a heavy, heavy favorite here, Acacia. As you wanted to point out, she wears that Houghton bit, steering sometimes an issue.
Absolutely, and I got a chance to speak to Phil Bauer last time after her maiden win because she did not wear that equipment first time out, and he was really noticing it with her in her works where she was getting out significantly and really hard to handle, and you could even see it in that last race. And Junior Alvarado, who had worked her leading into that, very familiar with it, using that bit to his advantage too, Maggie. The way that it pulls through a horse's mouth, using his reins, watch for that throughout the running of the race. She's still very lightly raced.
Also, you could tell he was trying to use his weight a bit more to control her, and he could because she wasn't challenged. He really sat down into his heels, made sure he had that like low center of gravity to stay balanced on her. But she continues to impress me out on the racetrack, Greg, as your 3-4 favorite.
Impressing the betting public as well. And Tom, is she the one who controls early in this race? If not, who is it?
I think she wants to. I mean, I believe she wants to. But if there, I mean, there is other speed in the race. The 5 Carmelina to me is a fast filly, and I think Brightwork has got to be at least on their heels, you know.
And she's going to be
close.
sharp off the layoff too, isn't she, Tom? Has that been your experience? You train a horse coming off a long layoff, they have a bit more speed.
They do. It seems like when horses aren't, you know, in a routine of racing every 3 to 4 weeks, and they come off a layoff, they can be a lot sharper than they typically are.
Grade 3 Prioress, last year's Grade 1 Spinaway winner, first start back for Brightwork. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Brightwork will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. They're off in the Prioress. Too Sharp, very fast, joined immediately by Mutia. Mutia and Too Sharp dueling through the opening quarter, and Carmelina is very fast too, moving up now to take second behind Too Sharp. Brightwork is up and on this hot pace. It's another 2 lengths back. Autumn Evening on the inside of Tricky Temper, who just went by her. The 2 trailers are Lady Moscato and Bell's Blue Bell at the back. 22-2 for Too Sharp. Brightwork comes right after her. Less than 3 furlongs to run. Another length and a half behind comes Carmelina, a joint third. Mutia has angled to the outside, 4th. 3 lengths clear of Autumn Evening, then Lady Moscato. They're at the top of the stretch. Too Sharp and Brightwork, neither giving an inch. Both asked to finish it up now, and Brightwork on the outside has a head in front. Too Sharp is back to second, 3 lengths back to Mutia in third, and then Carmelina 4th, a 16th to go. Brightwork a half length. Too Sharp trying hard. Brightwork, Too Sharp, Brightwork wins the Prioress. Too Sharp second best, Mutia a very good third, and in behind them it was Autumn Evening up for 4th.
Still undefeated sprinting. Last year's Spinaway winner, now the Prioress winner as well. It's Brightwork off the bench.
Brightwork had the right trip. Post position played a big part in this race. Carmelina, the 5, did her job. She softened up Too Sharp, the 7, down the backside from the inside, while Brightwork stayed right outside of him, was sitting right on Too Sharp's flank, turning for home, as you can see right there. And it was a duel to the wire, and Brightwork just showed why she was a big horse last year.
Yeah, and she, like you said, sat the trip, but she has more experience. Now, you know, this is, to me, I think Too Sharp ran fantastic. She's on her left lead. She doesn't look as comfortable because she had that pressure from the outside. Last time she was dominating and gotten really a much better rhythm, I believe. You know,
I think I speak for all 3 of us here, Richie. As you as a rider, me as a horse player, Tom as a trainer, and Greg as a host, I could not want my horses to be anywhere outside except for outside of speed horses. I think it's just such a comfortable spot to be. It's you get to kind of do the dictating rather than getting the dictating done to you, and
you're getting a good rhythm. You're not under that kind of pressure.
You always feel that way as a rider?
Yeah, especially with a horse with natural speed. You know, I could just let them run down the center of the racetrack until we got closer to the turn, angle them in, and they're in a good rhythm. And it was interesting too. As soon as Carmelina fell away, Luis Saez on Brightwork was lapped on her again. So there were no breathers. There were no easy time here. It's kind of what I talk about, though, right? They knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He didn't step up in company until he had about 12 or 14 fights. Too Sharp stepped up into major company here and comported herself very well.
Light on seasoning, but doesn't lose really anything in defeat. That was a big effort, first time against winners, as we take a look at the head-on view. And Too Sharp, the maiden winner last out, down on the inside. Brightwork for her, too. I mean, look, Tom, this was first off the bench for her. Big effort.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, look, you know what else helped Bright work? Jonathan's right about how races set up and everything, but if you've got tactical speed, if you're not one-dimensional and you can lay off, and Bright Work is one of those kind of horses, you're extremely dangerous in this situation.
You're not forced into anything. One thing that we really, got to accentuate is the fact that Too Sharp ran the entire length of the stretch on her left lead, not her proper right lead, where she would have maybe found a bit more energy.
This got me a little bit excited about the spinaway coming up next. Bright Work, the winner of the spinaway last year. Ways and Means ran second, went on to win the test. It's a good race coming up, too.
What a performance off the layoff for last year's spinaway winner. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, out here with Bright Work and Louis Saez. And Louis, what an ideal trip. We saw you stalking from the outside. She was ready and there for you every step of the way.
Well, yeah, the plan was try to break from there pretty clean, and we know the 7 is a pretty tough filly, and she was the speed, so the plan was try to be there and make the move when it was the chance, and that's a pretty nice filly. So, but Jesus, Bright Work, she's a monster. So.
To come back off of a layoff and now win a graded stake after winning the spinaway up here is something incredible. But you're going to team up with Johnny Ortiz again with Quiet Side in the spinaway next. Louis, what do you think about her?
Well, that's a pretty nice filly too. And like I said, John always doing a great job with the horses. And well, we're looking forward with that filly, and well, she's in the right spot.
I like that. Well spotted. Louis, congratulations. Here, Bright Work returns victorious, Greg.
Yeah, she's going to be on the other foot in that next race for this barn. John Ortiz will come in with the lightly experienced Quiet Side, coming off a maiden win, tackling a filly trying to pull off this triple, among others, in the Queen's MG. But Bright Work, what an effort off the layoff.
I got to tell you, I feel like I got cheated in the test. I would have loved to see her and Ways and Means hook up at the top of the stretch. I still am a huge fan of Ways and Means, but this horse came back as a 3-year-old, and she means business.
John Ortiz, there he is, 6 for 10 at this Saratoga meeting. And Bright Work, big performance. He's going to have a maiden winner, John Ortiz. Tackle this filly next is the Queen's MG. Looks to sweep these graded stakes for 2-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 spinaway when we come back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today as Brightwork victorious, coming back, and I'm pleased to be joined now with her trainer, John Ortiz. And Johnny, how validating to see her get this win today. I know not your first plan, but it has to feel really good to see her back on the track a winner.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. First of all, we got to thank God for, God has a plan for everything, and it worked out today. You know, we've been blessed with her and the opportunity that yet still to come, So that was very exciting just to see her back on the track.
She has so much class, too, and it looks like she's really made a jump from 2 to 3.
Yeah, well, we thought she was a 3-year-old when she was a 2-year-old, so now she's just so mature. Always been class, like I said. We put the past behind us last incident. She was just a little too excited to get back to work, but we're happy that she's back in business now.
Well, the future is bright, too, because you still have Quiet Side coming up in the spin-away. I interviewed Luis Saez the other day, and he said that horse is a machine.
Yeah, no, she, like I said before, she reminds me a lot of Brightwork and as a 2-year-old, and she's a little more fiery, but same thing, a lot of class, a lot of heart, and, again, just very blessed for another opportunity in this spin-away.
Well, good luck later, but congratulations here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Big win in the Grade 3 Prioress for a barn that's 6 for 10 at this meet. Has not let up, and another big chance coming up in the Grade 1 spin-away.
Big chance of Grade 1 spin-away, and has the same kind of ability to sit that outside trip from Quiet Side's going to break from post 11.
Terrific job by him to have
same
this
rider,
filly.
same
same
setup, right?
Yeah,
It's
leg up, same thing. Ditto.
Yeah,
Do
right.
it again, Louis.
$7.10 for Brightwork. What a return. Still undefeated sprinting. Now 5 for 5 at a sprint distance as we move on to our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And 7/8 of a mile in this Grade 1 for $300,000. The John Ortiz filly. Quiet Side from that outside post at 9 to 2, with a big story here, of course, the Queen's MG trying to pull off the triple, winning 3 of these graded stakes here, although that first one this year changed was not a graded stake. But Schuylerville opening day, she was 44-1. The Adirondack and now the Spinaway. No one has done it, Tom, since 1987.
Well, look, I mean, she's talented, and she can do it a lot of different ways, right? I mean, when she won last time from that going around everybody on the outside, I was very impressed with her. It showed that 44-1 was no fluke, and she came back and won very, very easily.
Her paces and her pace figures have been very fast. Her final numbers haven't been blazing, but she hasn't, in her 2 wins that she's had here, she earned it. It wasn't like she was given anything in those 2 performances. So, I mean, she's definitely the horse to beat in here, but man, this is the deepest and the toughest field she'll face.
I know her buyer speed figures, they were the same last 2 starts. Your figures, did she move forward that next start?
No, I mean, she's basically the same, running the same race, but her pace figures have been fast, which makes me know that she earned it, makes me give a little bit more confidence in that, if she can find a more equitable or efficient, way to run her races, she could be tough.
Dylan Davis made a lot of noise on opening day, including on this 44-1 shot in the Schuylerville. Had 2 wins on that opening day. He's got 34 now and counting. He'll try and pull off this rare triple with the Queen's MG with this spin-away next.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Grade 1 spinaway for 2-year-old fillies to come. Boys get their turn. And the Grade 1 hopeful on closing day of the meet. And some stars going to be coming out for this performance. Ferocious, sensational. That $1.3 million colt lived up to the billing in that debut. We have the brother to the 2-year-old champ, Fierceness in Menti. And Chancellor McPatrick, who was so talked about for Chad Brown, looked very good overcoming a lot in that first out start.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of horses that are coming out of maiden races only have that one start, but have done it the right way. Yeah. This is a chance to step up a G1. You win a race like this, the hopeful, you're not only on track for the Derby next year, but stallion prospects and people wanting to buy into the horse. And There's a lot on the line here.
What'd you think, Ferocious, going forward? I mean, were you, like everyone else, jaw-drop performance?
Yeah, I was very impressed from a figure standpoint, from overcoming some adversity. They paid $1.3 million for this horse. If he wins on Monday, they're out. And not only are they out, they're going to have a big return on investment if he can win on Monday, because I would imagine the farms will start calling about getting him a stallion deal.
Sure. See if he can live up to it. He's the 8-5 morning line favorite. That's coming up on Monday for the boys. 2-year-old fillies, they'll get in their turn here in this Grade 1 spin away. And there's John Ortiz. Can he go back-to-back here in graded stakes? He'll have a filly, Tom, coming off a maiden win last time out. She was dominant.
She was very dominant, and that's why she's getting attention. We're going to watch her right here. Got her on the outside there. She look, just a hand ride to the finish here, you guys. I mean, I know she's being ridden, no question about it. Those hands are moving, and that's communication for the horse to go, Richie, but you know, there's more in the tank when this horse hits the wire.
Absolutely, and I think she's going to sit the trip we just talked about that we saw their filly win the last race. I mean,
Bright work.
I mean, she's just, I think she's well posted. And now, especially with these conditions, you're going to get a different level of kickback when slop starts hitting them. She's going to be poised just on the outside of the speed. And as good as she looked there, beautiful mechanics to her stride as well, she's going to be very tough here.
Still, there's a lot of questions to be answered here. For fillies only started once, never been on, well, it hasn't changed yet, but the rain's coming down.
Bright Work had some questions in the previous race and the prior race, coming in off a long layoff, and she answered those questions with ease.
14 minutes from the Grade 1 spin away. Let's go to Acacia.
And we do see two horses coming out of a July 21st race in Immersive and Salted. Now, the number 6 Salted really took the worst of it that day, breaking slowly. And I absolutely loved her dam, Salty, who was a Grade 1 winner, winning the La Troyenne. And she's kind of built like Salty with the coloring of Tappet. So in that pedigree, getting a little bit more distance today should be absolutely no problem. And she's been pretty calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock as well. And Mark Casse did share with me that in her first race, she had an entrapped epiglottis, so was not getting 100% of her air in as well. So an improvement last time, but she was beaten by Immersive, who did have a better trip, but a horse that was a big price that day. I loved her in the paddock that afternoon. And speaking of trainer Brad Cox earlier today, he thought that she should love every bit of the 7 furlongs, and I could not agree more. She's even strengthened up a bit more since that debut. A horse that is a big, long striding type and covers the ground beautifully, Maggie. I am excited to see what Immersive can do, though the break will be imperative from that post.
Absolutely, Acacia. I do like what I'm seeing from Immersive as well. And it was funny, in your interview with John Ortiz for Bright Work, he said, well, we thought she was more of a 3-year-old type as a 2-year-old. And I think that is the type of horse who wins these races. And right now, the two from Godolphin are giving me that impression, including Immersive, but also number 7 in here, Pondering, is she's the kind of new face too. The Naira Circuit here for Brendan Walsh. She's big, she's scopy, beautifully bred, daughter of Hardspun in here. And she's got those big ears, really intelligent disposition to her, and she looks sensational here. She's just kind of walking around this track like she owns it. Now, do note that the track has been sealed as there is a lot of rain coming down. Now, we don't have many horses who have experience. Actually, Slang is the only horse who have ever run on a wet track before, but I do think that, with these Godolphin type pedigrees, they often will handle these wet tracks. Now, moving on, we'll see if John Ortiz can capture back-to-back editions of the Grade 1 Spinaway as he'll send out Quiet Side. She was very impressive first time out. I thought she was kind of 90% fit that day, and she went out there and did that. I think she is a filly that just carries a lot of substance, a lot of conditioning. She's a little bit more tucked up than what she was for that debut. A little antsy once they got the tackle on, so they've taken her out to circle around her tree and on her toes, but we'll see how she negotiates that outside post, Greg, but I do think there could be another forward move in her today.
4-1 right now. Thank you. Quiet Side. Start number 2 coming up. Going to go a little further than she's gone. Obviously facing winners and doing it here in Grade 1 company with track condition now that has been downgraded to good. Meanwhile, here's a look at Pondering for Brendan Walsh, who debuted Tom at Ellis Park as an odds-on favorite. She just did it so easily.
This is a good race. Yeah, average break, ranges up on the backside, gets to the right spot. And, I mean, she's going to come home very, very easy. It's just the easiest of winners. I give this race a lot of respect, and I'm pondering a big win bet on her.
5-1 right now. Mig, rider does not really move on this filly.
No, he pulled his crop over to his left hand just to keep her from leaning towards the inside, but she won with her ears pricked. And sometimes horses win easily, and you don't get the impression there's more there. When you watch that replay, you get the impression there's a lot more there. Her ears are flicking back and forth. She's just looking for the next question to answer. And I like this rider, Luan Machado. He rides that horse next. He seems to be a very cool customer. He doesn't seem to ruffle much.
That's that dirt marathon superstar that was the winner of the Birdstone here. So we'll see if he can get things done on Pondering. Meanwhile, Strong State, Al Stall, and a daughter of Tom's D'Etat, who is the stable star for Al in that older horse division for a while.
Certainly was. This horse fast early. You can see coming for home. She's a fighter. I mean, she's going to get in a match here, and she's going to be the eventual winner of this.
Love to see a 2-year-old pin their ears like that, meet the challenge.
And look how far back it is to third. Now, you got to make a point here. It is a restricted maiden race for horses that were bought at the sale, their last sale for $50,000 or less. This is a big jump, but you also got to like the way she did it.
She ran extremely well, and Tom's D'Etat ran on a wet surface 6 times. 3 wins with a 106 Beyer speed figure. It was one of his best performances. It's not that easy. It doesn't mean that she's going to, but it definitely doesn't hurt.
I like to see that. I want to see similarities in pedigree. I'd lean on, especially with first-time starters, when I see that the mare has won on debut or has thrown offspring that have won on debut. So I think this is right in line with that. Tom's D'Etat being a mutter. What did I say? The father was a mutter.
This race is part of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Dozen bonus series program. Horses finishing first, second, or third in these designated races earn a tiered bonus bankroll, which can be utilized towards free entry and entry fees at the World Championships. In total, over $500,000 in free entry fees awaiting participants in the program. First gets $30,000, second $15,000, and $7,500 to third. So these races certainly important to championship weekend. And you line up in this race in the hopeful on Monday for the boys you expect to be competing in the Breeders' Cup.
This is the upper echelon of 2-year-olds. This is the proving ground. This is giving us a window into what we can expect going forward this fall.
You can play this race, all the action, on our closing weekend and beyond by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Take advantage, new members. Punch in that code SPA250 you see on your screen at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga, and get that offer, that $250 deposit match customer bonus. Again, SPA250, the code to use at sign up right there at NairaBets.com. She was not the morning line favorite. There she is. She is the favorite, though, right now. The Queen's MG trying to pull off this very rare triple to sweep the stakes for 2-year-old fillies at this meet. Won the Schuylerville when she was dismissed. She'd been the favorite in a stakes race here at the track at Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Got bumped at the break. She didn't run well that day, and everyone forgot about her.
Yeah, all she's done is win. 3 or 4 lifetimes. She knows how to do it.
She's got a really weird running line, right? Like she was 45-1 on debut, and she won. Then she comes back. She's 2-1. She gets beaten 18. Then she's 44-1. She wins. And then she's 2-1. Finally, everything's normal again. And then she wins another stake.
That is one of the strangest series of odds you'll see with any horse. Meanwhile, Mark Casse, it's all meet long. We talk about what a great meet he's done, but especially with his juvenile runners, his young 2-year-old colts and his fillies. He's got a couple in here.
Everywhere. I mean, he's had a great 2-year-old year.
Sherbini's one of them he's going to send out, who chased the Queen's MG in the Schuylerville on opening day. Didn't get off to a good start. She made up a lot of ground to make it interesting late.
That was a good backtrack we watched. No speed at all from her. Has to go around everybody. Is making up big ground on the winner, who was the Queen's MG at the end. And we're getting more distance. Another eighth of a mile. It's a little bit better than 2 football fields. That will help Sherbini's close.
Here's what Mark Casse has done at this meet with his 2-year-olds. Just incredible.
Very strong stats there with his babies. And Mark talked about it early in the meet. A different approach this year. Came in trying to get his 2-year-olds to win.
And you'll notice one thing about Sherbini, if you look in the program, the ownership has changed since her last race. Bobby Flay. I'm starving right now. Every time I say Bobby Flay's name, I get hungry. Bobby Flay bought into this horse and owns some now.
All right, so good luck to him joining forces here with Sherbini. By the way, we've just been told, so turf condition for the Grade 2 Flower Bowl, now listed as good in race 13 that will close this card, now has come off the turf.
Kind of assumed that was going to be the case, and I'm going to say the turf is good and soft.
Okay. 2-year-old race of the day here coming up in a very good one, this Grade 1 Spinaway. Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Let's meet this field as they come down Champions Way. Post parade coming up here in a moment. And yeah, I know she was 7-2 morning line. JK, did you expect the Queen's MG to be favored?
Yeah, you can't win 2 stakes here, run in a 3rd stake, and not be favored. It's impossible.
We'll see if she can pull it off. And what a meet Safi Joseph Jr., her trainer, has had as well. 32%, as Tom was saying. So many barns who've not sent out a ton of starters, but they have these gaudy winning percentages. He's one of them.
No, he is indeed. I mean, Safi, he sent out more than a lot of people and has kept those percentages up.
We'll kick things off in the post parade for the Grade 1 Spinaway with Immersive, who was a first out winner for trainer Brad Cox.
First out winner ran a really nice race. And look, a horse that should improve off that first start. 12-1, that's tasty.
Filly, we were just talking about, one of 2 in the race for Mark Casse, Sherbini.
She's got a great style for the pace situation, but I don't love the fact that she's going to be trying to close on a sloppy racetrack.
37-1 on a Steve Asmussen runner who broke her maiden here at Saratoga.
Broke her maiden here at Saratoga and is one that I think is going to be close to lead.
Tis Purple, it's Eric Cancel for Jorge Delgado.
Yeah, inside speed with a whole bunch of speed in here. I don't trust her.
Slang was pulled up early on in the Schuylerville against the Queen's MG.
Yeah, but has a number of works to go back to that tells you she's just fine.
Here's the other Mark Casse runner, Salted.
Yeah, Salted. This seems like the one that Bobby Flay should own. Broke really slowly last time, ran well. Is one that should be sneaky as well.
Pondering went by for Brendan Walsh, and here is the Queen's MG trying to pull off the triple.
Yeah, look, she's going for the triple. She's run well in her last 2 starts. This is the toughest race she'll run in.
Al Stoll, Strong State.
Yeah, this horse ran a very good speed figure in that initial start, and is a good-looking horse.
New York bred for Jeremiah Engelhardt Bellicose.
This is where my eyes are going to go. This feels like the speed of the speed type that could make the whole race potentially fall apart.
And the John Ortiz filly who won at first asking, Quiet Side.
Quiet Side was very, very impressive and gets that same kind of post that John Ortiz and Luis Saez had in our last race. I think they'll do the same thing. By that, I mean looking over and seeing how the race unfolds, not necessarily winning.
7-2 from that outside post here in start number 2. Big ask, but these youngsters can improve so much from that first to that second start, and she flashed a lot of ability in the debut, but now a whole lot of variables being thrown at her for this next start.
Oh, yeah, and conditions, too, right? Most of these horses have not faced off conditions yet. You know, we were talking about looking at, like, Tom's d'Etat, right? Quiet Side's dam, Benner Island, won the 8 bells at Churchill Downs on a sloppy racetrack. That gives me a little more confidence, too.
Mick, tell the viewers at home, what does it feel like when you get slop kicked back on you? I mean, is it that much more significant than kickback on a dry racetrack?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's getting in a horse's eyes. Now, horses, Mother Nature has equipped horses with a natural windshield wiper, if you will, almost like a lens that helps protect their eye. We wear goggles, but your goggles get covered immediately, and you're constantly changing up, and it's just more difficult for young horses to handle that kickback.
There's the Queen's MG, Schuylerville, Adirondack. Can she add the spin away? Let's go to Maggie and Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, as honestly, the Queen's MG a little bit more settled than what I've seen from her in her previous 2 graded stakes wins, Acacia. So we'll see how she does. Do you like her stretching out?
I'm a little concerned about a bit longer, and she's coming off of a couple of big efforts as well, Maggie. At this stage of the game, as a 2-year-old, you obviously have seen her more than I have and know her better. I thought there were a couple that looked a bit stronger than her in the paddock.
Well, just bigger, too, to lend themselves well to the 7/8 distance. Bellicose was not one of those for me.
No. She is a horse that does have a lot of speed, though, and she was pretty professional in her first race. She was on the muscle today. Jeremiah Engelhardt had to be on her head and try to keep her settled, and it looks like she has relaxed a little bit out on the track. Obviously the speed, but she was entered in the New York bred race the other day, the Seeking the Ante, scratching to run here instead, a big class difference.
And it shows. From what I can tell, wishing them the best of luck. I can't blame anybody for taking shots, Greg, but Acacia and I both going with the Godolphin horses.
Some on our set are as well. You were
smart
pondering a large win wager. Did you go through with it?
Yes, I did. I made just a straight wager, and I did make her a horse that I keyed around in that pick 5 that I gave out a little earlier.
I'm not trying to kiss up to my friend.
There she is.
Feel free to do that.
No, my friend Tom.
I mean, if Greg's going to go on Twitter and you know, make you look good,
I'll do it for you. I like your pick of the 7 pondering, but I'm going to go with the 9 Strong State. I'm going to go New Orleans on him here, right? Little Al Stoll, little Tom's d'Etat as the sire. You can't be Tom's d'Etat and not be New Orleans' horse, right?
That's a fact. I mean, that one was owned by Gail Benson, who owns the Saints, and I'm sure Tom's d'Etat, named after her husband who passed away, Tom Benson, and that whole group in the Saints front office was very involved in that horse.
This one was quick, and quick going 5.5 furlongs in that second start.
I think it's telling that Strong State coming out of a restricted maiden race is only 7-1 in a grade 1 stake off of that effort. I think that's saying a lot.
There's Saffie Joseph Jr. trying to pull off this rare triple with the Queen's MG. It's been a tremendous meet for him. 32% at the meet coming in, and started with this filly, the Queen's MG, the 8 on opening day.
We've seen history at this meet, right? Flavien Prat, 16 stakes wins. Go back to 1987. Overall, the last filly to sweep all 3, a daughter of Mr. Prospectors. We're going back a ways.
Yeah. Tom, just to have an opportunity at this historic place to make history and something that's not happened for over 35 years, special.
Oh, God, yes. I mean, if you don't think that's on Saffie Joseph's mind, I mean, You know, look, you make an impression like that up here in front of the right crowd, and all these people watch these races throughout the country. This is a major race. Of course he's thinking about that with the Queen's MG.
To be able to run here 3 times with one horse is very hard. To win 3 races here is extremely hard. And to win 3 stakes is just unreal.
Yeah.
5-2 favorite for the Queen's MG to try and pull that off. Dylan Davis, 44-1 in the Schuylerville opening day. 5-2, grade 3 Adirondack on August 4th. And now trying to seal the deal and add that third part of this triple in the grade 1 spinaway here at 7/8 of a mile on our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day for these 2-year-old fillies, all with Breeders' Cup aspirations. Quick of the quick, who do you think it may be?
Well, I think the speed's the 10. I think, especially from that outside draw towards the outside, what are you going to do, take back and eat a bunch of dirt? I think the Bellicose will run away from there.
I agree with that.
That's the New York-bred filly for Jeremiah Engelhardt with Junior Alvarado.
And Dylan Davis stayed here today to ride. He could have went to Kentucky Downs and rode Carson's Run in a $3.1 million race, the Nashville Derby. I mean,
might be telling.
It could be telling, right?
The Queen's MG, the 8, loads with Dylan Davis. It's a grade 1 spinaway here on the final Saturday of the meet. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Last few left to load. Tiz Purple, one of the grays, goes in. Here's Slang. And Quiet Side to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the spinaway. And Strong State gets the first call out of the gate, but the Queen's MG is a little bit quicker. And here's Reliable Source coming through along the inside to battle with the Queen's MG. Tiz Purple is right in between those two. Down at the rail comes Immersive with Pondering in mid-pack, 5 lengths off the lead. Outside of her comes Bellicose. Far outside, Quiet Side is 4 lengths off them heading to the half-mile pole. Then comes Salted on the inside of Strong State. And it's another 2 back to Sherbini. 22 and 3, 4 of them across the track. Reliable Source, Tiz Purple, the Queen's MG, and Quiet Side is 4 deep. Just in behind them, Immersive is called on to go after that quartet with less than 3 furlongs to run. Another 4 lengths back to Pondering, and then it's Salted, passed by Strong State. Quiet Side putting in a big effort on the outside. Cruising to the top of the stretch and taking command, opening up 3 lengths on the Queen's MG in second. Down the center of the racetrack, Immersive continues to close stoutly. They're in the final furlong, and it's Quiet Side. Immersive getting closer with every stride, within a length and a half. Immersive or Quiet Side, Immersive and Manny Franco to win the spinaway. Quiet Side ran lights out in defeat. Sherbini from last got into third in front of Strong State.
Immersive, start number 2 for Brad Cox, Godolphin, Manny Franco in the grade 1 spinaway.
Yeah, and she overcame that inside draw, was off the pace, took kickback, angled out to the clear, and she came with a relentless grinding run, Tom. It looked like Quiet Side had put this field to bed, but Immersive had other ideas.
That was a heated pace up front early on for a number of these horses. Quiet Side had the best of it on the outside, kind of watching everything unfold. And right here, does anybody think Quiet Side's not going to get there in front?
Oh, man, Quiet Side ran huge, made that early move, was wide all the way around there. It's one of those performances that, in my opinion, Quiet Side lost nothing in defeat, and in fact gained a lot, and a horse that I'll be looking for moving forward. But today with this setup, the 1 Immersive for Godolphin and Brad Cox, get this grade 1 with a filly, and that means a lot for them. You know,
you talked about your future bet for the Derby. Did you see Immersive's gallop out in this race? She is just getting started.
Yes.
This horse going 2 turns is going to be big time.
It was like her legs got unraveled and she just kept on finding, but she made a long, sustained run. And nice call by Maggie. I thought the inside post would really hinder her, and she was able to overcome it. This is a big effort.
Maybe a Kentucky Oaks future wager here. Yeah, on Immersive, 12-1. As yes, she really starts to rev up late. And now a perfect 2 for 2. And a jubilant,
pumped up
Manny Franco with this performance. 1:11.29. You know, it's always a little bit of a guessing game. Who's going to take that big step forward here with these lightly raced 2-year-olds? And it turns out to be one from the strongest barns, one of the strongest barns in the country.
Are you guys tired of hearing it? I've said it so many times, I know you are. The biggest improvement you're going to see in a thoroughbred is after they make that first start, learn what it's all about. The trainer has a chance to kind of get back with them and work on the things that they need to improve. And that experience, the biggest jump you'll see in performance is almost always from that first or second start in a thoroughbred.
But Tom, it's such a correct statement, and we saw it with you during this meet with Kim Chi Cat.
Yeah.
And I think she made another step forward from second start to third start. I think she fits well with these fillies.
I wouldn't want to run against Immersive. I'll be honest with you. That was a big race.
3-win day for that man right there, Manny Franco. And a big opportunity here, right, for Brad Cox and Godolphin, and delivering on a filly that had a lot of energy late, JK.
Yeah, and look, it's a nice win for Godolphin, right? It's a homebred for them, but they also Stan Nyquist at Darley, so it's a win-win for everyone here to get another Grade 1 win. And Nyquist, he wasn't too bad in a sloppy racetrack either.
3 cheers to the breeder from our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. Immersive, homebred for Godolphin. And now a Grade 1 winner and a perfect 2 for 2. And we'll see what's next for her. But obviously a major player now for early November and championship weekend. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Manny Franco, adorned with the beautiful blanket for the spin away. Here is Immersive. Manny, she wanted every bit of the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, definitely. She was ready for today. I've been working her since she won the first time. I was really pleased with her, and I just happy to get this victory for this connection. He's been helping me a lot, so I want to say thank you to them and thank to my agent. They've been doing a great job.
You did a great job too, putting her in the right position from that inside post, working your way out.
Yeah, that was the plan. I mean, I want to be forward. I don't want to be too far back with the track seal. I want to be in the second flight, so that's what I did. I made sure I break good, and she took me nice, taking a hole really well. And when I asked her, she was coming and coming, so I knew that I can get there.
Manny, such a big win for you. Congratulations. Here, Manny Franco and Immersive, quite the team in the spin away, guys.
Manny Franco with another huge win on the resume. Ended last year again as the leading rider on the New York circuit. A couple of his biggest moments, Mig, they've come here at Saratoga, including a Travers win with Tizalop.
He's such a physically gifted rider, and another graduate of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. They turn out a great product.
You look closely at this filly's ears, you'll see she has cotton in her ears. They use them during the race. A lot of people use them in the paddock, take them out. Sometimes they use them in the race as well.
We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look ahead to tomorrow, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Can Arthur's Ride cement his status as the top older horse in the country? The Whitney winner, he'll be taking on, among others, Tappet Trice, part of a duo for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling who will make his next start in the Grade 1 hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
The biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs is even better. Friday, September 20th, along with Parks Racing and their great card to the following day. Presque Isle has 2 new wagers, each with a 15% takeout. The Keystone Daily Double combines the Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters with a Grade 1 PA Derby at Parks. The Pennsylvania Pick 4 has a mile in the Masters at Presque Isle, plus the PA Derby and the Grade 1 Cotillion from Parks. Friday, September 20th. First post at 4 p.m.
Back on Saratoga Live as you see those Godolphin blue silks in the winner's circle with Immersive here in this Grade 1 Spinaway. And trainer Brad Cox joining me here. Is Brad, you and I were just discussing how your face lit up earlier in the card when I asked you about her, and obviously for good reason.
Yeah, she's really good. I mean, you know, look, I don't know why she was 10-1 first time. It doesn't matter to me, and I don't know why she's 12, 13, 14-1 today. It doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, she's a good filly. I do think she'll go long. She's got enough speed to put herself in the race, and she just keeps coming. And Manny did a good job of getting a good early position, tracking that 4-wide wall in front of him, and she kept coming. Good gallop out, and very, very excited about her.
She does have that big, lovely stride, too. And like you said, she kept coming. How encouraging the adversity that she overcame today in just her second start.
Yeah, no, it's huge. I mean, and yeah, breaking from the 1-hole. I mean, she was up against it, I thought, today, post-wise, but Manny did a good job. He overcame it, and she's a beautiful physical. She's got a great stride, and I think the best is yet to come.
We can't wait to see what the future holds. Big congratulations.
Thank you.
Immersive taking the Grade 1 Spinaway, and probably more Grade 1s in the future, Greg.
Yeah, I don't think she's done yet. That was impressive. And just her second start, Tom, to do this.
Yeah, look, very, very. I like what Brad Cox said about her. I mean, Brad is a top trainer, knows his horses very, very well, and I thought he laid a lot of praise on this horse.
2 for 2 now. Grade 1 winner now. Immersive. $27.40 in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It does not disappoint. Quiet Side impressive too in defeat. Just her second start. In a fun one as we get set to see 7-year-old Warlike Goddess back, and she really has not lost much. 10-time graded stakes winner in terms of how good she is, now fast she is. He's 12 for 20 lifetime, JK.
Yeah, she always shows up. She always runs. You know, the only time she doesn't really show up is when they get ambitious with her and try to run her against the boys in some big Grade 1 race. But outside of that, when it comes to her own, you know, her own class, the group of the females, she does really well.
I think the key with her, though, is that she stays switched off. The times that she gets ranked and pulls too much is when she doesn't run her A race. Great post for her, 3-turn race. She's going to get to save ground, and now Junior knows her so well. She's going to be tough here, particularly with the ground.
This seems like her sweet spot, too. Mile 3/8 really what she seems to be best at. 4 for 6. She's never been off the board. It is a win and you're in race for the Breeders' Cup, and another one coming up tomorrow. And the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, this is for the Classic. Let's meet the field that will line up. Going 1.25 miles for $1 million. Tap at Trice for trainer Todd Pletcher. Impressive comeback as a 4-year-old.
Very impressive comeback. Has won 5 of 10 lifetime, made almost $1.5 million a threat in this race.
Next door, it's a big long shot for Rudy Rodriguez. Kuchar will have Luis Saez aboard.
Yeah, why not take a shot, right? LSU Stables, they won with Far Bridge a week ago. He's definitely in deep waters here, but why not just see if he can get a piece?
Another Todd Pletcher. Next door, Bright Future, whose only Grade 1 win came in this race last year.
Yeah, defending champ, returned to the races with a nice win in the Salvatore Mile. Was well beaten, ran the worst race of his life on a muddy track in the Whitney. I'm sure they're hoping this rain stops.
See if Disarm can get on track as a 4-year-old. He was last year's runner-up in the Travers.
I think you said it right, Greg. He was a really, really good 3-year-old, but has yet to put it together as a 4-year-old against this kind of company.
Joel Rosario will ride for Steve Asmussen. Pyrenees, Cherie DeVoe will have Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard.
Lifetime best last time, but that was with an outstanding trip in the Stephen Foster. Hard to play horses off of perfect trips.
Meanwhile, Highland Falls was an odds-on favorite in a defeat last time out. 2 Tap at Trice. That was a Monmouth.
Yeah, kind of I thought a bit of an odd trip. Was forward, was back. He's better than that. He's certainly got a pedigree to get the 1.25 miles, and we just saw what Brad Cox is capable of winning the spin-away.
And Arthur's Ride, this was the race they'd been pointing to. They used the Grade 1 Whitney as the stepping stone to get here. He winds up winning it. And back-to-back dominant performances.
Back-to-back dominant performances. He's won 4 of his last 5, and I really think he controls the pace from that outside position. Arthur's Ride, the race is in his hands if he is himself.
4-5 favorite. He's gone gate to wire each of his last 2, including that Grade 1 Whitney. And he's already proven at 1.25 miles on this racetrack. So a lot to like in his corner as we look at those Breeders' Cup Challenge races here at the meet. 2 still to come. Arthur's Ride, of course, already punched that Classic ticket. See if someone else can step up in that Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow. And, of course, the Flower Bowl, just 13 minutes to post with Warlike Goddess back in action for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott with regular pilot Junior Alvarado aboard, the multi-millionaire looking to win her 11th great at stake of her incredible career. Next.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the Affirm Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Back in our Fox Sports coverage, Grade 2 Flower Bowl to come. I'll remind everyone, Breeders' Cup World Championships return to Del Mar for its 41st running on November 1st and 2nd. Tickets are on sale now. Head over to breederscup.com/tickets now to secure your seats. And for more information, you do not want to miss it. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup is up next here in this Grade 2 Flower Bowl. As we take a look at McCulloch. For trainer Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard coming off a victory in the Glens Falls, a Grade 2 earlier at the meet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, McCulloch is honest. She shows up. She's been very good here in Saratoga. 6 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds. Long-winded daughter of Frankel. And she doesn't mind losing ground. I mean, she swings out to the middle of the track and just gobbles them up.
She just really likes these longer distances. It's like they've really kind of found her groove with some of these longer distance turf races.
Strong finish on the outside there, and will be a horse that benefits so you can get some pace up front here.
She does own a win over Warlike Goddess, but Warlike Goddess was not very happy that day.
She was ranked that day, and that's what I was talking about earlier. When she gets ranked and gets in a fight with a rider, she doesn't use her energy efficiently. When she's settled, she comes with that run.
Well, they all got to get through this multi-millionaire. She'll be on the inside. This was back on June 7th here at Saratoga, Grade 1 New York. At a mile and 3/16, she winds up third behind Dadia and Nisi Marie.
It's probably a little shorter than she wants to go, which is kind of funny to say, a mile and 3/16. I think she probably likes it a little bit longer. But also, this was one of the best races, a group of horses we've seen up here at Saratoga in the last 3 months. You know, obviously it was Belmont Stakes Festival weekend, so she ran well enough considering that it's not probably how she wanted to run the distance, and she was facing a really good group.
And she was having to negotiate through a lot of traffic in that race.
Yeah, that looked like the Belt Parkway getting back over to Belmont from Aqueduct after the last race.
And Mig, in this race, she's already where Junior Alvarado wants to be.
Well, exactly, especially a horse that wants to get a little rank. She's going to be covered up. She's going to settle. And you get to save ground. You know, even if you tip out by the 3rd turn, at least 2 of the 3 turns you've got to save ground. And the fact that she's just so good with ground with give on it.
And we talked about that earlier, some of her best races on turf courses with give in it. That is the case now. It's listed as good. The rain's actually still coming down as we're 7 minutes to post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Warlike Goddess here in the paddock as she looks better than ever. I saw her obviously 2 back for the Grade 1 New York, and she looked okay. But then she went on to win the Robert G. Dick Memorial, and this is 3rd start off the bench. Her weight is better than ever. As assistant to Bill Mott, Neil Pazanski just said to me, she's like fine wine, and I could not agree more. And can we just marvel at her career? A filly that was bought for $30,000 as a 2-year-old at the OBS June sale has now gone on to amass $2.7 million. And all the patience and tutelage from Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott has gotten her multiple Grade 1s, including twice against the boys. I love what I'm seeing from her today because she's got good energy, but she's not boiling over, which sometimes she can do. So we'll see. Warlike Goddess, is she ready for another test? As we'll move on to number 3, Parnack. It was discussed that Christophe Clement giving her a little bit more time in between races, and I like that it's done because her weight and conditioning, again, is another mare which I see is better than ever. And sometimes with fillies and mares reaching full maturity at 5, that's what you're going to see too. But I love what I'm seeing from Parnack. It's a shame she gets another course with Given It. I think she's okay over courses with Given It, but I'd love to see her maybe back on a firm one at some point, but makes a really nice impression here in the paddock for Christophe Clement. Second off the bench is number 4, Eternal Hope for Charlie Appleby. I thought maybe last time just a little too free, a little too energetic, and you see that sometimes with Charlie's horses coming back off layoffs. They're a little fresh, and you knock that off first time, knock off that ring rust too, and they're a bit more settled. She's really nicely composed, but content. Ears have been forward the entire time here in the paddock. She looked fit last time to my eye, but you can't ever forget about the importance of having a race under one's belt. Great, Craig?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5 minutes away from this Grade 2 Flower Bowl win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Filly and Mare Turf and Warlike Goddess. She has been around for a while, and she just keeps doing her thing. 10 graded stakes and counting. We'll see if she can add another one coming up. Welcome to those rejoining us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here on Saratoga Live, Grade 2 Flower Bowl is next. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Filly and Mare Turf with one of the stars of this division, Warlike Goddess, the heavy favorite in here. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinch, and Richie Migliori. And obviously this race goes through the stalwart of this division.
It absolutely does, and she's earned it, right? She's been knocking heads, and she used to be a free square at one point for a long time. She was a free square. If you showed up somewhere, you could single her in multi-race bets and move right on. She's got a little bit more complicated than that, but she still shows up and runs. I think she's going to appreciate the moisture and the turf course today.
Tom, do you see any chinks in the armor for her today?
Well, no, but I mean, look, the distance is something she's well suited for. I mean, if it goes really, really slow up front, guys, she does want to close.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if she doesn't get the right setup, she's so good she could probably overcome it, but maybe set up, and that's where Eternal Hope, the 4-horse, has a little bit of an advantage. She can be tactically placed.
It is pretty, and there she is, pretty remarkable, Mig, now 7 years old, and she, I mean, maybe she's not as, and it's not by much, the best she's ever been, but she's still probably the best of the division.
Well, she's still very good, and it's very rare to see a mare this accomplished continue to race at 7. Obviously, George Krikorian is enjoying racing this mare, and if she was to win today, she would go over $3 million in earnings. I mean, and she's been a marvel of consistency.
Little rain not going to dampen anyone's party here at Saratoga.
That guy's wild. He's got a shirt off. What's that shirt off
Talented,
there?
huh? Yeah.
They've had plenty to celebrate, apparently, today. McCulloch. There's a look at the 9-5 second choice, who has had some big moments, and as JK had mentioned earlier, for those who are listening, and going longer has really helped her out.
It has, and look, we talked about Warlike Goddess likely going to appreciate the turf course with a little bit of give in it. McCulloch's been fine too, right? McCulloch is run on a turf course not listed as firm 4 times, 2 wins, 2 seconds, so it's not going to be a problem for her. I feel like when they turn for home, it's going to be between the 1 and the 7 to who's going to get their picture taken.
Well, they both have the same style. They're both going to want to close. So, again, as long as they get enough pace to close into, I mean, we saw McCulloch's last race. That was a quick close.
Hey, guys, I think that this elevates, the ground elevates Eternal Hope. And we'll talk more about that.
All right, we'll get to that in a moment. I want to remind everyone watching, those who just joined us, $250 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code right there, SPOT250 at NYRABets.com. So sign up, play away through the rest of this meet and beyond. Championship weekend of the Breeders' Cup as well, as we get set for this win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup in this Grade 2 Flower Bowl. And we'll get set for a post break here momentarily. Mig, back to your point.
Her lone race on what I would call bottomless ground, she ran 1.25 miles in a Grade 2 at Deauville. They went 1.25 miles in 2:13. She got 101 time form rating. That's very strong. And to go 1.25 miles in 2:13, you know the ground was extremely soft. I think the ground's going to help her effort.
Post parade to come here momentarily. McCulloch, by the way, back to the 7 for a moment, just a few $1,000s away from eclipsing $2 million in her career. Some pretty accomplished older stars in this spot, but none more than this one right here. Warlike Goddess, 12-time winner.
She is the champ. She's the one to beat in this race, and a horse that has overcome slow paces before. It doesn't look like as much pace in this guy.
Parnack, in a surprise, won this race last year, gate to wire.
Parnack did, and for Parnack just to step up a little bit against this group would make her very competitive.
Eternal Hope started out good here in the States, and then McCulloch handled her pretty easily in the Glens Falls.
I think she's going to be covered up behind horses, and I think she's going to handle the ground. I think she gets a different trip this time.
Millie Girl, long shot, coming in from north of the border for a very good trainer, Catherine Day Phillips.
I wonder if they didn't come here because they wanted to try this extra distance with Millie Girl. It looks like she's suited for it.
Jose Lascano will be aboard. McCulloch, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with Arad Ortiz Jr.
The horse that's going to be running late. Look for those red and white silks, the KS on the back.
Meet leading connections across the board there. And from the same stable, big long shot Idea Generation.
Doesn't it feel like Idea Generation is in here to make sure that there's a decent enough pace? She did set the pace, albeit a slow one on yielding ground in the way, but I think she's in here to help McCulloch.
And then State's debut, the unknown here for Verbeer.
Certainly the unknown, but this is a horse that is definitely stepping way up in class from her races over in Europe.
Post time coming up. Grade 2 Flower Bowl. What's at stake? Well, it's a win and you're in for championship weekend of the Breeders' Cup. Automatic entry into that $2 million race. November 2nd at Del Mar, $60,000 in entry fees. $10,000 award denominator in that $10,000 travel award. Allowance for horses stabled outside of California. We'll see who takes home those goodies as we take a look here at Eternal Hope. Often, these connections, then look up at the tote board and you see them favored. Not the case here with Eternal Hope for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
Now, she's going to have to raise her game from what we've seen in North America, but I do think the ground could be an equalizer here, although we do know that War Like Goddess loves it this way.
But sometimes I will say that the Europeans, when they're trying to decide what horses to bring here, they bring the ones that likely will like it firm because they get more firm ground here. Now, Eternal Hope has run well on 2 sort of courses not listed as firm, yielding 2 races back and then good last time. I just felt like, she didn't have much resistance last time when facing McCulloch.
And Tom, that was off a long layoff.
That's what I was exactly what I was going to say, Greg. Let's not forget that was her first race back since October. And if you're going to make a case, because she was prominent and looked very good, that she just tired in that race a little bit. She was the favorite in the Glen Falls. Then you look for improvement there.
Let's go to Maggie and Acacia.
Oh, Acacia. Guys have it so easy, don't they?
No, they're covered all day.
Wow, my hair looks bad. Okay, let's talk about number 7 in here. That is McCulloch. She always looks great to me.
does.
I really have no complaints with her physically whatsoever. You were saying concerns about pace. How much does that affect her in your estimation?
It is. Now, as the guys mentioned in the post parade, her stablemate Idea Generation, kind of what we saw in the weigh is here to help that there is going to be a little bit of pace early on. McCulloch was the victim of that in this Flower Bowl last year when she was wired by Parnack. So Chad Brown working to make sure that doesn't happen again, but she has been able to handle a turf course with some give in it, and she's coming off of what I thought was a powerful effort last time.
Well, if Rafe Beckett and Connections were hoping for firm turf with number 9 Verbeer, they're not getting it here. Though she kind of a big type of filly.
I was not expecting that because often you'll see horses coming over from Europe and just be a lighter frame, used to going over those courses with a lot of give in it. That's not the case at all. She's built much more like a horse we typically see here in America.
Absolutely. Look at her hind down on her, but we cannot get past our girl, War Like Goddess, Greg.
Nope, she's a 6-5 favorite. The last 2 times she's gone to the Breeders' Cup, she's passed against her own division. She's gone against the boys, including hitting the board in the Breeders' Cup turf a couple of years ago. There's her trainer, Hall of Famer Bill Mott, has her as just about as good as she's ever been. Just incredibly consistent at the highest level. 10 graded stakes wins in her career. She's a 6-5 favorite from the inside post. It's the Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
One more, Greg. It's Verbier.
One out.
Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Flower Bowl. Verbier off slowly. A very quick start, no surprise for Parnack. Idea Generation wants that lead and gets it. There goes the long shot Idea Generation to take over. And Parnack will wisely stay off of that. Then comes McCulloch in 3rd, and Eternal Hope is 4th. Millie Girl 5th in the early going. War Like Goddess is tugging a bit at Junior Alvarado. She'll have time to get going. And another 2 back to Verbier. They come into the stretch for the first time, and it's Idea Generation with a 4-length lead. Parnack cruising along in 2nd, 2 lengths in front of McCulloch. And inside of her comes Eternal Hope in the blue silks, hemmed in fourth. Warlike Goddess is just inside of Millie Girl, and another 2 to Verbier. A lap to go in the Flower Bowl. Idea Generation has built up a 6-length lead. Parnak and Dylan Davis still comfortable in second, with McCulloch third, Eternal Hope along the inside. The first half mile went in 51 and 4/5 seconds. So Idea Generation gets a double-digit advantage on Parnak, who's a length in front of McCulloch. Then comes Eternal Hope and Millie Girl, Warlike Goddess under a firm hold at the back of the field with Verbier. Continuing their run down the backstretch, Idea Generation's lead is down to 5. Parnak still second, McCulloch, Eternal Hope. Hasn't been any change in the running order. In behind them, Millie Girl, Warlike Goddess will need to find some breathing room soon. 6 lengths off them. Verbier is at the back. Around the far turn, Idea Generation 3-length lead. Parnak in second. McCulloch is starting to rev up now. Warlike Goddess gets out of where she was. She's right behind Eternal Hope as they come to the quarter pole. It's still Idea Generation with McCulloch in hot pursuit. Warlike Goddess swings to the far outside. Inside of her comes Eternal Hope. They're in the final 1/8 of a mile, and Idea Generation is still there with a 4-length lead. Warlike Goddess outside McCulloch. Time running out for Warlike Goddess. Can she get to Idea Generation? No, she won't. Idea Generation and Florent Giroux all the way in the Flower Bowl. Warlike Goddess second in another Flower Bowl, and then behind them it was between Eternal Hope and McCulloch.
Chad Brown has already locked up the training title here. Idea Generation in this race as a bit of a rabbit and winds up winning this win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup.
This is really funny. I was just telling you guys, this is a horse last year, and people around the racetrack will remember, Chad said was potentially one of his best 2-year-olds and one of the best 2-year-olds he's had in a long time. It just took her to be aggressively ridden on the front end, going very long to get a stakes win.
So, you know what, guys? I'm going to give you a number. And when I give it to you, you tell me what kind of chance you thought Idea Generation had. She's 5 lengths in front, going down the backside. Almost 2/3 of the race is over, and she's gone 6/8 of a mile, 6 furlongs in 1:18.20, and she's got an advantage on the group. That is ridiculous to let her be out there doing that by herself. I don't care who's behind her. When you give a horse a head start like that, she's gonna have gas in the tank. She's gonna come home quick. So you better be a Herculean effort to get her at that point.
It was trotting horse time, really. I mean, even though the ground's soft, okay, but she was cruising, had that huge lead, and psychologically what happens, every rider goes, oh, she's just in here to be a rabbit. For McCulloch, I don't want to go after her and set it up for her, and then she never comes back to you. And what an effort by Warlike Goddess to even cut into her margin at all.
31-1, shocker, 8th win in this race for trainer Chad Brown. Not, I don't think, what he expected, what anyone expected. He was trying to set it up for his other runner, McCulloch, but Idea Generation pulls off the shocker here. There he is, jubilant. We did it. Wow, on the front end, going awfully slow up front.
You know, it's funny. If you look at it, look, McCulloch was already a stakes winner, right? And so now Seth Klarman has Idea Generation as a stakes winner. Her value goes up. It's win-win.
And, you know, Chad oftentimes in these big races has many entrants in the race, so he's pretty stoic after the race when he wins one. But since both of these horses belong to the same ownership, he can say what he wants and do what he wants when one of them beats the other.
I'll go out on a limb here and say that would be the longest priced winner trained by Chad Brown at this meeting.
Oh, it might be, honestly, it might be in the last 5 years.
Right. Now, if you're going to go for the last 5 years, that's going out on a limb.
I was
this
being
meet,
sarcastic
come on, man.
about me going out on a limb.
I'm going to check to see if it is. I bet you, I would say that is the largest priced winner for Chad Brown in the last 5 years, and I will look it up and let you know as soon as possible.
And, JK, back to your point, I think we saw that reaction from Chad Brown, too. And, obviously the girls can ask him, but he was so excited because this was not the purpose for her to be in here. It was to be a rabbit. And also, going back to that, she had so much ability back when she was a 2-year-old. He was so high on her, and now she does get this big win on the resume.
Well, I mean, I think Tom can speak to it. You know that a horse has talent, but then it's your job to figure out what it is they want to do, and this is what she wants to do, be aggressively ridden on the front end going long.
I'll bet you Chad Brown will say that he thought this horse had a real chance today.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Florent Giroux. And Flo, you're just saying I stole it. When you looked up at the big board the first time around, you saw 26.
Yeah, exactly. She broke super sharp. She was able to make the lead very easily. And the first time around, when I look at the board, it says 26 flat, and I was like 6-7 lengths in front. I'm like, this is over, And she was handling the ground very good, made the turn perfectly. I just give her a little smooch at the 3-8 pole. I wanted to make sure I keep that gap, I had, on the backside. And from there, she ran pretty much a quarter of a mile, and that was it.
You have a pretty nice reputation with her. The only other time you were on her is when you finished second, almost stealing it in the weigh-up.
Yes, exactly. She went great for me actually last year in Aqueduct, and I know she really liked the ground, so it gave me more confidence. And honestly, Chad was pretty positive to it. For me, he said try to make the lead, and if you have a chance, just go for it. And that's what I did, and I'm glad he gave me the opportunity and also set. So thanks to them.
Flo, we've seen you do it before. This is a big upset with Idea Generation here in the Flower Bowl. Guys, she is petite, but definitely wants every bit of that mile and 3/8.
Maggie, thank you. Great job braving the elements here. It's Idea Generation 31-1. In this win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock. Sell your star on November 4th after Breeders' Cup. I think everyone in shock right now, including Florent Giroux, including Chad Brown, including probably Seth Klarman.
No, and we answered that question. Sifting Sands was 28-1 in 2021, so this is, in the last 5 years, the longest price winner for Chad Brown at Saratoga.
31-1 shocker in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl. Idea Generation, gate to wire. We'll be back.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
What a day of racing it's been this afternoon on Saratoga Live and the Flower Bowl. A win and you're into the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf did not disappoint. Idea Generation pulling the upset as her trainer Chad Brown joins me here. And Chad, as you were just telling me, you thought that she looked pretty comfortable early on with the way her ears were pricked, bounding out there on the front end.
Yeah, she looked like she was loving the ground, and I want to thank Naira for leaving the race on the turf this late in the year. A lot of us committed to be here and didn't ship out of town to Kentucky and such, and it's late in the meet, and the course was actually in good shape. So I'm happy they left the race on, which was the right thing to do. I'm very appreciative, and she showed a lot of heart to dig in late and hold everyone off.
And she's a horse that is obviously, as you've talked about, there to ensure some speed, but she's one that I know you've always thought highly of, even from the beginning.
Yeah, you're right. As you remember, when she was 2, she was a little bit of the buzz of my juvenile turf fillies, and she just couldn't really get it together mentally. So we were really patient with her. I want to thank Seth Klarman, the owner. So happy for him. Looks like he's on his way to another leading owner title here, and he's doing it the right way, winning stakes and with quality horses. And he takes the good news with the bad equally, and he couldn't be here today closing weekend, unfortunately, but he's very happy and he's very pleased, and he's so happy to be participating in New York racing.
And with the high hopes that you've had for a filly like Idea Generation, with this being a win and you're in, do you consider the Breeders' Cup for her?
If it's going to rain at Del Mar, maybe. I don't know if that's going to happen. But we'll just take it a race at a time and see. She's obviously very brave going around 3 turns, but I do think she likes moisture in the ground.
A fair point, but a nice effort today. Congratulations, Chad.
Thanks for having me.
Idea Generation, gate to wire, Greg.
Chad Brown, another training title. Those silks right there likely have wrapped up another owner's title. Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables. That would be a 7th straight here at Saratoga.
That's just remarkable. And listen, Seth Klarman's been in the game a long time now, and he's invested so much into it. It's nice to see him see this kind of success. And funny thing about rabbits, you can go back to the first Triple Crown winner, Sir Barton. He was entered as a rabbit for a horse named Billy Kelly. They never caught Sir Barton. They came back in the Preakness, entered as a rabbit again. They never caught Sir Barton. Got to the Belmont, there was no more Billy Kelly, and Sir Barton went wire to wire again.
We see it happen from time to time in Europe as surprises. Sometimes they just keep on going, and that's what happens here with Idea Generation. Punching that ticket to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. We still have one more Breeders' Cup Challenge win in your in race. That's in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. For the Classic division, of course, Arthur's Ride has already punched his ticket to the Classic guys, and right now he's making a case as being the standalone, standout older horse in the country.
I mean, doesn't he control everything tomorrow? I mean, isn't he the speed, and he's got a great post just like he had in his last start? Kind of a situation where like we all know pace makes the race. We just saw it.
Sure.
For Arthur's Ride, he can go to the front end and keep going.
Well, one thing we saw there with Idea Generation is she opened up. Right, completely different situation. I'm just making an example. I think the one mistake Arthur's Ride could make is that if he breaks away from there and lets them all kind of lap onto him and he tries to walk the dog on the front end, going 49 to the half or something like that, he's better off going 46, in my opinion, and kind of running them off the feet and using his speed as a weapon.
Maybe not 46.
Yeah, 47
46
change to do.
Quarter.
But no, but I understand the point, and I agree with you. I think a lot of riders make a mistake, and they think to ride a front runner or a speed horse is to put him on the lead and go as slow as you possibly can. And in effect, you're allowing the closers into the race. So in essence, your strategy becomes, I'm going to outclose the closers. I want to make you get out of your comfort zone, out of your frame, and get tired chasing me.
And
my weapon speed, I want to use it.
Some horses do just better going faster. I mean, that was the case with Nick's Go.
Absolutely. Nick's Go. I think American Pharaoh was similar. I think when he was clipping along going, he was more comfortable going a little bit quicker.
You make a good point. Serengeti Empress, another example that we slowed her down in the Houston Ladies Turf or Houston Ladies Dirt. And I think she went to half and 50 like this, but the whole field was 2 lengths behind her. That's not what she does.
Someone say to you during the Oaks, oh, she's going too fast, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, someone close to me did say that. And I said, not for her.
Would go on to win that Kentucky Oaks. Had a grade 1 win here in the Ballerina as well. Still one of my favorites. What a gutsy performance that was.
Not Jonathan.
We'll see what happens in that Jockey Club Gold Cup tomorrow. Nightcap, we told you earlier it's come off the grass. So surface switch here, and as a result of that, a lot of changes. Distance change as well. Now 1 mile main track, and we do have 2 horses that were kept in. main track onlys that will run. Strapped and Kahala, a horse that Tom knows well, will tell us more about when we come back. Still ahead, recap some action from earlier today. Bright side showing even more upside on the return, and a new face stepping up in the spinaway for Godolphin and Brad Cox. Stay with us.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive a $150 sign-up bonus. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live with the nightcap to come. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This last race taken off the turf moved to a 1 mile distance as we get a look here at Devil's Got a Cause. The 7 blinkers going on. Dallas Stewart, who had a big win earlier on the card, and as a 2-year-old headed to championship weekend, it sounds like, a Louisiana bred.
Well, knowing the way Dallas thinks, he's headed to more than that. Dallas is a very positive thinker, and it served him well.
And this is a horse, JK, who's won on the dirt and who's right now is a 7-2 favorite.
Yeah, arguably the lifetime best for this horse was on the dirt back in the fairgrounds. But I would imagine that as this thing keeps going, these MTOs to the outside are going to start to take some sneaky money, especially the 15 strapped.
Yeah, no question. I mean, why is there not much more activity on the 15 in particular? I mean, that horse ran a huge race strapped in his last start.
Sometimes it happens late in the card. It takes a little time for the betting public to catch on, but they'll get it before post opens. Here's a look at strapped for Linda Rice.
Yeah, strapped towards the outside here. Was an MTO last time in this starter allowance race. Ran well, got a nice trip, stayed inside, tipped out, came running, ran into the Flying P buzzsaw that we've seen at this meet here with the 10 horse. But I thought Strapped ran well in here.
But check it out. 2 horses in front. Silks are perfectly clean. Strapped is filthy dirty. He's the one that came from behind. They stayed up front and, were able to continue on.
So right now, and that has become your favorite now, 3-1. Strapped, one of the, Jonathan said, MTOs. He's main track onlys. The other, Kahala. Wow, 8-1 on the outside. Yeah, will be Manny Franco there. Horse that used to be in Tom's barn.
Claimed in his last start. He actually ran well. He struggled over the deep track that day and just had to chase the entire way around there. Kahala is very much for real, and I like him. I like him in that outside post too.
And he's run well on wet tracks in the past time.
There's a look at Over and Ollie Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride here for Al Stahl. Let's go to Acacia.
And favoritism has now tipped over to the 15, Strapped, who will turn back in distance a little bit from a few consecutive mile and an eighth tries, but I don't have any problem with that, and should be incredibly flattered by the race that he comes out of. Game Warden came back to win against much tougher in his subsequent start. Yo Daddy won his next race and then went into a turf race in graded stakes company in the Saranac after that, so just facing significantly tougher competition. He's much more laid back today as well, but carrying his weight tremendously well for Linda Rice. I think he's a major player and has won nicely at a mile before. He is a horse, though, sometimes watch him in the stretch, likes to run with his head turned out a bit as well. The 7 Devils Got a Cause. Last time I saw him, he was really sharp in the paddock, much more settled today. Not overly turf looking. Short cup blinkers do go on for the first time, and I think we're going to see him be aggressive early, and that could potentially be a key on this track today, Greg, keeping his face clean in the stretch.
Thank you, Acacia. 4-1. Devils Got a Cause. Blinkers going on. Luis Saez for Dallas Stewart. We're going to say goodbye to our audience watching on Bally Sports SoCal, but we will continue on with our coverage on Fox Sports 2 for this nightcap on our Saturday card right after this. So back with you to close things out here in this final race here on this Saturday afternoon. Move to the main track, 1 mile distance coming up in the starter optional claiming field, 9-5. So now that money really starting to pour in, JK, on one of the MTOs here Strapped.
Yeah, it just probably took a little time to adjust with the late change in surface, and you know it's a lot of times horses that are meant to run on the turf are meant to run on the turf. They don't run as well on the dirt, but a lot of times trainers, for various reasons, Tom, will want to keep horses in. Maybe they're ready to run. You don't want to. You want to try to let them release some energy. If you take them back to the stall, it might backfire. You know, there's a lot of different things that keep them in here.
There's a meet that's coming to an end. We start up at Belmont the weekend of the 13th, 14th, I believe. It's 2 weeks away, and yeah, so you know, you're exactly right. There's some horses in here that you're surprised they're staying in these spots. In the background there with that yellow cap on, we saw Manny Franco. He's got a chance to win his 4th on the afternoon on the other main track only. There's the favorite, but outside, again, the one you had trained, Tom, Kahala, at double-digit odds right now. It'll be Manny Franco aboard the 16. I'm surprised. He's a solid horse. You can see he's been claimed 3 of the last 4 times he's run. You know, a horse that fits with this group. There's no doubt about it.
And he'll be more forwardly placed than Strapped, the other main track only.
100%. I mean, I think the speed comes from the 3 Collect from Ike, as well as Dallas Stewart's horse with the blinkers on. I think those are the speed horses. In these kind of races, I really believe speed is good. These races that come off the grass and kind of a field of maybes in terms of how much they all like the dirt. Those 2 horses, to me, are the most intriguing. You know, and back to the 3, there is Collect from Ike. Maybe we see a sloppy sealed track the last time this horse was on a dirt surface, and the biggest number this horse has ever run, a dominant 6.5 length win gate to wire.
Yeah, and then you go a little deeper back to December of last year. He went 6.5 furlongs in the slop, and he won 2. So he's got 2 off-track races that were by far and away the best races he's ever run.
And there's Jose Gomez. He'll get a leg up on Collect from Ike. See if he tries to use that horse's speed, which worked well last time he was on this surface. Get to the post parade here coming up in a moment.
Angel Cordero Jr. is his agent, and I'm sure if Angel had an opportunity to talk to him, he's telling him, be aggressive, put him in the game, take no prisoners. I know what Angel would do if he was riding him.
Even more so in a race like this on this kind of track.
Oh, yeah.
Try and break some hearts early.
You know, there's a bunch of horses in here that probably don't want to run on dirt or mud. Discourage them. Just eliminate them. Don't even give them the opportunity to try to get brave and get in the race.
Fans making the most of this weather situation on this Saturday afternoon. This finale coming up. And there's, again, one that used to be in Tom's barn. Here's 10-1 Kahala. Big day already for Manny Franco. And a chance to tack on one more here with Kahala, 3-time winner. And all those wins, including one time on a wet track, coming on this surface. We'll get to our post braid here in a moment. Over and Ollie will kick things off momentarily for Al Stahl. There's Jose Lezcano. This one's staying in. Kick a buck for Linda Rice, who has never been on dirt.
And a lot of turf pedigree there, particularly on the female side of the family. But I guess they feel like it's worth taking a shot. Tom, you make a great point, too. The fact that we're going to have a little bit of a hiatus in between meets. So a lot of these horses aren't going to be able to, they aren't going to be competing at least. So at least they'll keep their fitness level.
I think that's a big part of it, keeping their fitness level, taking a shot. Look, we just talked about Linda Rice horse. Never been on the dirt in his life. Let's see. Let's try it. If it doesn't work, wrap up on him, and we'll put him back on the grass when the meet starts at Belmont. She's not opposed to running back a horse quickly.
No, not at all.
Quite often we'll see, Weeks return from that barn. 9-1 right now on that unknown quantity. There's the 9 in our picture. Kick a buck, dirt debut coming up. And public firmly settling in here on strapped for that barn for Linda Rice with Dylan Davis. And there's Dylan. And the post braid here coming up. So Over and Ollie will kick things off here on this race, taking off the turf to close out this Saturday card, coming off a win on grass.
Yeah, it's a horse that hasn't run on the dirt since the debut, and that race wasn't very good.
Collect from Mike. Last time on dirt, it was a gate-to-wire win.
It was, but they have a little bit more to deal with here, I think, from a pace standpoint than they did last time.
Mr. Tonic, Kerry Bryan barn.
Another one that has never tried dirt before. The mare has produced some horses that have run okay on dirt.
First time on dirt for this one as well, Mr. Mendelson.
He does have a couple races on synthetic. Sometimes that can translate.
Maiden win, as we told you, came on dirt for Devil's Got a Cause, Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, does have some speed in the past and recently, and does have a nice dirt race. I'd expect this one to be aggressively placed.
Here's Kick a Buck, part of a pair for Linda Rice.
Yeah, Linda gets this horse in her barn. Chad never thought this horse could run on the dirt. See if Linda can get him to run on the dirt.
3-2 favorite, one of the main track onlys. Strapped, Dylan Davis for Linda Rice.
Yeah, this one does make sense for Linda. That race last time was impressive. Ran at a starter allowance race going 9 furlongs. Could be tough to beat here.
Making look at a very nice appearance
impression in the warm-up, yeah.
Kahala, here's the other main track only with Manny Franco looking for his 4th win on the day.
Yeah, a horse that is definitely proficient on off-going and should be more forward than the other main track only.
More on this former Tom Amos training. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Kahala, and last time out, no offense, Tom, but I had my reservations about this horse going 1 1/8 miles, and he was beaten by a couple of nice horses who have their consistency at the distance. And so I actually really like the turn back for Kahala here. One thing though that I did notice that I had not seen before, and while it is a little bit humid out, it is much cooler, especially with the rain. He got pretty warm back in the paddock today, and Tom could certainly speak to this more, but I don't remember that from him last time and hadn't written that in my notes. But I think he's too big a price. Like I said, I thought he finished 3rd to 2 very nice horses last time, cutting back in distance a bit. He's very fit, much as he was last time as well, and Manny Franco opting to keep him with the pony warming up, but he does have the ability to not be too far off of it, and he's a generous price for a horse that has some strong dirt form, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So 9-1 here from that outside post.
Did Acacia just say that I entered this horse at the wrong distance?
Questioning
Yeah,
your
I mean,
placement of
that's what I
horses.
took from the interview. I don't know about you guys. She said 1 1/8 too far for this horse, and doggone it, that's where I entered this horse. Things that make you go,
I rode a horse for Richard Mandel off a layoff one day, and I said he ran well. He got a little tired. He said to me, "You telling me I ran a short horse?" I said, "I would never say that to your face."
So 10-1 here. We'll see how this one fares on the cutback. But, I mean, Mig, we just both looked at each other. Strap, the 15, looks sensational.
Yeah, he was warmed up beautifully. I love when horses get in that frame and they bow their head and they're using themselves so beautifully. And he was enthusiastic without being rank, and is a big difference between the two. Sometimes horses get rank because they just want to get it over with. He just looked like a horse that was enjoying himself out there.
It's an interesting topic to bring up, too. I mean, how much time do you put in and what goes into Tom, placement of horses and what kind of races you're going to put them in?
Well, you're a victim of the condition book. That's the first thing. The races that are presented to you, you've got to choose what's right for your horse. So that's a big part of it. And Saratoga's funny, right? You either go from this mile distance we're getting ready to run out of the chute, which is not a true two-turn race, or to run 2 turns, you have to run a mile and an eighth. And that's different from a lot of other tracks. A mile and a 16th is what you can do. So in defense of my bad entry, according to Acacia, that's the only choice I had.
He's not taking it personal.
Got to run with what's available sometimes. Acacia, Tom might have some room on his staff.
Tom, not a bad entry, believe me. I totally understand. I'm just saying I like a little bit shorter, and I'm sure you too would have preferred a mile and a 16th, but I have the utmost respect for Tom.
You okay now?
Yeah, I'm much better.
She's back.
Let's go to Frank Miramati for the nightcap.
And they're off. Over and Ali comes out with some early speed, but he's got company in the early going. Devil's Got a Cause with the white blinkers, and Collect for Mike. So those two go on for it. It is Collect for Mike in front. Devil Got a Cause in second. Over and Ali along the rail racing in third. They're followed by Kahala fourth. And then it's Mr. Mendelssohn racing 4 lengths clear of the next flight, headed by Kick a Buck, who's inside of Strapped. And that leaves Mr. Tonic at the back. The quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and Collect for Mike is the target. Leads it by 2 lengths. Devil's Got a Cause in second. Over and Ali on the rail. Just 2 lengths off them, now 3. Outside of them comes Kahala in fourth, getting a little bit of a nudge. Strapped is fifth. Purple Silk's 5 lengths off them, and they've passed the half-mile pole. Another length behind them comes Mr. Mendelssohn, 2 lengths clear of Mr. Tonic and Kick a Buck. They're coming to the quarter pole. Collect for Mike. Over and Ali is awaiting some racing room along the rail. He's got some horse. In between horses comes Devil's Got a Cause, still fighting on. There's room now for Over and Ali if he's good enough. Well, he's good enough to get those two, and he just took the lead coming to the 8th pole. Over and Ali, hand-ridden confidently, gets a reminder and puts them away. It's a 4-length lead. 5 now past the 16th pole, hugging the rail and loving this good going. Over and Ali in a rout. Strapped got up for second. Devil's Got a Cause and Collect for Mike.
Over and Ali meets leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. for Al Stall. And the only prior dirt start, it was the debut, granted, but it was a sloppy sealed track. Ran very little before backing out that day. Totally different here.
Totally different. You know, watching those horses warm up, there were 4 horses that went away from their pony immediately. Didn't even make the post parade. They went away, and this was one of them, our winner. But not just Over and Ali. The 3, the 7, and the 15 all did the same thing. They broke post parade, got their strong warm up. They all ran pretty well.
And look at Irad on Over and Ali. He's water skiing in behind these horses, and when the rail opened up, Over and Ali, it was over and out.
Yeah, no, that was a gift, right? But how about that? Those horses that broke the post parade, all 4 of them ran the top 4.
7:01 to close out this card. 1:15.73. This horse has plenty in the tank here in the stretch, Mick.
Wow, that was impressive. And you get Irad Ortiz at 7-1 for Al Stall, who's having a terrific meeting. His 5th win from 11 starters now. And nice when that rail opens up when you got that much horse underneath you, huh?
That must make your eyes get big when you were riding, huh?
Oh, man, you're like, man, I got a lot of horse, but I hope I don't get trapped in here. And then the guy in front of you just gets out of the way, and you're like, oh, this is a gift. And, Tom, I believe in big warm-ups. I've always believed in I think horses run better with big warm-ups. I think it's a mistake to not get a horse's blood pumping and let their legs stretch a bit.
1:15.73. There's that opening, and Arad Ortiz Jr. says thank you very much on his way to his 46th win of this Saratoga meet.
Looks like he's pretty comfortable now, right?
Wrapped up,
yeah.
I would believe.
Feels like that.
6 up now on Flavien Prat.
Mathematically, not impossible, but it feels improbable.
Richie, about halfway up the stretch, on that view we just saw, you see a little saran wrap fall to the ground. You want to tell everybody what that is?
Yeah, well, so your goggles are covered in saran wrap. Your valet covers them in saran wrap so they don't get muddy in the post parade or covered with rain. So you take them off, you peel them off when you go in the gate, and you put them in your silks. They must have found their way out.
But you also take them off if you get a lot of dirt in them to have another set underneath without having to switch goggles.
Yeah, well, some guys will ride with them the first quarter of a mile and then peel it off, and then you have the next pair of goggles.
Right.
Me, I used to take that top layer off before I went to the gate. I didn't trust myself not to pull all my goggles off. I was a little klutzy.
7-1. Rad Ortiz Jr. with the win to close out this Saturday card. We got another big one coming up on our Sunday coverage. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Who will pose the biggest threat to Whitney winner Arthur's Ride? Will it be Tappet Trice or Stablemate Bright Future won this race last year to get his first Grade 1 win? We'll talk more about it next.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back in our Saturday coverage, you're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Nightcap in the books, meets leading rider, adds his 46th victory of the meet. Rad Ortiz Jr. for Al Stahl.
We saw that saran wrap fly in there. I don't know. I think it looked like he went to peel it off there. Even
Absolutely
though
he did.
Yeah, and then it got away from him. He probably would have liked to have on it. You don't want to be a litter bug.
Gate to wire. It was close at many times, and it's not over yet, but very likely that Rad Ortiz Jr. has won his third straight riding title.
If I was Irad, I'd be feeling pretty good about my position, and he's just been riding so incredibly well. His enthusiasm never wanes. It doesn't matter if it's a lower level race or a Grade 1, he is going to be on his belly and give you a ride.
Let's check it out here, guys. So that's Irad on the inside. You can see a bunch of his goggles are already around his neck. He's used a bunch of goggles, and you're going to see him take that little saran wrap off there. It's going to fall to the ground right about through here. I think it happens.
Yeah,
there
he
goes.
reached up right there. Yep.
And there it flies to the ground.
That was a great pickup, Tom. I didn't even pick it up, and I've been out there in that position. That was a great pickup.
Does not seem easy to do in the fight of a battle.
It's
Slop
not.
coming in your face and trying to move these goggles down. Did it take you time to learn it?
Yeah, you learn, and you watch the older riders when you first start, and it's important to line your goggles up so there's just a little bit of a niche in between each one. So when you come up with your finger, all you got to do is get that one, the top one, boom, down around your neck, and so on and so forth. The worst thing, and I was telling you guys this off camera, you're on a rank horse, and you're in behind horses, and they're pulling you up on heels, and a big splash of mud covers your goggles. Now you're blind, and you're trying to peek where those heels are, but you can't take your hand up the rein because the horse is going to get away from you, and then you're going to clip heels. So you've got to almost calm down and back that up a little bit, then reach up and, well, where am I? Okay, I'm there. That's a pretty scary moment.
This card in the books, we'll have the payoffs here in just a second. It was an all for this last race. It was taken off the turf. And for the pick 5, $7,792. And if you're playing the pick 6 tomorrow, we have a lot of reasons to pay a little extra attention.
$210,000 carryover.
What was that number again?
210.
Nice. For Jockey Club Gold Cup Day. So that's coming up tomorrow, and here's going to be part of that pick 6 carryover. Mile and a quarter, $1 million purse, and Arthur's Ride showed us how much talent he had when he won during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in an allowance optional claiming race. But then he backed it up against the best in the Whitney.
He did. And he did it from an outside post, 9 of 10, and he's going to do it again from post number 7. I have a lot of trouble finding anything in here that wants to run with Arthur's Ride early. When you can kind of control things on the front end, going 1.25 miles, it makes your task a lot easier.
Long run past the stands the first time, that outside post. He doesn't have to hustle as much as the Whitney, but I agree with Jonathan's assessment from earlier. Let him use his stride. Let him use his speed, 47 and change. Keep everybody a little bit off the bridle. Keep them working to stay with you.
And JK, not just devastating speed, but his last 2 races, it just appears like no one in this field, unless they take a big move forward, can touch him.
Yeah, it's going to, Tapit Trice, I think, is a horse that could improve. His first start as a 4-year-old was last time, and he ran much better than he had, but he's not going to, from a tactical standpoint, he's not going to be able to run with him early. He's going to need Junior to make a mistake on Arthur's Ride, or for Arthur's Ride to not be Arthur's Ride. The problem is that there's no reason for Bill Mott to try to make this horse run in this spot if he didn't feel like he could run his best. He could just take a step back, wait a little bit, train him up to the Breeders' Cup, find another Grade 1 race in between now and the Breeders' Cup. The fact that he's running him here makes me think he's going to run well, but Tapit Trice to me is the only one that can give him a shot.
Yeah, we're talking about horses who can move forward. Tom, this is a horse who, this was his 4-year-old return to the races, Grade 3 win, so a good starting off point, and a horse who could move forward.
Oh, absolutely. This was a really, really good 3-year-old last year. I mean, 10 starts, 5 wins, made $1.5 million, running in top class races. And as you say, Greg, first race since August of last year, almost a full year. He makes it a winning one. Plenty of time between races to come back in the Gold Cup tomorrow.
I think this horse matured a great deal, and I like Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard this horse. This is a bicycle horse. This is a horse that you've got to make sure you've got his attention and keep him to task, and Irad is so good on those kind of horses.
Expensive horse. $1.3 million. We have a horse who's bought for that same price going to the Hopeful on closing day of the meet as well. But you spend that kind of money on a horse, you expect big things.
Yeah, I'd rather own Ferocious, for the record. If anyone wants to give me a $1.3 million horse, I'll take Ferocious. But, I mean, look, Tapit Trice was my pick in the Belmont last year, and he just never really could figure it out. And, maybe the blinkers now will help him. He ran well last time. But from a pace situation, he's just a little bit up against it.
Race seems to go through Arthur's Ride. He's been sensational these last couple of starts and trying to win back-to-back Grade 1s at this meet in this older horse division. That is putting you up there with some very elite company. That comes up tomorrow on our Fox Sports coverage. Meanwhile, earlier today, Prior S Stakes, and to win this graded stake off the bench, first start as a 3-year-old, impressive here for Brightwork.
How good is she? I mean, this is just a fluid horse getting it done. As we listen to a song I really dig, they play at the end of every day at
Every day.
Saratoga. New York State of Mind, Billy Joel is finishing up. I like watching her to that song.
This was just a super effort and great job by John Ortiz to have her prepared to run this race off an extended layoff. Great ride by Luis Saez, poised outside, too sharp. Got to give a lot of credit to her. Third start of her life, wrong lead the entirety of her stretch, battled all the way. Miuccia tried hard from that inside post, came rallying, but bright work. She was good.
Jonathan, you said it, and I think a lot of people would love to see that. Expected to see her in the test, it didn't happen, but that rematch with Ways and Means, if we can get that at some point, that would be sensational.
Well, I mean, I think we will probably in the first Saturday in November based on what I just saw here. And think, that was her first start in a long time. She's going to take a step forward off of that now. And if you get her and Ways and Means in the gate in the Breeders' Cup, Filly and Mare Sprint, I think that could be a pretty special race. And I think the 3-year-olds kind of have now asserted themselves to the leaders of that sprint division for the older fillies and mares.
And obviously, you got Vava out there. You got Society, who stepped up on a big one here.
Yeah.
Grade 1. So there's some very good older fillies and mares too, but these two you certainly would think are in the mix as well. Meanwhile, Grade 1 Spinaway. It's immersive for Godolphin. Brad Cox, who steps up and is now 2 for 2 off a maiden win, now a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, really, really big race from Immersive. And the best part of the race is the last part of the race. That last eighth of a mile, not only quick, but she's really finding her best stride. And the gallop out past the wire, which I always find very intriguing and interesting with horses after they win, says that she is dying for more ground. This is a horse that I think is an Oaks contender next year.
And a jubilant Manny Franco getting this Grade 1 victory here. This was a really nice effort. And the fact that she did it from that inside post, which is tough to do for a horse with infinitely more experience. In her second start to do this, big effort.
So Immersive, part of a 3-win day for Manny Franco. Meanwhile, the Flower Bowl, not what anyone expected in this win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. We're like Goddess, the big star in here. McCulloch, major contender, but her stablemate in here to be a rabbit. Does not stop.
Does not stop. What the theme song we should play to this one is Aerosmith, Walk This Way, because that's what she did. She walked on the front end. 3/4 in 118. For those that don't understand time, 6 furlongs in 118 or 6/8 of a mile is an absolute crawl. Any horse will kick home doing that.
And not only was it a crawl, she had 7 or 8 lengths down the backstretch cushion going that slow. So now when everybody started to gain, she's still cruising and had more left in the tank. And I think I saw the state troopers waiting out there for Florent Giroux for stealing a $500,000 race.
You're Florent Giroux, though. You're well aware that things are looking pretty good for you.
You know what I always find interesting? These jocks have such a presence of mind to look at the infield board to see how fast or slow they're going. I never thought of that when I was riding. I just was like looking at my horse and thinking about how fast I went.
Well, Richie, let's be honest. They probably didn't have HD.
Well, they didn't have that big board there either. I know that.
Grade 1 for the boys. They get their turn on closing day in the hopeful and the $1.3 million Colt Ferocious. The 8-5 morning line favorite. He'll tackle, among others, the full brother to the 2-year-old champ Fierceness and Menti. We still have that to come for you before we sign off this summer. It was bright work. First start back as a 3-year-old. Last year's Spinaway winner adds the Prioress in an impressive return. Immersive takes the Grade 1 Spinaway for Godolphin and Brad Cox. And a shocker in the Flower Bowl. Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Florent Giroux with Idea Generation. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:30.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all. to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.